with Rob Hahn is presented by Yamaha ATVs. The race show is also sponsored by Elko Speedway, Bumper to Bumper, and Champion Auto Stores. Justice Brothers. Now, from the race show suite atop the main grandstand at Elko Speedway, here's your host, Rob Hahn.
How about it? A new season of racing. The third season of the race show. A new theme. Can we hear that music a little more? Brand new theme that we wrote ourselves. New studio high above the grandstand at Elko Speedway. And a new look. What do you think? I think if you took my brain away, I could be like Chris Myers on Fox. First and foremost, by the way, welcome to the race show, the third season. The race show presented by Yamaha ATVs. I'm Rob Hahn, the publisher of Minnesota's Racing Connection. And before we go any further, let's deal with this. Breaking news from the current issue of Minnesota's Racing Connection. Meet the new me. The new me. Humble, modest, you know how it goes. Does that mean this show is no longer a show first and foremost about me? You'll have to decide for yourselves. Just a couple of reminders. Coming up next week on May 21st, Elko Speedway will celebrate its 40th anniversary with Heritage Tribute Night, and on hand, among others, will be Ned Jarrett and Bobby Allison. I can't wait to get those two guys on the race show. I had a good conversation with each of them for a special issue of Minnesota's Racing Connection that we did a few weeks back. And, I mean, to state the inherent obvious, these two individuals, these NASCAR legends, are full of great stories. So we'll look forward to hearing them, hearing from them, and seeing them at the track on May 21st, and hope to see you out here as well. Jeff Partington made history of sorts last week at Elko Speedway by winning in possibly the ugliest car ever to touch victory lane. Tell us about that machine.
Well, we had to throw a new car together last week ago, and we just, between our three cars and my brother-in-law's cruiser car, we didn't have time this week to get it painted. But it will be painted next week. So,
in terms of full disclosure, why did you have to piece together a new car in such short notice?
Well, we were coming out here. I was supposed to run the Enduro, and I was coming out here Thursday to practice, and the front chain broke on my trailer. So my car rolled off, went across the road, and piled into a ditch and totaled itself out. So we had to build a new car in a week. So got all the boys together.
That had to be quite an experience. Not so much the building the car in a week, though I'm sure that put you under the gun a bit. But, you know, coming out to race and all of a sudden, boom. There's your,
yeah,
you expect to total your car from time to time on the track, but maybe not getting to the track.
Yeah, especially that car, too. I don't think the car I have now is as good as the car that I had. I think we'll get it there. The car I have now still needs a little work. So hopefully this week it'll get a little more attention and be even a little faster next week. But yeah, I watched it roll off in the mirror and the way it went. So I'm just glad there was no other cars.
Is that the same car you ran last year?
Yes. Yep.
Because you had some real good success with that car last year. A couple feature wins.
Yeah, I think we got the last 7 features out here.
More than a couple.
With that car, and then I don't know. I got this crazy idea to run this Enduro because I wanted to go make some money, you know, and just never made it there.
You know, I'll applaud you for good intentions. How about that? Your dad, I understand, is putting together a power stock car as well and might be out before too long.
Actually, the car was here tonight.
Okay.
It's had little engine problems, and instead of creating a bigger problem, he just decided to park it, and I'm sure it'll be out here next week.
What's it like racing against him? You did it in the late models on and off for a couple of years, and now you'll get to do it again in the power stocks.
I think it'll be a little better this time because we raced Sportsman together a couple of years ago, and I was just starting, and he was beating me up, and we went through the late model stage, and I had better equipment than he had, and basically right now our cars are identical to each other. So I think it's going to be very interesting once we get it out here and see what happens.
We'll have Josh Gurnit's Thundercar driver on a little later in this episode, and his dad, Greg, is another Thundercar driver. Tell me a little bit more about kind of not only your relationship with your dad, but how racing seems to be passed on from one generation to another.
There's been times, you know, when me and my dad, when I was younger, battled out in the garage.
Where was Howard Carcel when we wanted him?
His old school technique and my whatever technique, you know, it didn't combine with each other. So, but now it's, you know, I've gotten older and wised up a little bit, and we get along pretty good now. And I'm looking forward to racing against him because I think he's going to be one of the guys to beat. So we'll see what happens.
And looking forward to the rest of this season. What are your expectations? Do you think you can do better than you did last year?
If you look at last year too, I don't plan on racing every week. I have a camper, a kid, another kid on the way. I'm just to the point. I tried late models, couldn't do it. There's just more to life for me right now than racing. So, like last year, I finished 11th, but I missed like 6 nights. I'll probably do the same this year. I've gotten older, and I've got to the point where there's other things in my life besides racing.
Like painting a car? Or
yeah, we'll get some paint on that thing this week. We might even get some stickers put on it.
Fantastic. Congrats on a good win, and good luck the rest of the season.
Yes, thank you.
Jeff Partington, Power Stock feature winner last week at Elko. We'll be right back after this.
Who says you can't win them all? The YFZ 450 from Yamaha. For a limited time, get special financing on all new Yamaha ATVs.
See Beeline Yamaha Sports Store in St. Cloud and XL Motorsports in Coon Rapids.
Fast fun for everyone all summer long at your Elko Speedway.
The NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series, racing every Saturday night.
The Budweiser Super Late Models and Elko Sportsman, the Coca-Cola Thunder Cars, and AC Delco Power Stocks.
Plus specials all summer long.
The AC Delco Super Summer Series, Nextel Top Drivers Night, the ASA 300, and 4 Eves of Destruction.
On the web at goelkospeedway.com.
Or call 952-461-RACE for tickets and information.
Fast fun for everyone, only at your Elko Speedway.
Be there.
Encyclopedic Knowledge is sponsored by Elko Speedway.
Back on the race show in our brand new studio high atop the main grandstand at Elko Speedway. I'm Rob Hahn, and at this point of the show, let's turn it over to Dan Plan, the encyclopedia.
Tom Camish is back racing at Elko in the Sportsman Division. What brought you back this year, Tom?
I don't know.
You weren't sure if you wanted to, or you just never lose the bug?
I don't know. No, seriously, Bob, my crew chief from racing from a few years back, built a car and was looking for somebody to drive it, and he asked me if I could fit in my old driver's suit. I could drive his car, and I did. So there I am.
You could drive the car or fit in the old driving suit?
Both.
What'd you do on your time off from racing?
Worked.
When did you start racing out here?
1976 was my first year out here.
And you always had the sharp-looking 42, but now I see you're 41.
Right. 41 was Bob's number back when we started, and I was 42, and it's his car, so he kept the number, so much for 42.
And you plan on running the whole year here? What kind of goals you got for the group this year?
Just to finish in the top 25 and maybe win a heat race.
Don't set your expectations too high.
Right.
Well, good luck, and we hope to see you again on the show.
Okay, thank you.
You know, this Dason Contracting Power 110, you know, T's Engineering Monte Carlo.
Let's not forget any, okay?
Did I get it all in there?
I think so.
You know, it just goes to these guys, Rob. I keep saying it over and over, whether we win or whether we're in third, you know, fifth, wherever. I'm just honored to drive this car. This is probably one of the best driving race cars I've ever driven. You know, and you guys got guys like Jake and Brian and Jason and Conrad. And, I mean, everybody is so tough here. You got to be on your game. And, you know, I need to be focused as well inside the car. So, you know, we'll see what next week brings for that Minnesota Challenge race and see what happens.
We'll talk about the Minnesota Late Model Challenge Series in a second, but first I want to talk about the feature race.
Jake gave you a good run a couple of times, and you even had a little contact about halfway through the race, and both of you saved it well.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened. I don't know if Jake come up into me a little bit, or if, maybe I came down on him. I got all the respect in the world for that whole race team over there. They're tough, and we both want to win, and we normally don't give an inch, either one of us. So, we saved it, and hopefully it's a good show for the fans.
Now, getting back to the Minnesota Late Model Challenge Series, Elko is now part of the series with Raceway Park and I-94. First of the 6 races will take place Saturday at Elko. Are you planning on running the full series?
Yeah, that's one of the things that I can tell you that we're planning on doing is we're going to do the 6 races, and then we're going to do the 3 Mars races, or the AC Delco Summer Series races, and try to defend our championship there.
And what about a full-time schedule? I keep pressing you, but what happens if you continue to win features at Elko? Would you consider or reconsider running a full-time schedule?
No.
Why is that?
I made a promise, not racing for points.
So here it was, your first race in a late model and a second-place finish. Not too shabby.
No, not at all. Came out here, wanted to, just get seat time, get used to it, and before we know it, we're out here and we're competing with all the good guys that are running right up front, and yeah, I can't complain about a second-place finish at all. From the heat race to the qualifying, everything. Just everything worked out good, and didn't have really no problems at all.
With 6 to go, it looked like there was some contact with you and Jake. From your vantage point, what happened?
I was trying to get around them. I didn't mean no harm or nothing, trying to spin them out. I was trying to get them underneath them on the outside. And
well, 2 weeks, 2 feature wins, not a bad way to start the season.
Nope, it's about as good as we can ask for.
What were the keys, not only this week, but on opening night as well?
We're trying a bunch of new stuff this year. Trying to get away from thinking out of the box and how to make these cars go a little bit faster, get a little bit more out of them. And I think we hit something. I don't know if it's going to work all year on the track. As the track gets a little more seasoned during the hot weeks in the summertime, but it seems working good, so we're happy with it.
With all that's working well, are there a couple things that you want to tweak and adjust before next week?
We're always adjusting on something. It's the trouble with the car, the setup we have in it right now. It is pretty finicky. Before it was just pretty constant. It was always fast enough to win races, and we're just trying to get that extra little tenth or two out of it that nobody can seem to be able to find, and it's working so far.
You told me after opening night that your goal is to win as many features as possible. Realistically, have you set a number that you're trying to attain?
No, we won 8 last year, and we thought that was a great season, and if we can improve on that, that'll be an improvement. But
who's going to be your biggest competition? Have you sized it up?
Greg Bieber and Doug Brown. When Nitrous is out here, he generally runs pretty strong. There's a lot of new guys that came up, though. Benzik, the 21 car, he shows some promise. I think he's going to come around and be a factor.
And when Skya does come out here and keep his hood pins on, he can be a challenge from time to time as well.
Well, Skya was giving me a load last week. He says no time for showtime, so I got no time for Skya. We have fun together, me and Mikey, and joke back and forth. But he's fun to race with. We have a good time.
Yeah, starting out pretty good. Car's running good. We're doing all right, I guess.
When we talked after your opening night feature win, you said that you had tested on almost every possible day and night out here. Where do you go from here? How do you make improvements to make sure that you stay ahead of the competition?
Basically just keep on practicing. Keep on everybody to make sure we don't lose it, and just keep adjusting, I guess, and come out and practice and do what we're supposed to do, and just keep up to everything.
Encyclopedic Knowledge has been presented by Elko Speedway, featuring the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series every Saturday night.
Fast fun for everyone all summer long at your Elko Speedway.
The NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series, racing every Saturday night.
The Budweiser Super Late Models and Elko Sportsman, the Coca-Cola Thunder Cars, and AC Delco Power Stocks.
Plus specials all summer long.
The AC Delco Super Summer Series, Next Top Drivers Night, the ASA 300, and 4 E's of Destruction.
On the web at GoElcoSpeedway.com.
Or call 952-461-RACE for tickets and information.
Fast fun for everyone, only at your Elko Speedway.
Be there.
Who says you can't win them all? The YFZ 450 from Yamaha. For a limited time, get special financing on all new Yamaha ATVs.
See Cannon Falls Yamaha in Cannon Falls and the Hitching Post in St. Anthony. This week's Lapper feature is sponsored by Justice Brothers. Get your car running better with JB products.
We're back on the race show. I'm Rob Hahn, and it's time for our Lapper segment. We started it last year with, I think, just one driver, but I thought we'd bring it out more this year where we highlight drivers who don't, to be fair, always run near the front. So, Josh Gernitz, you're our first Lapper of the year. Consider yourself honored.
I am.
You're a Thundercar driver. You had a little trouble in the feature last week early on spinning, but as you pointed out, and I need to point this to our audience before I forget, that you beat not only Corey Butler Jr., who writes for our publication, Minnesota's Racing Connection, also is your roommate at Mankato State, or University of Minnesota Mankato, or whatever they call it. But you also beat your dad, Greg. So it's we shouldn't be down on you for being a Lapper. We should be congratulating you. Tell me about the race.
It was my first night in the car. I didn't get any practice till tonight when I got to the track, and it's a lot different than the power stock or street stock, whatever class it was that I drove before. A lot more power. And
yeah, you said you drove it for 3 years, and you had 3 different names to the class during that time.
Yep, and just getting used to the power off the corner is kind of hard right away. A lot different driving style.
Oh, cool, cool. What about the decision to move up? When did you come to the conclusion that, yeah, you were ready to get into a Thunder car?
Well, I was planning on starting out in Thunder cars, but that was the year that they decided to change the rules a little bit and make the cars like the old sportsman cars. So the car I was going to use was outdated, and I wanted to race, so we found a bomber car, as they were called then. That was already built. We just needed a motor and training, and we got those put in, and that's where we started. But I wanted to get me some seat time before I moved up.
Sure, sure. How does he feel about the fact that you beat him first time out?
I haven't really had a chance to talk to him too much about it, but I don't know. I'm sure he would have beaten me if his car would have finished the race.
Let's talk about your relationship. Obviously, you mentioned off air that he's been involved with you and kind of been the impetus to you getting involved in racing. How much do the two of you talk about racing during a given week in the summer?
Oh, at least every day. I work with him too during the week and weekends too, so I'm around him all the time, and we'll probably be out in the garage working on the cars, I'd say 3-4 nights a week. So it's our main topic of discussion.
What sort of tips did he give you as you headed into Thunder cars this year?
Be careful, don't wreck anything.
Especially him, right?
Yeah.
What would happen, you know, if you two are battling for position and God forbid the two of you might make some contact?
Depends what happened afterwards. If nothing happens, he'd probably just laugh it off and tell me to settle down, or if I would wreck his car, I'm sure he'd take mine out the next week. So.
Yeah. Now, as we mentioned earlier, you're Corey Butler Jr.'s roommate at college. You're a freshman down at Mankato, and you said that you're already declared your major, or planning on majoring in engineering in a specific form. Why don't you tell us about that?
It's automotive engineering technology, and it's a little different than engineering itself. It's more hands-on, and you get to do all sorts of fun things with cars. I've already learned so much, and I've only had 2 real auto classes so far, and just hope it'll help me with my racing too.
That would be nice, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Well, congrats on becoming our first Lapper of the 2005 season, and we'll look forward to having you back on the show, and you can rub it in our face after you win a couple races, okay?
I hope to do that. Thank you.
Great. Josh Gernitz with us on the race show, and we'll be back right after this.
Who says you can't win them all? The YFZ 450 from Yamaha. For a limited time, get special financing on all new Yamaha ATVs.
See Cannon Falls Yamaha in Cannon Falls and the Hitching Post in St. Anthony.
You've seen his wife, Peggy Johnson, on the race show in previous years, but now we bring Tim Johnson, the man of the house, into the studio. Welcome to the race show.
Thanks, Rob.
You know, you wanted to know if I really wanted you on, suggesting that, you know, we might lose the station's license or get kicked out of Elko, so we'll see how these next 3 or 4 minutes go, and if we're not back on the air next week, you'll know why, and we can blame Tim. Tim is a former driver and a crew member for Donnie Reaver's team. What's it like? Take us behind the scenes. We talk to the drivers so often, but we don't often talk to the crew members. Give us a crew member's week in a nutshell.
For a lot of the guys, they spend a lot of time at the shop. Of course, more hours than here. This is sort of the culmination of a week's worth of work for a lot of the guys. Once we get here, it's just a matter of making sure things are right, and there's a lot of work that goes in to make sure the car works right. And every time the car goes on the track, we come back, make changes. Donnie really runs the show. He does, he really knows what he wants, and he's just super sharp. So, and he's really good at directing us around and keeping us going. So, but like during the week, the guys put in a lot of time there at the shop, just maintenance and that kind of thing.
You've got extra work this year because Donnie not only has returned to racing full-time at Elko Speedway, but he'll be at Raceway Park full-time as well, chasing the NASCAR Division IV and National Championship monies. Do you ever run into a situation where the team, because of performance one night at a certain track gets down and it's tough to rebound the following night?
I think, with Donnie running 2 nights, tonight didn't go real well for Donnie and for the team, but I think it's a great opportunity for us to have some redemption, We got one more chance this week to run good, Donnie does. And, when you run good, the whole week seems to go good, so it's nice to have a second chance to run good tomorrow night.
Now let's talk about some changes that have been made to the super late model division at Elko Speedway. You're always one who's willing to share an opinion. The lineup procedure has been changed. Frankly, I don't know the ins and outs and haven't taken the time to study every nuance of the new lineup, but the fastest guys start near the front on a regular basis, and the starting times or starting spots are determined not only by qualifying, but I think also by how drivers finish in the heat races. What are your thoughts so far? We're 2 weeks into the season.
I think it really makes it tough for the fans to get into the races. With the fastest car starting in the front, it just kind of string out. I think also, too, we're cheating the fans and the drivers out of an opportunity to watch the best drivers in the country race their cars. We're watching the drivers drive their cars but not race them. And I'd like to see some inversion. I don't think that they should be starting in the back. I think there should be some more inversion just to get a little bit better racing and not just watching the guys drive.
Now, of course, you know from reading the current issue of Minnesota's Racing Connection that there is a new me this year, Mr. Positive. So I agree with all the changes and think they're the best thing to happen. Okay, in reality, I don't mind the lineup procedure as much as others might suggest. I'm still a big fan of the side-by-side restarts, and I think with the transponders now, the electronic scoring, it should enable, race control to seemingly or theoretically at least speed up the show. I would love to see him go back to the 2 wide restarts, because then you're guaranteed some side-by-side racing right away after a caution period.
I think the side-by-side restarts give Rob Hahn a lot of opportunity to add to his usual suspect list. I think that side-by-side restarts create side-by-side driving, but they create a real clog situation. And I think the best racing is when guys can get strung out and people can start moving forward.
Right.
And I think when they're clogged up side by side, they don't do anything for 3 or 4 laps other than just drive side by side and start wrecking stuff. And we went through a few years of a lot of late model wrecks, and I think they're down. The new lineup procedure is really conducive to not crashing, and that's good, But I think we need to see some more racing and not crashing.
Yeah, I think in the end, we have, as you alluded to earlier, some of the best drivers, short track drivers in the country at Elko Speedway.
Definitely.
And I think we'll see some of those drivers before long start to give John Lemke a little more run for his money.
Absolutely. I think Donnie might have had a chance tonight before we had a few mechanical problems, but we'll see. It'll be fun to. I tell you what, I think the first 2 weeks of the year we've missed out on an opportunity to watch one of the best racers in the country, John Lemke, actually race. We got to watch him drive his car real fast, but not really race anybody. So I'd like to see him start about 5th row and go through. I saw him come from dead last and win one of these things out here, and that was a very exciting race.
Oh, it's fun. Lemke obviously has his critics, people who don't like certain aspects of his driving style. Maybe others don't really care for his personality. I, for one, really like him and really love watching him drive, and more importantly, watch him race, like you said.
You bet. Of course, I'm a 41 fan, but I get really excited every time the 17 car goes on the track, because he's super exciting and a great racer. I wish I could watch him come from about 5 rows back.
Real quickly, I want to get your thoughts on the Minnesota Late Model Challenge Series. Elko is part of the mix this year with Raceway Park and I-94, and in fact, the first of 6 races in the series will be held this Saturday at Elko Speedway. I think it's a great way to bring more cars to the tracks, give drivers another chance or a different chance to race different tracks, and in the end, just kind of heightens the overall awareness and polish of the late model class throughout the state of Minnesota.
I'm excited too. I hope we get a bunch of cars to come down here. Two reasons. One, because I'm a race fan, of course, and I can't wait to watch a bunch of guys race. But also, because this is the track that we race in, I take a lot of pride in that this is our track. I can't wait for people to see it. What a great facility. It's be fun to watch guys come here and from different tracks. It'll be interesting to see how they work the rules out to get all the three cars real close. 3 tracks close to each other. We'll see.
Well, good. This was relatively painless, wasn't it?
It was fun.
And you're kind of tame, so we're going to have you back again in the future and let you stir the pot.
Sounds good.
I'll give you my little stir and let you work it up. Tim Johnson, crew member for Donnie Reavers, joining us on the race show, and we'll be back.
That's fun for everyone all summer long at your Elko Speedway.
The NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series racing every Saturday night.
The Budweiser Super Late Models and Elko Sportsman, the Coca-Cola Thunder Cars, and AC Delco Power Stocks.
Plus specials all summer long.
The AC Delco Super Summer Series Nextel Top Drivers Night, the ASA 300, and 4 Eves of Destruction.
On the web at GoElkoSpeedway.com.
Or call 952-461-RACE for tickets and information.
Fast fun for everyone. Only at your Elko Speedway.
Be there.
Who says you can't win them all? The YFZ 450 from Yamaha. For a limited time, get special financing on all new Yamaha ATVs.
See Beeline Yamaha Sports Store in St. Cloud and XL Motorsports in Coon Rapids.
And that's it, show number 1 for season number 3 of The Race Show. My thanks to the Big O behind the camera, and we'll see you again next week.
The worst part was the pressure. Phone calls at home, phone calls at work, letters in the mail.
It was nice to help.
Weekdays at 5 on 45.
Where are they taking her?
She's having the baby in the bathtub.
I beg your pardon?
Before there was Donna and Greg. People have babies in bathtubs. I like to read in there until I get pruny.
Edward was surrounded. Don't abandon me now.
There was Kitty and Edward.
What are you doing?
We're valet parking cars, Mother.
God's sake, say something, Edward.
Leave the seat where it is and don't monkey with the radio.
Weeknights at 5:30 and 10:30 on 45.
Wherever danger lurks, the Max X-Men are there. Wherever common sense isn't, the Max X-Men are there. The Max X-Men, just like superheroes without the superpowers. Maximum exposure.
Sundays at 8 on 45. You're watching KSTC TV, Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Rob Hahn is presented by Yamaha ATVs. The race show is also sponsored by Elko Speedway, Bumper to Bumper and Champion Auto Stores, Jack Daniels, Justice Brothers, and Kharkov Vodka. Now, from the race show suite atop the main grandstand at Elko Speedway, here's your host, Rob Hahn.
Come rain or shine, we've got you covered with another great episode of The Race Show presented by Yamaha ATVs. I'm Rob Hahn, publisher of Minnesota's Racing Connection. In just a couple of minutes, we'll hear from Elko Thundercar driver Jerry Thompson. The man simply known as Cletus will stop by our studios a little bit later, and we'll also check in with Dan Plan, the Encyclopedia. Heritage Tribute Night this Saturday at Elko Speedway, May 21st. Takes a look back at, 40 years of grand history at Elko Speedway, and as part of Tribute Night, NASCAR legends Bobby Allison and Ned Jarrett will be on hand. The first ever class of the Elko Hall of Fame will also be inducted. Speaking of getting back to those NASCAR legends, Bobby Allison has taken some time to join us via phone from North Carolina on the race show. Bobby, great to have you with us, and what do you think about when you come out and make a visit to one of these short tracks like Elko Speedway?
Well, you know, for the short tracks, the local tracks, as you refer to them, were always just a really great experience for me. I always had a lot of fun at the races at those events, or almost always. You know, at Elko, I did have a little mishap that one time, but had good experiences at so many of the short tracks around the country that I enjoyed that part of it, but also mingling with fans, being able to talk to them, you know, while we're signing autographs, have comments made that are just enjoyable little memories that come up. It's a lot of fun for me.
You alluded to your former visits racing at Elko Speedway. You had a pretty bad wreck there once.
Well, actually, that was really a tough deal. You know, I crashed into the pit exit abutment there at turn 1 and broke 12 bones in my feet and broke 5 ribs and had 40 stitches in my face and a blowout fracture to my right eye, which was pretty serious injuries. I did recover from them quickly and didn't have any later bad effects from any of it. You know, in way later years after the Pocono crash, you know, my feet hurt, and that's neurological, I think, but that's part of the game.
You like the way that NASCAR has grown to be such a big sport in America these days?
Yeah, I really am pleased that the sport has grown the way it has. I do feel that myself and a few of the others, my brother Donnie and, of course, Red Farmer and Petty and Cale and Pearson and Buddy Baker and those kind of people really were ones that helped move this thing into the big leagues where it is today.
Would you like to see anything changed?
Well, I think that I'd like to see some of the rules changed around to put it back in the hands of the drivers. I think they should get rid of the front air dams and they should go to way smaller engines with fuel injectors. You know, bring the speeds down by having the total available power reduced. You know, they could take the cubic inch size down quite a bit and still have great competition. And, you know, maybe give it back to the drivers a little bit instead of to the engineers so much. But, you know, it's a pretty good deal the way it's going, and everybody's got a comment, so that's mine.
All right, we'll look forward to seeing you Saturday night at Elko Speedway. Bobby Allison, NASCAR legend, with us on the phone, and we'll be right back after this on The Race Show.
Who says you can't win them all? The YFZ 450 from Yamaha. For a limited time, get special financing on all new Yamaha ATVs.
See Heinen's Yamaha in Osseo and Jerry's Yamaha in Lakeville. Encyclopedic Knowledge is sponsored by Elko Speedway.
High above the new main grandstand at Elko Speedway, we are back on The Race Show in our new studio. I'm Rob Hahn, and at this point of the show, let's throw it to Dan Plan, the Encyclopedia.
Andy Jerk's back running at Elko this year. He's going to run a few shows. What led you back to Elko, Andy?
Nice and close. Just, you know, get back to the friends, and Tom Ryan's done a good job out here of making this place a nice facility, so I thought, why not bring a couple cars out here?
And you got 2 cars. You got a Thunder car and a Mid-Am. How much work is that going to be?
We're kind of running them both right now just to get them figured out, and then we'll maybe concentrate on one or the other. It's a lot of work right now, but that's good crew.
You mentioned if you had too much work, you might have a substitute driver lined up for one of the cars?
Yeah, actually, maybe we might put Mike Tuma in the sportsman car a couple times. And you still got the truck? Yep, still got the truck sitting at home. Our opener for that is May 13th at Madison.
Okay. And where do the cars come from? Have you had them for a while, or did you just build both of them?
This Thunder car here is my old Thunder car from a couple years ago. Conrad Jorgensen put it back together for me. We kind of brought it out of the weeds. And the Mid-Am car we picked up this spring in Rockford.
And what do you hope to accomplish this year racing?
Win as many races as I can.
All right, thanks. We hope to see you again on the race show.
Thanks, Dan.
James Lindgren is in his first year racing in the Thunder car division. How's it going so far, James?
A little shaky the first night, but not too bad. I think we got her going.
And you ran a couple nights last year. Was the car brand new last year?
Yep, brand new last year. Ran, I think, 6 nights. And did okay.
And the car has some parts that were off another car at one point?
Yeah, the center roll cage is from Conrad's first metric and pallet Thunder car built in '99 that Dan Jorgensen ran for a while. And then it got sold to Pinger. And then Conrad bought the roll cage back, and then he gave it to me, and I put a new front clip on it, and rear clip, and put her all together.
And you were on Conrad's crew. I think you were the only one. A couple years ago, he won his championship.
Yep.
Did he, was it your setup on the car that was so good that any monkey could have drove it, or did Conrad have any role in that?
Conrad pretty much did the setup. I just kind of maintained it every week while he worked and made other people's cars go fast.
What do you hope to accomplish racing yourself this year?
I'm hoping to, you know, at least be in the top 10 in points. Started out not so good, but hopefully I can climb back up there. And it'd be nice to be in the top 5 at the end of the year. Take a lot of work.
Do you have any other racing experience before you got in the car last year?
Actually, in '97, I think it was, Conrad let me drive his Thunder car at Raceway Park on Wednesday night racing. And that lasted for about 6 races, and then we cut that off. And then I had a bomber out here for half a year, and then otherwise, this is it.
Well, good luck, and we hope to see you again on the race show.
Thanks.
Encyclopedic Knowledge has been presented by Elko Speedway, featuring the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series every Saturday night.
That's fun for everyone all summer long at your Elko Speedway.
The NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series, racing every Saturday night.
The Budweiser Super Late Models and Elko Sportsman, the Coca-Cola Thunder Cars, and AC Delco Power Stocks.
Plus specials all summer long.
The AC Delco Super Summer Series, next Top Drivers Night, the ASA 300, and 4 E's of Destruction.
On the web at GoElcoSpeedway.com.
Or call 952-461-RACE for tickets and information.
Fast fun for everyone, only at your Elko Speedway.
There.
This week's Lapper feature is sponsored by Justice Brothers. Get your car running better with JB products.
If there's one thing that's predictable about the race show, I'm sure there are many, it's that whenever we have Jerry Thompson in the studio, things are unpredictable. So it is with great trepidation that we welcome you back to the race show. Jerry Thompson.
Thanks, Rob.
Thundercar driver at Elko Speedway.
It's usually a pleasure, and I hope tonight is also.
Yeah, well, you know, it's all up to you, big fella.
Right on.
Nice orange lid.
That's right. I try to use this to identify myself, so if somebody's looking for me, they can say it's that dork with the orange hat, and they can come find me.
So basically, we're just adding with the orange hat to the sentence. Sorry. Okay. On to racing, since the show is allegedly about racing, right?
Yeah, well,
and with the new me, it's even more about racing this year.
Yeah, there wasn't any racing last weekend, so this is going to be all about you.
Yeah, thank you.
I would have to comment about your suit coat there.
You like it?
I do. I think you're trying to give Alan Bestwick a run for his money and try and take that job away from him, his inside Winston Cup.
You never know. You never know. Let's talk about the Thundercar division. What are your hopes and expectations this year?
This year we've come out pretty strong, 5th and 7th. I would let's say we're on fire, but compared to Reavers, we're cold.
Yeah, yeah. Frigid almost.
Yes.
What is it with someone like Reavers who is so dialed in so early? He said he practices a lot, so I'm sure that has a lot to do with it. He's become a veteran practically of the class.
Yeah.
What's, in your opinion, the difference between him and some of those of you that are 5th and on back?
He certainly has been playing this game a long time. I don't know how long he's been here, but he's probably been doing it for more than 5 years. With time comes experience, parts, materials. It all adds up in, experience.
Mm-hmm. But you're becoming somewhat of a seasoned pro in the Thundercar division as well. So, I mean, what from year to year do you find that you learn and improve upon that maybe you don't expect to, but find you do nonetheless?
I learn what drivers I can race good and clean, and other ones where I have to bump them a little bit, and other drivers where I want to pass them and stay away from.
Okay, let's name names.
No, we won't. Those drivers, no.
We like honesty here, and precision. Precision is the life we lead. Isn't that from Mary Poppins?
I don't know what it's from, but it's too early in the season to be calling people out.
Well, we'll keep an eye. How about if you were to size up the field? You've already mentioned Reavers. Who are some of the other top competitors in your mind?
Carlander's up there. Moreland's being strong. Of course, him and Reavers are good buddies, so that kind of trickled to Moreland, I would imagine.
Collusion, you're saying?
Collusion?
Yeah.
And Sellner's been pretty strong out of the gate.
Really has, yep.
It's only been two races, so it's hard to tell.
How about Sugar Roy, your buddy?
Roy's been having some problems this year. Some engine failures have plagued him, so he'll be out next week.
We're really talking
or
about...
today.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Sugar Ray Sandgren,
yes,
who pits next to you and, peered with you. In fact, you remember when you were on the race show last year, you gave me the Superman shirt?
Absolutely, yeah, that was awesome.
With my image over Jeff Gordon's. I took that out of the drawer the other day, wore it to play basketball, and it still had the image from the newspaper glued on.
Awesome.
So it impressed the guys. They don't think I'm Superman on the court, but I got a little work to do with my jump shot.
So you're the water boy or actually a player?
I'm actually a player.
Oh, right.
Pickup game, over the noon hour.
That's good.
I gotta stay buff once in a while,
noon
right?
Hour.
Yeah, that's in my version, at my age, that's my version of a nooner.
Yeah, okay.
No, back to racing. You mentioned, you expect to kind of target top 5 finishes. When are we going to see him back in victory lane?
Each night could be my night. Who knows? My goal is to finish in the top 5 and go to the Tech Barn each week. If we can beat somebody, that's great.
You're going to be able to pass Tech each week?
We'll leave that till when the time comes. It's all a crap game, depending on what they're teching that night.
We're going to have Cletus on, Kurt Barfnick, in our next segment. I think it's our next segment.
He's a funny guy.
Funny guy. You gave him a certain title off air before we started filming this segment.
I do, and Cletus, I love you, but I think you would be the CEO of Clown Inc.
What does that make you, the senior vice president?
It would, yes. With this hat, it sure does.
It's great to have you on the show again.
All right, Robbie.
Always a pleasure. Jerry Thompson, Thundercar driver at Elko Speedway, and we're back after this on the Race Show.
Who says you can't win them all? The YFZ 450 from Yamaha. For a limited time, get special financing on all new Yamaha ATVs.
See Larson Cycle in Cambridge and the Hitching Post in South St. Paul.
Some of the guests who appear on the Race Show will receive the famed Pit Crew Party Pack, courtesy of Jack Daniels. Jack Daniels on board as a sponsor of the Race Show again this year. And the Pit Crew Party Pack, among other things, contains this great-looking Jack Daniels T-shirt. Jack Daniels Pit Crew Party Pack will go to select winners or guests, depending on how you look at it, on the Race Show. Stay tuned in future weeks, because coming before long, we're going to have details on a Jack Daniels sponsored contest. We'll be giving away Jack Daniels die-cast cars, and also, as part of an overall contest, you can register to win the chance to sit in the Jack Daniels suite at Elko Speedway on Nextel Cup Night. How about that? So we'll have details within the next week or two here on the Race Show. Back on the Race Show, I'm Rob Hahn. As you know, rock and roll has its sting and Cher, and racing has its Cletus. The person known by simply one name, Cletus, joins us in our studio. It's good to see you again.
It's good to be back.
Yeah, it's good to see you here at Elko. You had to serve a little suspension toward the end of last season. Now back. Are you on probation? Do we know that?
Well, I'm sure that I'm always on probation, but
You're probably up to, triple or quadruple secret probation.
Secret, double, at least double secret probation.
Well, let's flash back real quickly and tell us what happened to put you in your sentence, or on your sentence.
I wasn't last year, sometime in the middle of the summer, I guess. I wasn't real happy with the outcome of the start of a race and a certain driver.
Would that be the Asphalt Assassin?
That, you are correct. That would be the Asphalt Assassin. I think the green came out and he never got on the gas, which crashed pretty much everybody behind him, and he was on the outside pole, so I got a little frustrated and wanted him to know that I wasn't too happy with him. Terry had let me know that
he wasn't too happy with you, right?
Right. And Terry said, well, if you take a swing, I'm going to have to get you out of here. And I said, start writing up the paperwork because I'm gonna.
So, our own Muhammad Ali.
Yep.
Very, very nicely done. Let's flash forward to this year. You're working with Jonathan Island, who had an incredible night out, his first time in a late model, finishing second 2 weeks ago in the feature race.
Yep, it was a good, for fresh out of the box. We practiced on Thursday. We had the track running from noon to 4. Came out, that whole session went good. Stayed around and practiced a little bit that night. Still seemed to be good. Got the car a little bit better. And, I mean, for right out of the box, we couldn't ask for nothing more.
One thing he told us after finishing second, which we ended up having to cut from our show last week, is that he learns everything from you. And I said, be careful. I'm not sure he wants to learn everything from you.
Yeah, I wouldn't take up some of my bad habits. But as far as racing goes, yeah, I taught him a lot, and he's a heck of a learner. I mean, he works on that car every night of the week. He's out there doing something, whether it just be polishing or cleaning it. But, I mean, he's always given an A for effort on fabricating and stuff. He became one heck of a little fabricator, so.
What sort of things do you tell him specifically as he's made the jump from the sportsman class now to those super late models?
You know, this year, I mean, we're not out to prove anything. I mean, we ain't out here to be the dominant force. We just want to run good, keep out of wrecks, you know, keep the car in one piece. And this year is just about taking notes, you know, and then next year maybe run for a championship, whether it be here or, you know, somewhere in Wisconsin or whatnot.
And both you and he have told us already this year that your plans are kind of to travel around, wander a bit, but you're going to be here for the big shows.
Yep, we'll be here for like the Mars race and then this summer series deal, and then we're going to run a little Wisconsin Challenge series, some Mars races, of course, and then the Mid-Am, we're going to do all 4 races here for the Daytona trip, and then there's a separate little Mid-Am points at Madison, 3 races, I believe, that we're going to definitely do. He likes that track a lot, so.
It's unfortunate that Mother Nature got the best of last Saturday at Elko. We had 32 late models, super late models, for the first round of the Minnesota Late Model Challenge Series. You've got to love that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, more competition, the better. And, I mean, our cars seem to be pretty good tonight, or last week.
Yes, yes. See, you're getting the hang of it real quickly.
Yep.
What are some of your personal goals for this year working with Jonathan?
Well, I mean, to run good. You know, I mean, we don't want to be running around the back, but, I mean, every time that we come here, I want to run, you know, up in the top 5 is our goal. You know, I mean, just make us better as a team, that if we can come here every once in a while and just still remain to run up front, it's good. You know, I mean, this week was going to be a true test to see if we didn't screw the car up too bad during the week, trying to make changes better, because it's a whole new ball game to me. I haven't worked with late models that much, you know.
That's a real optimistic approach. You know, we're trying not to screw the car up anymore.
Right, yep. I mean, now you find that every little 16th of an inch makes a difference, you know, and you can go one way or the other, you know, so.
Was there any concern after that successful first night out that you had to settle him down a little bit, or might have to settle him down, that his expectations now might be so high, having done so well?
No, I don't think so. I mean, he's got a pretty good head on his shoulders. You know, he's a heck of a little wheeler, and if anything, you might have to calm me down and say that.
I've never known that to happen.
Yeah, I know. But, I mean, I don't ask a lot of him, you know, just to, I mean, he's a good driver. That's all there is to say about it. You know, I mean, he can go out there. I mean, he impressed the heck out of me Friday when we were shaking the car down, I mean, or Thursday. And he was out there, and in 5 laps, he's burying her in the corner, and I'm like...
Now, it's fun to watch these rookie drivers who really get it right out of the box and then watch them improve. So we have high expectations for both of you. Now, is it true, before we wrap here, that Conrad Jorgensen, who you used to work very closely with, stood up at a driver's meeting at Elko a couple weeks ago and said, for anyone who wanted to listen, you were not spotting for him this year?
Yep, I'm sure of that. You know, he likes to wash his hands. He's got a whole new little program going over there that seems to be working out pretty good, so I'll keep my nose out of his.
You're always the butt of someone's joke, aren't you?
Yeah.
Cletus, who allegedly also goes by the name of Kurt Barfnick on occasion, joining us on the race show, and thanks.
Thank you.
We'll be right back.
That's fun for everyone all summer long at your Elko Speedway. The NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series racing every Saturday night. The Budweiser Super Late Models and Elko Sportsman. The Coca-Cola Thunder Cars and AC Delco Power Stocks. Plus specials all summer long. The AC Delco Super Summer Series. Next Top Drivers Night. The ASA 300 and 4 E's of Destruction. On the web at GoElkoSpeedway.com or call 952-461-RACE for tickets and information. Fast fun for everyone. Only at your Elko Speedway. Be there.
Chris Clark from Elko Speedway joins us in our new studio, high atop the main grandstand at Elko Speedway.
Beautiful place up here, by the way.
It really is. If we could keep Mother Nature on our side a little and get rid of these rainouts, huh? This weekend at Elko Speedway, the Heritage Tribute Night. You've been working on this for months. It's going to be a great night. Among other things, we'll have NASCAR legends Bobby Allison and Ned Jarrett on hand. The first class of the Elko Hall of Fame will be inducted. What are you looking forward to as you think ahead to this weekend?
I think it'll be just great to see all the old guys that are coming back. We've had a great turnout of guys that say, we wouldn't miss this for anything. Guys that raced here 40 years ago, 30 years ago, 20 years ago, 10 years ago. They're all coming back. It's going to be a big party night.
Nice. Yeah. And you know how to enjoy a good party from time to time, don't you?
I've been known to.
Yes. It's not just those cigarettes that give you that raspy voice. I think one of the great things about the Hall of Fame is that it really spans the generations of racers and participants here at Elko Speedway. We have some who are still active. Kenny Walstead on the flag stand. At least some would say he's still active.
Partially.
And Jeff Martin in the super late model division, if he and his crew, Greg Larson, listen up, get that car ready and get it out here on time. But you've got them, and then you go way back to the origins of Elko Speedway 40 years ago.
You certainly do, and of course the fans at Elko voted on it, and I have to give them a lot of credit because they didn't vote for necessarily just the people that they know over the last 10 years or the last 15 years here. They voted for some real people that had a lot to do with Elko Speedway and the success that this track has had.
And I don't even think there were any allegations of hanging chads in these
There was a couple of chads on the list that we wanted to hang, but no, the voting was all right there.
Now, I've been warned to, watch my political comments on this show, so all of a sudden you see my lips moving.
Oh, that's part of the new Rob.
And no voice or no audio. It's not just that I'm trying to impersonate a lawyer or something. That old joke, when's a lawyer lying when his lips are moving?
When they move.
So hopefully, I'll keep it under control here. Ned Jarrett and Bobby Allison, obviously, I would say the highlights of Heritage Tribute Night, May 21st, this Saturday at Elko. I've had some great conversations with both of them in advance of this, and I'm really looking forward to having them here on, not only at Elko, but on the race show as well.
They're truly the good old boys.
Yeah.
If the term is used loosely in auto racing, the good old boys. Well, these two guys are the epitome of the good old boys. I got a letter from Ned Jarrett about his stop here and looking forward to it and whatever. And, he had the letterhead was from the desk of, it was handwritten. Wouldn't know there is such a thing as a computer. It doesn't have email, anything like that. And that's what those guys are all about. And they're all about auto racing and the roots of auto racing, and they fit so well with the Hall of Fame night.
And one thing I really like about them, we could go on and on about, different things we admire that we, enjoy associating with them. But they were part of NASCAR before it exploded. And I don't think they ever, despite their successes related to racing after their driving careers ended, and particularly Ned's being really a star in the broadcast booth, they've never lost touch with the average fan.
Not at all. And if you look at Bobby Allison in the stories and his struggles after Davey died and the marriage separation or the ending of the marriage and then being remarried.
Yeah.
And that whole situation, it's just, again, that's another chapter of the good old boy.
Right. And for those who might not know, he divorced from his first wife and then remarried her a couple years later. They kind of had different ways of grieving after Davey was killed in the helicopter crash. And after a while, I think got back together and are, enjoying each other's company again today. Ned Jarrett still loves, and he said he's asked more than anything about. I mean, here's a former champion. He's got a great broadcast history. But what do you think people ask him about most? It's that day in Daytona when Dale held off Dale for his first Daytona 500 victory, and Ned was in the booth with CBS at the time.
Incredible call. I mean, just that last half lap, hearing Ned Jarrett and his voice cracking, and it was all about father-son at that time. And Ned Jarrett has done some great things in auto racing that people forget about because of that call.
My hair is rising as we speak because it was a great call, and I was so angry because I love Dale Earnhardt. And I'm like, this is going to be his year, this is going to be his year, and I'm like, no, he's not going to win it, no, he's not going to win it. But to see Ned and to hear him make the call, and then they flash to Ned's wife, whose name I think is Martha, and she doesn't look like, she looked like she hadn't taken a breath of air in the last 2 laps, it's just, it was so neat. I think Ned went out of his way during his broadcasting career to almost avoid talking about his son, Dale, so there wasn't the suggestion that he was favoring him. And I don't think Dale Jarrett sometimes got the credit he deserved from his dad, because his dad was almost too nice of a guy.
Absolutely. When he first started his broadcast career, I think Dale was kind of known to say, this is the top 5, and my son Dale is running 15th to do it. You know, they got him off of that, and I got a feeling they had a network meeting on that at one point. But
network meetings.
Yes, he's always been proud of his son, obviously, and we have the 2 guys, I think, in auto racing that I've used the word epitomize. I got to use it again because it's all about family. When you think of the Jarretts and Ned and the 2 boys racing, we forget that there was a second son also in auto racing. And then you think of the Allison family, the Alabama gang, and it don't get no better than that.
No, and it won't get any better, at least this week, than Saturday night at Elko Speedway. Chris Clark from Elko joining us. I think you passed the audition.
Thanks.
Good.
How about the Jack Daniels party kit?
Pit Crew Party Pack?
Yeah.
Just for asking, I think we'll give it to you.
All right.
Thanks.
Thanks.
We'll be back right after this on The Race Show. Some of the guests who appear on The Race Show will receive the famed Pit Crew Party Pack, courtesy of Jack Daniels. Jack Daniels on board as a sponsor of The Race Show again this year. The Pit Crew Party Pack, among other things, contains this great-looking Jack Daniels T-shirt. Jack Daniels Pit Crew Party Pack will go to select winners or guests, depending on how you look at it, on The Race Show. Stay tuned in future weeks, because coming before long, we're going to have details on a Jack Daniels sponsored contest. We'll be giving away Jack Daniels die-cast cars, and also, as part of an overall contest, you can register to win the chance to sit in the Jack Daniels suite at Elko Speedway on Nextel Cup Night. How about that? So we'll have details within the next week or 2 here on The Race Show. Wow, all that in one short half hour. Time flies when you're having fun. Another episode of The Race Show in the can. My thanks to the Big O and Bluff Morgan behind the camera. I'm Rob Hahn. We'll see you again next week.
It's not your usual brand of entertainment.
Every weekend, an unforgettable X-Files is reborn.
Do you believe in the existence of extraterrestrials?
Every weekend, a chance to relive it from the beginning.
What the hell is going on here, Mulder?
An elaborate conspiracy against the American public.
Every weekend, another classic X-Files.
No government agency has jurisdiction.
For a newer car.
The preceding was a paid presentation. The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management or ownership of KSTC.
Creativity is power. It's preparing a plated masterpiece with passion and technique. As a student of culinary arts at the Art Institutes International, Minnesota, you'll learn to refine your talent and gain an education that's rooted in the real world. For more information, call the Art Institutes International, Minnesota at 1-800-815-2330. That's 1-800-815-2330.
If you're a high school student who sees education as a way out of adversity, opportunity awaits you. The Horatio Alger Association offers the country's largest scholarship program tailored for young people in need who have faced and overcome great adversity in their lives. You can reach us at www.horatioalger.com.
The tradition of high school sports is now on Channel 45. Get the story behind the highlights on 5 Eyewitness News High School Sports Wrap. Saturdays at 5:30 on 45. You're watching KSTC TV, Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Yamaha ATVs. The race show is also sponsored by Elko Speedway, Bumper to Bumper and Champion Auto Stores, Jack Daniels, Justice Brothers, and Kharkov Vodka. Now, from the race show suite atop the main grandstand at Elko Speedway, here's your host, Rob Hahn.
For something a little different today, I thought we'd shoot some of the segments from our new broadcast location high atop the main grandstand at Elko Speedway during some actual races. So if I have to yell a little, it's only because the cars are racing and kind of loud behind me. Welcome to another episode of the Race Show presented by Yamaha ATVs. I'm Rob Hahn, publisher of Minnesota's Racing Connection. In just a few minutes, NASCAR legends Bobby Allison and Ned Jarrett will both join us in studio on the Race Show. But first, let's take a quick look back to last Saturday. Back on the race show, high above the main grandstand in our new studio here at Elko Speedway. And there's a small part of me that almost wishes we were in one of our two previous locations, because I think Ned Jarrett from your early days with ESPN could probably appreciate some of our rustic surroundings of the past couple of years. You probably had some unique studios during those early years of ESPN's broadcast.
Yes, we did. In fact, this is really, really nice compared to some of the ones that we had back in those days, in particular North Wilkesboro, North Carolina. But it was very tight, had 3 people working in the booth, and didn't have room really for the support people that we needed on broadcast.
What do you think about the way the broadcast has changed in the last 20 to 30 years? Do you like the way that Fox and NBC have handled the production?
Well, certainly they go about it differently than ESPN did and CBS when I was working with them. They look more at it as an entertainment type deal as opposed to ESPN in particular. They just wanted us to call the race the way that it was, and that's it, and no side entertainment type programming involved. And I guess to generate new fans, maybe it needs to be this way. There are still some of the old fans that would love to see it back the way that it used to be, but things do need to change and take it to new levels. They have a lot more technology in the sport now than we had back then.
Yeah, it's amazing. Before we go any further, I don't want to forget to ask, I was hoping we could break some news on our show this week, and you probably have the insight. Is your son Dale ever going to drive the big brown truck?
Well, you know, he's getting closer to that.
Yeah.
He has told them that he has decided to, so they're running it through the wind tunnel and doing a lot of things, so who knows where that's going. Oh, it's been a fun deal.
Yeah. Let's talk about Dale, and obviously when we spoke previously on the phone and you talked on the track at Elko, everywhere you go, people want to talk about that day in Daytona, and why not? Because it was such a great moment, obviously for you and your family, but for the whole racing nation, if you will. What was going through your mind? Can you recall in that final lap leading up to, the pass and then, the eventual win?
Well, the producer, that was the CBS telecast, and he had the presence of mind to pull some pieces together that could make it a human interest story. I didn't know that all of this was going on. They found my wife down in the van in the pits, behind the pit wall, and of course they normally, towards the end of the race, they don't have a camera in the booth where they could show the announcers. And so they had done that, and he had told the other announcers, Ken Squire was the anchor person, and told him that Dale Jarrett should take the lead from Dale Earnhardt for he to back off, that they'll let me call the last lap. And the late Neil Bonnet was working with him. He told him the same thing. So he had the ability to talk to each individual announcer in their headset. And I didn't know they told him that. So when Dale Jarrett did take the lead going into turn 1, he came onto my headset and said, okay, Ned, they call your son home, be a daddy. Well, I went from being supposed to be a professional announcer to being a dad. And that's what they wanted. I had no idea what was going to come out. I just, was proud of seeing my son pass the greatest race driver in the world, Dale Earnhardt, to win the biggest race, the Daytona 500. And it being Dale Jarrett's first win, he went on to win it 2 more times after that. But it was such a special moment for us. you know, we all like to see our children do good things and things better than we did for myself. I never won the daytime title. So it was a very, very special moment, and especially for it to happen on national television.
Yeah. If someone sat down in Hollywood, I don't think they could have scripted something better. And I think what some of the joy, most of the joy, was just hearing your, you know, the proud sounds in your voice as you called them home. It was great, and you know, we thank you as NASCAR fans for that. I want to talk just a little bit more in the time we have about some of your, you know, the races that you saw as a broadcaster. We were talking off air about the final race of the 1992 season in Atlanta. You had the King going out, a young kid named Jeff Gordon making his first Cup race start, and then you had this incredible points battle with Davey Allison and Alan Kawicki, among others. Of course, Paul Wicki went on to he finished second in the race, I think, but led enough laps to win the title. And then, of course, within a year, both he and Davey had passed much too soon. What do you think of him? What did that race mean for the sport?
I think it was one of the most important races, individual races, that the sport has had because of all the things that you mentioned. There were 5 people going into that race that had a mathematical shot at winning the title that day. And it boiled down, you know, Davey Allison was taken out in a wreck, but Bill Elliott was, he and Kawicki going back and forth. Kawicki did have to lead the most laps. He stayed out, didn't pit one time so that he could lead that number of laps to get those 5 bonus points. And it's so incredible with Richard Petty, his last race, and Jeff Gordon, his first race, who we didn't know at that time what Jeff Gordon would go on and do in the sport and how much it would mean to him. But that was a tremendous day for the sport of off-road.
As not only a broadcaster, but a former driver, former Cup champion, and presumably a fan, you had to really enjoy being part of that broadcast.
Oh, I'm so proud to have been able to be a part of the broadcast on ESPN that day, with all the things that were involved in that particular event.
There have obviously been so many changes as the sport continues to grow. Is there one or maybe 2 changes that you have really liked?
Well, I'm glad to see the sport going to other parts of the country. It was too concentrated in the southeastern part of the country. I'm from there and love that part of the country, but for it to grow, it needed to go into bigger and new market areas, and I'm glad to see that's happening because there are fans everywhere now. Television, of course, has helped to take the sport to a lot of other places and build new fans, and so that's one thing that's good. And I also appreciate the efforts that NASCAR has put forth as far as the safety of the vehicle. They've done a tremendous job over the years. They continue to work at it, and I think that's very important that they do. One thing that I am concerned about is that they've let the cars get, in my opinion, a little too aerodynamic for good competition. Now, they're working on that now and building the car of the future, they call it, which will be a little bit bigger greenhouse, take a little bit of the aerodynamics away. I think it will turn better racing.
It's been great to have you on the race show.
Thanks
for
very
your
much
time.
for having me.
Ned Jarrett, a living legend, with us on the race show. We're back right after this.
Who says you can't win them all? The YFZ 450 from Yamaha. For a limited time, get special financing on all new
RJ Sport and Cycle in Duluth and the Hitching Post in Hoskins. Encyclopedic Knowledge is sponsored by Elko Speedway.
We call Dan Plan the encyclopedia, but have added to that the encyclopedic curse, kind of a title that goes along with him. A couple of years ago, we determined that anytime he would feature a driver, seemingly that driver would run into some sort of trouble shortly thereafter. But since the Red Sox won the World Series last year, we thought maybe Dan could reverse his curse. So this week he catches up with Shannon Erickson, and we'll have some video to see if in fact that curse has been reversed.
Shannon Erickson's back running at Elko Speedway this year. Shannon, what'd you do in your 2 years off from racing?
Actually, we went go-kart racing up in Cokato. Me, my sister, and my 2 kids, and my second cousin, I guess he would be.
What brought you back to racing out here at Elko?
The love of the big cars. We just couldn't get away from it. We had to run the big cars.
And before the Sportsman, you ran the Thunder cars. How many years did you run in that division?
I think it was 6 or 7 years. Long time. Never won a championship. We got frustrated. We thought we were wrongly DQ'd for a couple of reasons, so we took a couple of years off, but once it's in you, it's in you. You got to be back racing, so here we are.
And your sister Jennifer raced against you for quite a while?
Yeah, she raced against me in the Thunder Cars and go-karting. We were in a different weight class go-karting, but we still raced together, so it was still a big rivalry.
Did you ever get teased when she beat you?
I can't recall her ever beating me.
What are your goals for this year racing in the sportsman class?
Right now, I was running really well in the Thunder Car. I was hoping this year that to just hop in the sportsman, it'd be the same as it was in the Thunder Car, but it's a whole different animal, so it's going to be a learning experience for quite a while, I think, this year.
The first night out, it was pretty cold, and qualifying didn't really go the way you wanted it to either, did you?
No, it started the bad luck, and we haven't had much good luck since, so we're hoping to turn that around soon.
Rob seems to think I have a jinx on people, and I said I was going to talk to you on opening night, and then you ended up getting in the wall, so you blamed that on me.
All right, well, I'm glad you're talking to me now, and hopefully things go better.
Well, thanks again.
Thank you.
Man, Donnie was charging hard on me on the inside, and I thought the race was over, and I mean, he had a strong car, and I had a challenge from him and Lemke. I had to hold off both of them. It was probably the longest 50 laps I've ever run with the rain and everything, and I mean, we started out rough at the beginning of the year with DNF and stuff, but it's good to have a win under your belt now, you know, especially after that. I think he's got the cast iron headed motor, and on restarts and stuff, I had to be pretty stout because he had a good car, and he's a great race car driver. He's got a lot of laps out here. He's a veteran. I mean, I thought it was our race to lose at the end there, you know.
No, we needed a couple more laps probably than 2 to try and get it done again, and you know, it's tough when you're racing with the competition that you have out here. You know, it's not like you're going to just drive by everybody.
There have been some suggestions, criticisms, if you will, that you know, the single-file restarts have led to a lack of side-by-side racing. I think this feature tonight proved that wrong, that there was plenty of side-by-side racing at times.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of racing here. It's just some people choose not to race side-by-side out there. You know, they just prefer to drive in one spot, and that's it. And, you know, but this is a perfect track for side-by-side racing, and the restarts aren't going to affect that.
Let's start with how you're feeling.
Well, a little stiff tonight. That was a pretty hard hit there. I feel bad that we involved Brian in that little melee, but not much I could do about it.
What exactly happened, do you know?
It looked like the back of the flywheel broke, and it cut the back of the oil pan open and laid oil on everything.
How would this compare to some of the other bad wrecks you've had in your career?
Well, this is as bad as I can remember for quite a while, Rob. Obviously, when I crashed in '85, it was pretty bad and lost my leg, but this is as bad as it's been in 15 years, I'm sure.
Encyclopedic Knowledge has been presented by Elko Speedway, featuring the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series every Saturday night.
That's fun for everyone all summer long at your Elko Speedway. The NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series racing every Saturday night. The Budweiser Super Late Models and Elko Sportsman, the Coca-Cola Thunder Cars, and AC Delco Power Stocks. Slump bezels all summer long. The AC Delco Super Summer Series next Top Drivers Night, the ASA 300, and 4 E's of Destruction. On the web at GoElkoSpeedway.com or call 952-461-RACE for tickets and information. That's fun for everyone. Only at your Elko Speedway. Be there.
We're back on the race show. I'm Rob Hahn, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome to our broadcast studio NASCAR legend Bobby Allison. Great to have you here.
Great to be here, Rob.
The track, I think, the whole facility here has changed a little since you last visited Elko.
Well, really, of course, the racing surface is pretty much what it was. The hole in the wall over there used to be the exit over there is now closed up. But the grandstands and the new facility is really nice here.
You probably don't mind missing that memory or not seeing the opening in turn 1 after the bad wreck you had.
Yeah, you know, and I don't remember the wreck, you know, but I remember a lot of things shortly thereafter, you know, and long recuperation. Well, actually, I got right back racing, but raced with broken bones and stitches and that kind of things that I had to get repaired.
Was that a challenge for you? I mean, I heard you in a radio interview with Chris Hockey on K-Fan, and you said that you would race, you know, 4, 5, 6 nights a week sometimes in your career, but Cup always had to be the focus. Was it a challenge to balance the two, racing the short tracks and then racing Cup on Sundays?
Well, you know, the Cup on Sunday was really important, but the short track is where I earned the money to afford to be able to do the Cup racing in those days, and so it was really important that I did the short tracks anyway, and I could enjoy the short tracks. Where at the big track, you know, there was always the imbalance of equipment that you had to be concerned about, and a high dollar for everything about it. Even in those days, you know, the thing is escalated so much now, but compared to the income that we had in those days, the expenses were very high, and you know, you just had to really want to do it, and so I supported that by being here at the short track.
Was there ever a time where you did not love racing, or did you always just have a passion for it, even if it meant traveling all over the place?
I always had a passion. You know, I enjoyed the traveling. Got really used to sleeping in a bed besides my home bed a lot of nights a year, every year.
What about the famed Alabama gang, of which you were a member? A lot of people probably don't realize that you guys were actually from Florida.
Yes. You know, we went to Alabama and found racing territory that was just incredibly good for us at the time, and I moved there, and Donnie and I went the first trip up there, and we liked it, and went home and got Hero Red Farmer to come back with us, and Red moved there, and we made it our home, and then we would venture out from there to major events around the other parts of the Southeast, and we did really well. You know, we won. A lot of times we would run 1, 2, 3 in a major event, no matter where we went. And we pulled into Asheville, North Carolina one weekend, and Jack Ingram, who was a very great competitor his whole career, was there, and he said, "Oh, here comes that dang Alabama gang again."
And it just kind of stuck from there.
And it just sounded so good. I liked it right from the beginning.
We did a couple of phone interviews in advance of your appearance at Elko. One of the things I kept forgetting to ask and want to bring up now is the 1979 Daytona 500. You know, live broadcast, so it was, you know, monumental for the sport at the time, and then maybe you could tell me a little bit about what happened after the race.
Well, you know, I got behind early in the race. The three of us were in a spin-out earlier in the race, my brother Donnie and Cale Yarber and myself. There at the end of the race, Donnie had dominated the race all day long, but Cale was good at drafting on Donnie, and tried to slingshot by him and couldn't make it, so he turned into him and put him in the wall. And the two of them were sitting there wrecked, and I come by and see the wreckage. I see Donnie getting out of his car, so I knew he wasn't hurt too bad. So I went on around and finished the race, which was my job, and came back and stopped to see if Donnie wanted to ride. With that, Cale started yelling at me that the wreck was my fault. And like I said, I think I questioned his ancestry. And that seemed to get him a little bit worse riled up, and he ran over toward me and yelling some more, and I probably questioned his ancestry a little further. He hit me in the face with his helmet, which really stunned me and surprised me. And my face began to bleed, you know, blood was running down on my uniform, and I thought I have to get out of the car and address this right now or run from him the rest of my life. So I climbed out of the car, and you know, the TV cameras were on us and everything. And my version of the episode from there is I climbed out of the car and he went to beating on my fist with his nose. And, but
sounds like
to compound that even further, NASCAR fined us $6,000 apiece, which they used the money to make commercials that they still use today, and as of 3 weeks ago, they had grossed $53 billion off of it, but they haven't given us a commission or a royalty yet. But the other part of that whole story is I had finished 11th in the race, and I did not win enough money to pay a $6,000 fine. 11th in the Daytona 500.
That's amazing when you think of it.
Could not pay a $6,000 fine. So I had to pay the balance, a couple $1,000 balance out of my own checking account. And then later, NASCAR refunded the purse money that they had taken away. So Donnie got all his money back, and Dale got all his money back, but they still have $2,000 of my money.
Maybe you should call up the France family and remind them about that once in a while.
I may if I get a chance.
I like that. We could go on forever, but, you know, it's been great to have you in the studio.
Super.
Thanks a lot.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you. Bobby Allison with us on the race show, and we'll be back after this.
Question of the week brought to you by Bumper to Bumper and Champion Auto Stores. How many bones did Bobby Allison break in his feet during his bad wreck at Elko?
Who says you can't win them all? The YFZ 450 from Yamaha. For a limited time, get special financing on all new Yamaha ATVs.
See St. Bonnie Motorsports in St. Bonifacius and J&J Power Sports in Faribault. This week's Lapper feature is sponsored by Justice Brothers. Get your car running better with JB products.
It's been a while since we've run into Amy Woodward, sportsman driver and contributor to the race show. How's it going?
Been better.
Yeah. Well, you're graduated from college now.
Yes, I'm graduated. I don't know if I'm much smarter, but at least I got a piece of paper that says I am.
Well, the old me would have said that because you've had the opportunity to work with me on the race show, that you're smarter. But the new me will just say, I agree with you.
The new you, I'm a little scared.
It's kind of my new persona this year. Anyway, let's talk about racing. We're so nice that we're going to have you on the show here. First time you've been on all season, and we're giving you the Lapper Award.
I'm excited. At least I get an award for something, right?
Yeah, exactly. Cars in one piece, so you and your dad don't have to work too much.
No, it's not in one piece, but it's okay.
It is one piece?
Well, it's in one piece, but there's definitely things wrong with it, so.
Okay. What are your plans this year?
I'm going to be here until July 9th, and then that's about all, folks.
Well, congrats on the Lapper Award, and we'll get you on the show as a contributor again before long.
Oh, yeah, definitely have to contribute a little bit, because Rob needs all the help he can get.
Yes, that is true. That's the new me talking.
Nice.
Oh, it's great to be back in Victory Lane. My brother won a couple weeks ago, opener night, and it's about time I got back there.
Let's talk about those final couple laps. You had a good battle going for second, and then the 10 just dropped off the track. He was leading at the time.
He blew up, lost major fluid right in front of me, and I just lost control with him. So he was spilling oil, tranny fluid or something, and I got into it. Me and him slid together, and I just stayed in and kept going. So it's a pretty good battle, I guess, for the whole feature. So.
What sort of, maybe you can tell us a little bit about the relationship you and your brother Chase have. You obviously have both experienced success this year. Do you share a lot of information throughout the week and on race night?
At home, we work on the cars together. All our information is put into one, and we just go from there. His front end, he sets up a little different, I do a little different, but it's all driving style.
Is there a competitive spirit between the two of you?
Not really. Not at all. When we practice or anything, it's side by side, bumping and banging. We like to do that. So.
Do you enjoy it almost as much when he wins as when you do?
Oh yeah, exactly.
That is the best we could do. I didn't know if I had what it took to get by Chris Cooley all night, but I did it. I just kept on getting him little by little, and we pulled it off at the end. It was absolutely wonderful.
He paid you quite a compliment, saying that you two bumped a couple times, but it was good, clean racing.
Yep, that's right. No, that's all part of it. A little bit of bumping and banging, but in the end, nobody got very badly hurt.
And there was no sandbagging, right, with Carlander behind the two of you?
Well, I don't know. I sure hope he sandbagged, because he didn't bump me like he usually does, and I appreciate that, Matt.
We're going to have you on the show more. This seems to be a good omen. You know, you're in the studio 1 week and then in Victory Lane the next.
Sure was. This Minnesota Wellness Clinic race car was on fire tonight.
I think the lap traffic at the end got me. I thought I had a better shot at it. I wasn't sure what to do. Kind of messed up my entry, which screwed up the exit, which he was running me great on the outside. I thought it was a good, clean run.
It really was. You know, a little bumping here and there, but it didn't look like anything was one of those no harm, no foul type deals.
No foul. They got me sideways right before a caution came out. You know, I managed to hold on to the car. I heard the caution, so I let off, and a couple cars got around me, but I managed to hold on to the car. But other than that, it was really clean. I had a great time today.
What do you take from this race and apply to the future?
Well, this is my third race here. I haven't raced in 18 months. I got a lot of learning to do. It's seat time, it's a new car. Just keep making adjustments, just keep trying to plug away and hopefully get that trophy.
Steve Schultz now has won 3 features in a row to start the 2005 season in the sportsman class. So instead of talking to him,
on this week's show. We kind of put a moratorium on that. We thought we'd talk to the two experts behind his success so far this year, his two kids. What do you think of your dad's season so far?
Good.
Good? Now, you can say more than just good. You don't have to be so soft-spoken. What do you enjoy most about watching him race?
Winning.
Okay. What do you think the keys to your dad's success have been so far?
The good pit crew and family support.
Do you help him a lot with the car?
I go to the garage with them sometimes.
Who's your favorite columnist in Minnesota's Racing Connection?
My mom.
It was exciting. I wish I would have been able to track down Steve a little bit sooner, but we got a little tight towards the end of the race, and I thought if I hold the outside and make Dougie work on the bottom, maybe it'd burn up his tires and I could hold on to second, but still didn't come with my A game. I think it was an A- tonight.
You told us before it's got to be the A game to give Schultz a challenge.
Well, again, he started up front, which gave him 10 laps or whatever before I got to challenge him, but I think if we get him behind us, we should be able to hold him off.
How do you feel you've progressed in the class? It seems like now you're consistently up front, and that's got to be a combination of hard work and experience, but are there other factors that go into it?
Oh, no, I think we're more dedicated than we have been, because when you do well, you don't sit at home struggling about what you're going to do to get better.
Some of the guests who appear on the race show will receive the famed Pit Crew Party Pack, courtesy of Jack Daniels. Jack Daniels on board as a sponsor of the race show again this year. And the Pit Crew Party Pack, among other things, contains this great-looking Jack Daniels T-shirt. Jack Daniels Pit Crew Party Pack will go to select winners or guests, depending on how you look at it, on the race show. Stay tuned in future weeks, because coming before long, we're going to have details on a Jack Daniels sponsored contest. We'll be giving away Jack Daniels die-cast cars, and also, as part of an overall contest, you can register to win the chance to sit in the Jack Daniels suite at Elko Speedway on Nextel Cup Night. How about that? So we'll have details within the next week or two here on the race show.
That's fun for everyone all summer long at your Elko Speedway. The NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series racing every Saturday night. The Budweiser Super Late Models and Elko Sportsman, the Coca-Cola Thunder Cars, and AC Delco Power Skies. Plus specials all summer long. The AC Delco Super Summer Series, Nextel Cup Drivers Night, the ASN 300, and 4 E's of Destruction. On the web at goelkospeedway.com or call 952-461-RACE for tickets and information. Fast fun for everyone. Only at your Elko Speedway. Be there.
What a show, and it all goes by much too quickly. My thanks to everyone who appeared on the show today, some of whom will receive the famed Pit Crew Party Pack, courtesy of our sponsor, Jack Daniels. Special thanks to Bobby Allison and Ned Jarrett for their appearance on the race show. Bluff Morgan's behind the camera, the Big O back in the production studio, and I'm Rob Hahn. We'll see you again next.
Often, people in debt don't understand how bankruptcy and Chapter 13 work. That's why we offer a free consultation.
Race Show with Rob Hahn is presented by Yamaha ATVs. The Race Show is also sponsored by Elko Speedway, Bumper to Bumper and Champion Auto Stores, Jack Daniels, Justice Brothers, and Kharkov Vodka. Now, from the Race Show suite atop the main grandstand at Elko Speedway, here's your host, Rob Hahn.
On the race show today, in just a little bit, we'll hear from Mike Skaya. Yes, in fact, we will put our eye on Skaya for the first time this season. We'll also catch up with Amy Woodward, who then talks to Joey Garofalo. Can you follow that one? And the Encyclopedia will join us again before long. But first, welcome, incidentally, to the race show presented by Yamaha ATVs. I'm Rob Hahn, publisher of Minnesota's Racing Connection. First and foremost, let me tell you about the big contest that one of our sponsors, Jack Daniels, is putting on. You have to go to our website, nst1.com. Don't ask what that stands for. It's involved with one of our national publications, but nst1.com. Go there and you can register to win the chance to sit in the Jack Daniels suite at Elko Speedway on Nextel Cup Night. Does it get any better than that?
I think there's only one thing to say about that feature race. It was awesome.
Yeah. I don't know how it worked out, but it worked out good. But practice, qualifying, I don't know, it just seemed like the car wasn't getting out of its own way. And then come feature time, we made a couple adjustments, and we were right there. And we had Schultz and Neisches battling side by side, and I don't know, for some reason they must just use their tires up or something, and I just had my tires not as hot as them, and worked out to our advantage.
Let's talk about those final few laps. Maybe you can take us through them. Schultz obviously gave you a good run.
Yep, yeah, that's for sure. I was holding him down a little bit, and but you know, I mean, he was right there, and I thought for sure, I mean, he came, I saw him coming, and I knew that he was going to be right beside me before too long, and we were just able to hold him off and have a good, clean race, and which I really think that division needs this, you know, put on a show like this so fans, you know, recognize, or, you know, it's because they haven't been getting that many cars out here, and now they put on a heck of a show, and now everybody will be wanting to watch this.
You've not only raced here, but you've traveled as well. What does it say about the caliber of Elko drivers when so many are running so close up front in a mid-am race like this?
I mean, Elko, I'd say all their drivers got their stuff figured out. You know, I mean, if it's from going to one track to the other, I'd say by far Elko, you know, they got a couple of different tracks, Lake Geneva and stuff, they run their local, and I'd say Elko by far has got the best, you know, local competitors out there, and, you know, it's tough getting around these guys, you know, they do it every week, and we're just able to come out here and show them how to do it, I guess.
Is there much, if any, challenge going from a sportsman to a late model back to a sportsman? These things are a little bit easier to drive now that since the late model, but I don't know, actually I've been liking my late model better. I wish we could just take that thing and park and run the late model full time, but I mean, it's the late model we got to get used to a little bit more, but I mean, we're right there with that thing too, so we should be good for this year.
I knew we couldn't win them all. It's just fun when the mid-am guys are in town and some of the other guys come back and race. There's a lot of competition then, and winning that deal is pretty well-deserved.
What about those, take us through those final few laps? You know, you even took the lead, I think, a couple times on the backstretch in 3 and 4.
Yeah, we were sawing back and forth pretty good there. I was a tick tight getting in and couldn't pick up on the gas as well as I wanted to, so we were a little short on forward traction getting off, but I made a couple mistakes as a driver too, and that probably was one that cost me the win.
What types of mistakes?
I thought the corner came before it did at one time, and I wound up on the rhubarb, and you know, I pride myself on not making as few mistakes as I can as a driver, and that could be one that cost me.
Yeah, it was a good time. We just was hoping they was going to get a little better groove from Jonathan. We were just doing what we could not to hit him, and just happy to finish third.
How do you do it when you you know, you take some weeks off, then you come back, and you're always competitive when you're out here?
We've been doing it a long time, got a lot of experience, but it shows though, 'cause like Schultz is just a little bit better. You know, if we ran every week, we'd be better. It takes us all night to get to the point where we start off a little bit slower, but yeah, we're happy with that. Just doing it part-time.
From a driver's standpoint, how much do you enjoy a race like this where you have 4 or 5 people up near the front all battling for position?
Oh, I would rather have that. I mean, Schultz, we were talking about that tonight. I would rather finish second or third and have a good race than to run out front all night. It's a lot funner doing that.
This week's Lapper feature is sponsored by Justice Brothers. Get your car running better with JB products.
There are 2 things that we have yet to address this year on the race show. One is Notre Dame football. They'll start a new era in fewer than 100 days. Go Irish. The other thing we haven't done is put our eye on Skya. It's always with some trepidation that we do it because ever since he was bleeped on the show last year, we've had our censors crack down on me, of all people. Go figure. First time ever. Mike Skya joins us on the race show. And how's it going? Are you still racing?
I am still racing.
Is that what you call it?
Yeah, I'm trying to do a little bit of traveling just to see what else is out there. We're still happy when we come back here, so I mean, this is going to be our home track. We just want to try a few different things this year and just kind of expand a little bit, but it's wearing on a guy, you know, all this traveling and racing and stuff.
Is it what you expected?
Well, I thought I'd do a little bit better. We had a good weekend at Rockford the first weekend, and then we came here, broke a rocker arm, went down to Madison, had some fuel issues down there, so we really haven't had a good run. Today in the heat race, had a right rear tire going down, so our confidence is way down right now.
And that's rare for you. Yeah, low confidence, if anything. Now, how do the other drivers in the Mid-Am series adjust to some of your antics? Or have you changed? Are you like, do you have a new Skya? I've got a new me. Maybe you've got a new Skya.
I have got a new Skya out there. They don't even know who I am out there.
Well, You got to do something.
Right, exactly.
Before I forget, we're going to give you our Lapper Award. That's the award that comes courtesy of our friends at Justice Brothers. You know, use some of their products and maybe you can get faster and get to the front.
Okay.
The Lapper is, you know, duly named for those who sometimes fall behind.
All right. Well, okay.
So there's the challenge to you. But don't say we never give you anything when you come on the race show.
All right.
I mean, you've seen the class evolve, the sportsman class evolve. It's really Schultz's class here at Elko this year. Let's call a spade a spade.
Right.
Can these other drivers, you on occasion, maybe Bieber, maybe Nicias, maybe Doug Brown, give him a good challenge down the stretch?
Oh, sure. Schultz has just got his act together. He's got a good motor, good chassis, a good crew. Just some of these other guys, from what I see, they all have good chassis, good motors, good crew. It's just maybe experimenting a little bit, trying a few different things. I know Schultz, he just ain't straight funnel. You know, it's not textbook out there. It's try some stuff and see what happens. And that's what we've been doing, actually, and going backwards. But
I was going to ask you, I mean, when you find yourself kind of down on your luck, do you try different things on a weekly basis, and does that become the greater challenge?
Yeah, you would like to try different things. You know, basically what ends up happening is you go back, you bring out the old notebook, square it back up, because throughout the year you make so many adjustments, you forget that you might have put a wedge in on the right front, and you know, you start just tweaking the car all out. And I think that's actually what some of these guys do too, is they don't go back to square one when they were fast.
You like this Daytona challenge that Elko has going with the sportsman?
Well, I did when the idea came out, but
you'd like it if you were doing much better,
yes,
I think,
correct.
right?
Yep.
Okay. Any closing thoughts, parting shots?
No parting shots. Just like I said, we've tried some traveling, tried to see what other tracks are like. This is actually a really nice track. You know, there's more to be said about that, but this is going to be our home track eventually. So we just want to go try some things. People got the wrong idea that we're leaving on a bitter note. It's just experimenting and seeing what's out there.
Well, good. Glad to see you here in the studio.
All right, well, thanks for having me.
We didn't have to beat you once. Amazing.
That's great.
Sportsman, driver, sometime competitor, Mike Skyle with us. We're back after this on The Race Show.
Without a Yamaha ATV, you're not going very far. The Grizzly 660 Automatic from Yamaha. The only ATV with push-button front diff lock and four-wheel independent suspension. The Grizzly 660 Automatic. Where you go now is up to you.
See Waldock Sports in Forest Lake and 61 Sport and Marine Yamaha in Hastings. Encyclopedic Knowledge is sponsored by Elko Speedway.
I've talked so much on past occasions about the so-called encyclopedic curse that Dan Plan, otherwise known as the Encyclopedia, seemingly puts on the people he interviews. He interviews them and then shortly thereafter they seem to crash or something like that. Well, I'm here to tell you that I am taking it upon myself to get rid of the curse. I'm going to reverse the curse. So let's check out to see what Dan Plan has up his sleeve this week.
Darren Giles has been racing late models for about 5 or 6 years now. How's the year going so far for you?
It's going pretty good. Slowly but surely, we're starting to step up our program. We left with a good note last season, and it's just taking us a little bit to get the groove.
It seemed like last year you really started to get the hang of things, and this year it's really showing. Is there one thing that you've done that's made you pick up the pace?
For sure, the crew and consistency. That's would sum it up. The crew, Mike Moan and Billy Moan.
You notice you had Mike on your crew for a while now. How's that going? Is he able to bring some experience being a past driver?
Yes. Mike's very thorough, and Billy's very thorough. They're just a couple of good guys. I wouldn't be racing if not for them too. So I'm very fortunate.
And how's your dad involved? We see him around quite a bit. He always gives everybody a laugh.
Yeah, we kind of kicked him out of the pits and put him in the turn 4. But he helps once in a while. He just likes coming out and having fun.
So. You started out racing in a Cadillac in the Sportsman division. What'd you ever end up doing with that car?
That's out back. We're going to fix it up and put it in a museum or something. They won't let me race it here no more, so.
Your brother Dan also races. Can we expect to see him out here this year again?
Yeah, he's going to do some laps at Raceway and kind of get used to the car again, and I hope to see him probably a little after midway season.
What are your goals for this year?
Win a race. We got to win a feature. That's the main goal.
Well, good luck. We hope to see you again on the show.
All right, thank you, Dan.
You know, it was kind of disappointing last week, but that's how racing is, so you just live with it and come back and work harder next week.
I think there was some discussion in the pits from time to time that, you know, especially with the start that John Lemke had, that, you know, no one could really beat a car with a motor like his, but you not only beat him, you covered the whole field. Put it into layman's terms, what's the difference between your engine and the one like John runs?
The engine that some of the other guys use is an aluminum-headed engine, and they have to run a 2-barrel along with that, where ours is a steel-headed engine, and we get to run a 4-barrel.
And there's quite a difference in the cost, too.
Yeah, the steel-headed engine is quite a bit cheaper. You know, there's actually 3 different engines out here. There's 2 different aluminum-headed motors you can use, and one's really expensive, and the other one's, you know, probably about $6,000 more expensive than this one.
Yeah, it's the best run we've had so far in the super lates out here. Competition's just unreal. You know, top 15 cars are all rockets out here, and you know, to finish second behind Donnie, that's fine with me.
Let's talk about racing behind Donnie. Are you able to kind of pick up some tips from following him from time to time?
Yeah, after he got by me, I tried to follow his line a little bit, see if my car would work doing the same thing his was, and it worked. It just not quite as good as Donnie's car is working, so I went back up to the high side and just kind of finished the race out and run the second groove.
You had a real strong run opening night this year, and then obviously a strong run tonight. What's the key to success? Is it that you're able to focus, as you said, just on one car?
Yeah, it's just coming down to I got a lot of help, you know, with friends and family and support from everybody, and not running a super truck, you know, which has different tires, different steering box, all that stuff. That just kind of confuses you. So to be having strictly running this thing, that's the biggest thing out of everything.
Did you find some things tonight that you can take out and apply to the future and maybe be in victory lane before long?
Yeah, we got all kinds of notes in that feature, you know, as far as what the car was doing and things, and we'll change them and come back next week, and you know, hopefully we can be Donnie next week.
Not that we're putting pressure on you or anything, you know, but you know, we have high expectations for you.
Oh yeah, no, that's, you know, we started the year, we're happy anything within top 10. So far, you know, 6th and 5th and 3rd and 2nd. So, I mean, we're not taking for granted where we've been finishing. We're just going to keep working as hard as we have been. Be sure we kind of stay competitive top 10 car, and we'll be happy.
It's one of your strongest runs we've seen in a while. I have to be very happy.
Oh yeah, this new car has been real good for us, and just our attitudes, and you know, the crew's done a great job building this and making it go fast around the track, and I'm just the lucky one that gets to drive it. And you know, and just got to thank everybody that's helped us out building the new car, and you know, my sponsors that have stuck with me, and Anderson Air and Automax and Eye Care Associates, and then McCain and Associates. We got this year a new one that really helped us out with some finances, and it just helps to have all those things, and without all those things we can't have a car that works like this, and with them we do.
I thought one of the most impressive aspects of your feature run was not that you started in one place and held on to it, but you passed a lot of cars to finish 3rd.
Yeah, that kind of feels good, passing cars, and it's, you know, you gotta work hard at making the car work on both grooves at this track, and you know, we've learned a few things here in the last few weeks on this car, and they all kind of came together tonight, and it worked real good. You know, next week might be a different story, I don't know, but we'll see what happens. We like what's happening so far, so.
Encyclopedic Knowledge has been presented by Elko Speedway, featuring the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series every Saturday night.
So another boring Saturday night?
Get to the all-new Elko Speedway for a night of supercharged family fun. The Elko Speedway, redesigned with new grandstands, better seating, and 5 big-screen TVs capturing all the big races. Every Saturday, it's the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series. 4 high-powered classes of racing thrills. For more information, click on ElkoSpeedway.com. This Saturday, get to the all-new Elko Speedway, 30 minutes south of Minneapolis, 1 mile west of I-35 on County Road 2, Elko. Saturday night will never be the same.
We're back on the race show. I'm Rob Hahn, joined now by one of my favorite race show contributors. I say that only because you're sitting right next to me and you might hit me if I don't say something nice.
Of course.
Amy Woodward, sometime contributor to the race show, sometimes sportsman driver. It's good to have you in the studio.
Well, thanks. This is gorgeous.
Yeah, kind of nicer than our old digs in the basement with
Definitely
the toilet water running.
a lot better, yes.
We want to talk to you a little bit about women in racing. First, we'll get to your interview with Joey Garofalo in just a couple seconds.
Sounds good.
Women in racing, a big subject thanks to Danica Patrick, who competed in the Indianapolis 500. Is she the real deal, or is she just a marketing ploy?
I think she could be a real deal. I mean, obviously she qualified well. And to get to the Indy alone, you have to be a decent driver. I mean, I think she's the real thing.
I think she's great. She looks good, she drives well,
We
and she's...
definitely need more looking better drivers.
Now you just need to step it up on the track a little bit. I couldn't resist.
I see how you are.
I couldn't resist.
That's okay.
But, I mean, what do you think? I mean, what are some of the challenges that female drivers face?
There's a lot, actually. At the beginning, I think it probably is harder to get a sponsor. You definitely have to prove yourself. But just trying to prove yourself to fans, spectators, co-racers, announcers, I mean, you have to prove that you're supposed to be on that track. And, you know, maybe eventually someday it will be where guys and girls, 50-50, complete even. You know, maybe someday, but right now it's a lot harder just because you have to prove yourself a lot more than the average Joe out on the track.
That opposed to the average Jane on the track. You don't have to prove yourself as much to her. Have you formed bonds with other female racers in your career? Or do you find that you just kind of mingle with everyone?
Definitely mingle with everybody, but I think there's a stronger bond with the females. I mean, Carrie S. is one of my best friends ever, and there's been other girls that I've ran dirt track with. But I mean, you just know how it feels to be out on that track. You know that that stupid number, whatever car took you out on purpose. You know, it's that bond that you have with another girl because it's a struggle for all of us. But as women, it's just a tad bit harder, but we don't mind. We like a challenge.
Good, and we'll look for your continued progress on the track as well, right?
Definitely.
Now, on to your piece with Joey Garofalo. Before we get to it, I want to say that I had a gentleman's bet last year with Dan Plan, the encyclopedia, that Joey would win one feature.
Okay.
That's the side I took.
Okay.
I lost the bet. So I'm going double or nothing this year, and hopefully your interview will shed some light on whether he's on his way to winning his first feature.
Joey definitely deserves it. He's ready.
Well, let's roll tape.
So with the Thunder Cup division, we've noticed that the Reavers crew and, of course, Carlander and all those guys are running up pretty up in the front this year. How do you feel? You know, you're right there with them. What do you think it's going to take to get you in front of those guys this year?
It's going to take a lot of hard work. You know, them guys have been racing for a while, and to come in here and try and beat them, whoop up on them it's almost unheard of. So, I mean, they're really good competitors. They're really fast, and it's going to take a lot of hard work and a lot of time, a lot of practice. And then hopefully I can get up there and race with the boys. I'm just a little slower than them right now, but I'm pretty close.
So what else besides racing your car are you in with?
Racing my car, I pit crew for Steve Mergic. I help him out on his car as much as I can when I can. And also on Sunday nights, I pit crew for Steve's son, Nick Mergic. He races the short track route at Raceway Park.
So with you helping the Mergics, obviously, how do you think that helps you out as a driver and also with your car working on your car itself?
Well, it helps me out as a driver as I get a lot of information, a lot of data from Steve. He's been racing for 30 years now, as long as I've been alive, so he's pretty much seen most of everything and heard of almost anything. So if I have any questions that's stumping me, he usually can help me out pretty good with it. And as far as, you know, with the pit crews and stuff with my race car, if I have any serious traumas, if I smash my car pretty bad, it's nice to know I got, you know, 5 or 6 good hard-working guys that would be willing to, you know, help a hand to get it back together.
With a really tight class like the Thunder Cars, I mean, like I said, obviously everybody's pretty much up there. How do you think that affects the drivers? Like, you guys are pretty well able to go up and talk to anybody. Do you feel a little tension? How do you think it feels like just in the pits with the drivers?
Myself, it's pretty relaxed. You know, I talk to Carlander, I talk to Reavers, talk to Moreland, I talk to pretty much every guy out here. You know, they're all really good guys. You know, in the pits, however, it's one thing. As soon as you get those helmets on, it's, you know, there's no friends out there. You got to do what you got to do, and everybody knows that. But we all get along good. You know, it's a real nice division. It's very competitive. A lot of good cars, and yeah, it's probably one of the most competitive divisions as far as car count and how close everybody is for lap times and everything out of anywhere in Minnesota, I'd say.
So what about the future, the rest of this year, even next year? Do you see yourself staying with the Thunder Cars, or do you see yourself progressively moving up? What do you think you're going to do?
I'd like to say, well, this year I'm going to stay in the Thunder Cars. You know, opportunity come along. You know, I'll probably run Thunder Cars maybe next year. I'd like to actually do really good in the division. actually be one of the top runners before I jump up, because then I feel I'm ready for the next level, rather than just spend a year in a division and then move up. So probably maybe race, well, we'll see how things go towards the end of the year, this year. But I'm thinking maybe it'd be nice to move up to maybe raceway late models or even Mid-America cars out here race against you. That'd be a lot of fun.
You'd be so lucky. All right, well, good luck, Joey.
Ted Reavers won his third feature in 4 attempts in the Thundercar division last Saturday at Elko. In second was a close closing Chris Moreland. You almost caught him there at the end.
Yeah, I just didn't have enough for him. Teddy's a heck of a wheeler, and I'm glad it was him, but anybody else, so.
Nonetheless, for you, I'm sure you're glad to run up near the front this week.
Yeah, it's a good run. You know, we had a tough year last year, and we've been coming back strong this year, so hopefully we can just keep it going.
What have you hit on in this race that you can stick with?
What was that?
In terms of a setup, or what have you found that's really working well that you're going to stick with and then improve upon on?
Well, you know, I mean, the track just changes every week, and you just got to stay on top of your game and just keep up with the changes.
Now, what about this Donnie Reavers crew over there kind of heckling you, saying, you know, cheater? No respect at all.
Yeah, they give me some crap every now and again, but they mean well.
4th place finish in the feature, equaling your best of the year, which was a 4th place on opening night. Pretty good, strong run.
Yeah, it was fun. I thought I could have had a second tonight. I didn't think I could beat Reavers, but I thought I could have hung on to second. Car started pushing at the end, and I just couldn't hang on to it.
The good thing, though, is you're not only finishing 4th, but you got to run up front for quite a bit of the race.
Oh, yeah, that's fun to be up there. See nothing but air and no back bumpers. It's kind of nice.
You don't have to worry about anyone, you know, wrecking in front of you?
No, and even if somebody was tapping me, I'm not even sure. But it wasn't hard enough that it was squirreling me up, so I don't even mind that.
What do you enjoy most about racing Thunder cars?
It's the guys I run with. I mean, it's a fun bunch of guys, you know, and we're allowed to do more things with our cars, I think, than other classes have. More specific rules, put it that way, than we do. We can use our imagination a little bit. It's kind of fun.
With 2 4th place finishes so far this year, do you feel that a feature win is close at hand?
I sure hope so. Yeah, I do. Yes, I do.
What do you do now? You've got a pretty good, strong car. Where do you think you can tweak it to get up beyond 4th?
Handling. I think I got enough engine. Is just handling. We've been working with it every week, and we'll get it. We'll get it. Can I thank my sponsors real quick?
Go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to thank Garrell Brothers, Major Transport, Kubish Realty, Napa, City Club Bar. Who am I forgetting?
Now, if you were John Lemke, you would have worked it in right away, but hopefully you haven't forgotten anyone.
I should have. Meyer Drafting and Design, Preble Auto Body. Okay, I think I got them all.
Very good.
The question of the week is brought to you by Bumper to Bumper and Champion Auto Stores. Which driver at Elko has the most feature wins this year?
Without a Yamaha ATV, you're not going very far. The Grizzly 660 Automatic from Yamaha. The only ATV with push-button front diff lock and 4-wheel independent suspension. The Grizzly 660 Automatic. Where you go now is up to you.
See Beeline Yamaha Sports Store in St. Cloud and XL Motorsports in Coon Rapids.
Some of the guests who appear on the race show will receive the famed Pit Crew Party Pack, courtesy of Jack Daniels. Jack Daniels on board as a sponsor of the race show again this year. And the Pit Crew Party Pack, among other things, contains this great-looking Jack Daniels t-shirt. Jack Daniels Pit Crew Party Pack will go to select winners or guests, depending on how you look at it, on the race show. Stay tuned in future weeks, because coming before long, we're going to have details on a Jack Daniels sponsored contest. We'll be giving away Jack Daniels die-cast cars, and also, as part of an overall contest, you can register to win the chance to sit in the Jack Daniels suite at Elko Speedway on Nextel Cup Night. How about that?
Jeff Partington won another Power Stock feature, and Scott King was right there in second place.
Yeah, another time.
I don't know. Second place is just the beginning of the first losers, so.
Hey now, we're optimists on this show.
I know, I am too. It's tough to beat Jeff. He's pretty fast. You know, he's won 10 of the last 12, so.
That is really an amazing accomplishment. I mean, you've had your fair of success out here, but I mean, 10 out of 12, what do you think when you think of those numbers?
I don't know, he set the benchmark pretty high, so I guess we're all going to have to take a step up, so.
How is the car, and what are you going to have to do to get to that next step, in essence, beat Jeff?
I don't know, maybe claim his motor.
Ooh, a little suggestion here. What about the car itself, your car? I mean, how do you feel it's coming around so far this year?
Really good. I'm joking about that fast deal, but no, since we built this new car, we're real happy. We've had top 10 finishes all season, so I think we're starting to peak at the right time. So our turn will come.
What are some of your goals for this remainder of the first half of the season and then beyond?
Well, we're shooting for a mid-season championship and try to win some features. See what happens.
Are you looking at chasing another title?
We'll see how that rolls out.
So another boring Saturday night.
Get to the all-new Elko Speedway for a night of supercharged family fun. The Elko Speedway, redesigned with new grandstands, better seating, and 5 big-screen TVs capturing all the big races. Every Saturday, it's the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series. 4 high-powered classes of racing thrills. For more information, click on ElkoSpeedway.com. This Saturday, get to the all-new Elko Speedway, 30 minutes south of Minneapolis, 1 mile west of I-35 on County Road 2, Elko. Saturday night will never be the same.
Wow, imagine that. We made it through the whole episode and we didn't have to bleep Mike Sky out once. Miracles never cease to exist, do they? My thanks to the Big O back in the studio, Robin Harris behind the camera. I'm Rob Hahn, and we'll see you again next week.
Birth control. Last but not least, does the patch stay on? You bet. Shower, swim, workout, the patch stays put. Want to simplify your life? Talk to your healthcare professional so you can be smart about your body and smart about your birth control.
He's suave, sophisticated, and sexy.
Bubba's no match for me.
Doug Heffernan is the King of Queens.
Monday through Saturday at 6 on 45. Don't miss out on your chance at one of Channel 45's favorite things of summer, beginning in June and only from Channel 45. You're watching KSTC TV, Minneapolis, St. Paul.
The Race Show with Rob Hahn is presented by Yamaha ATVs. The Race Show is also sponsored by Elko Speedway, Bumper to Bumper and Champion Auto Stores, Jack Daniels, Justice Brothers, and Kharkov Vodka. Now, from the Race Show suite atop the main grandstand at Elko Speedway, here's your host, Rob Hahn.
The verdict is in, and Michael Jackson will join us later today on The Race Show. Really? And so will Sugar Ray Ray Sandgren, Benny Van Cleve, Amy Woodward stops by, and so does Dan Plan, the Encyclopedia. All in 1/2 hour of The Race Show. Welcome, by the way, to The Race Show, presented by Yamaha ATVs. I'm Rob Hahn, publisher of Minnesota's Racing Connection. And before I forget, let me remind you once again, as I will continue to do for the next couple weeks, that you can register to sit in the Jack Daniels Suite on Nextel Cup Night, July 9th at Elko Speedway. Does it get any better than that? All you have to do is go to our website, nst1.com. Got that? nst1.com. It's showing on your screen right now. You fill out the appropriate information, and then you are registered to sit in the Jack Daniels Suite. You can hear the Hornets behind me. You gotta love that. And Jim Burns, too. You know, the great thing about sitting next to race control is I can yell, "Hey, Burns, keep it down." I don't think he heard me. I digress. Jack Daniels, a sponsor of ours, giving away those seats in their suite on July 9th for Nextel Cup Night at Elko Speedway. They also give away Pit Crew party packs to many of the guests who are on the race show. And because they're a NASCAR sponsor now, they have a new tagline. It's no longer just bottles and throttles don't mix. It's pace yourself, drink responsibly. Thanks to our friends at Jack Daniels. We've had Abbott on the show. Now it's time for Costello to join us.
Yeah!
Sugar Ray Ray Sangren.
That's it.
In studio.
Ready to go.
Stepping up to the plate or into the ring, as it were.
Well, we're ready to go.
If I'm going to call you Sugar Ray Ray, it better be a, boxing reference, right?
Well, I don't know.
Thunder car driver Ray Sangren. It's like I told Jerry Thompson with some hesitation that I invite you into the studio because you never know what to expect, but maybe that's what I like about the two of you.
Like the excitement. You like the challenge.
I do. Let's talk racing first, since the show is allegedly about racing.
We know better.
Yes, you do. You've got it dialed in. You had a good heat win and a pretty good feature.
Yeah, we think we're ready to take it on and really be a contender for this fight. And like I said, we brought a big gun to the showdown, and we're ready to go.
You shoot down that competition, right?
We're ready to do it.
You said you struggled early in the season. You got it dialed in now. What were some of the major changes or minor changes that you made?
We had a little bit of engine problems, but, that's in any kind of racing. And, but, with perseverance and absolutely a total commitment to doing this, you just hang in there and you do what you got to do to get out there. And we are committed. We are ready to go.
You mentioned, or I mentioned, Jerry Thompson. He's been on the show not once, but twice so far this year, thanks to his feature win the week after he was on the show.
Exactly.
So the pressure's on you.
Oh, we like pressure.
Let's talk about the relationship the two of you have. You've pitted next to each other for a couple of years. It seems that you have a good friendship and probably share a few tips here and there, right?
Well, yeah, and I mean, we all work together. And that's what it's all about, and any kind of a two-car combination there, if each other can help each other, I mean, it's unbeatable. Even in the NASCAR, the next tail, I mean, the car teams, they always say more cars as far as a team, the better you do because you work off of each other. And I believe that.
So you're saying you've got a heck of an R&D program.
We're working on it.
Yeah. You've been out here at Elko Speedway racing since 2000. This is your third year in the Thunder Cars.
Yep.
Are you as far along in the Thunder Cars as you'd hope to be?
Well, that's a tough class. Many times, you think, boy, should have stayed in that power stocks because that was a little bit easier. But, the challenge is there. The competition is there. And, when you do win, I mean, you do feel so much more better. I mean, that you really did something. You really worked hard to do something, And I love it, And it takes commitment. It takes years of time. Look at Reavers. I mean, he's been out here for how many years now? And, I mean, it really shows. It really pays off.
What do you learn? You bring up Reavers. What do you learn from drivers like Reavers and Carlander who have really paid their dues and it shows on the track? Are you able to take something from the way they run?
Well, it's I guess in anything, it's the hard work and commitment. It's out there every time you can get out there and working on that car. You're not just sitting around. You're working on that car up until your heat race or your feature race, and that's what it takes. Because there's no slouching in this class. I mean, it is all or nothing.
Let me put you in a best case or worst case scenario. Late in a feature race, and it's you and Jerry Thompson side by side, going into the final couple laps.
1, 2.
Okay. Any bumping and banging for the win?
If it takes that, we'll go for it. I'm the body man, so.
We have the prediction here. You want to thank some sponsors.
Heartland Wellness Clinic of Mid-America.
Go ahead.
Dr. David Wick, our lead sponsor, Wagerman Engines, which has really stood behind me even through the beginning of the first part of the year. Rogers Auto, Marv's Trailers, Winwick Cuisine, who cooked for us tonight, stir fry.
I don't recall getting any of that food.
We'll work on that next time.
And we've got a staff here too, okay?
Yes, I know.
They're hungry.
Yes, I know that. Cooper's Garage and BT Design. We just couldn't do anything out here without our sponsors.
Jeez, you're destined for the NASCAR circuit with that way.
Well,
covering your sponsors.
They have to come first, They have to.
You have to come first now, right?
Yes, it's my turn now.
Good luck.
Yes.
Sugar Ray Ray Sangren.
Thank you very much.
Always a pleasure, and we're back right after this.
All right.
The question of the week is brought to you by Bumper to Bumper and Champion Auto Stores. How many black flags were given during the super late model feature at Elko last Saturday?
Without a Yamaha ATV, you're not going very far. The Grizzly 660 Automatic from Yamaha. The only ATV with push-button front diff lock and four-wheel independent suspension. The Grizzly 660 Automatic. Where you go now is up to you.
See Cannon Falls Yamaha in Cannon Falls and the Hitching Post in St. Anthony.
At Richard Childress Racing and Jack Daniels, we have a great appreciation for cars and a greater appreciation for those who drive them. So when you're out drinking, make the right decisions. After all, when it comes to drinking responsibly, it's a black and white issue.
Encyclopedic Knowledge is sponsored by Elko Speedway.
Last week on this show, I declared an end to the encyclopedic curse. And in fact, Darren Giles, who was interviewed by our own Dan Plan, the encyclopedia, did spin out once in the feature, but, you know, he didn't wreck anything, and what's a spin every now and then? So the curse, we think, because of my declaration, is over. Let's see what Dan and A.J. Rhodes have to say about that this week.
A.J. Rhodes is back racing late models at Elko. What'd you do in your few years away from here, A.J.?
Well, I did a lot of the NASCAR Midwest Series, a little tour racing, a lot of traveling. Kind of saw the sights in the Midwest racetracks and whatever I could, I guess, you know. Had a lot of fun.
You started out here at Elko in your racing career?
Yep, I started out here, well, I think I was 13, wiping down late models after the races and cleaning them tire marks off. And I raced bombers for a couple years and Thunder cars, sportsmen for 2-3 years, I think. And I took off for a while, started racing other places, and came back.
Do you still have your NASCAR touring cars?
Yep, we have two of them. I have a speedway car and a short track car. We're just getting ready for the Raceway Park race right now. That's in, a month, I think. So we'll have that out here next Thursday testing for the Raceway race, and hopefully we'll be fast out there.
Your sister's been getting a lot of press lately. How's that work?
Well, it's tough for me. she's all over to that Danica Patrick deal. Made her famous, so. Molly, she works hard though, so she deserves it. She races hard and does a good job on her own. So.
Do you still help her out quite a bit with her operation then?
Not as much as I used to. She works out of my garage, and Brian Roach is her new crew chief, so he's a pretty smart guy. So he takes over on all that. I help a little wrenching here and there, but her and Brian pretty much run the whole program themselves. So it's a pretty good deal for her and him, you know.
Track's changed quite a bit since you ran here on a weekly basis. What are some of the bigger things that you've noticed since you're back running weekly?
Oh, man, the pits are impressive out here. The stands. It's a whole new fan base. It seems like, you know, a lot of clean-cut families out here and stuff. It's different. It's good to be back here.
What do you hope to accomplish racing this year in the super late models?
Well, so far I've had a pretty rough year. I hope to get a little faster. I'd like to win a race or at least run towards the front. You know, get my skills back to where I want them to be and get a little quicker, I think.
Well, good luck. We hope to see you again on the race show.
Well, thanks. Thanks for having me.
Donnie Reavers won another super late model feature at Elko last Saturday, so we thought we'd pass on interviewing him this week since we've heard a lot from him this season, and take a step down to second place. Jacob Gady, your best finish of the year is a good run.
Yeah, it was a really good run. We've had okay runs so far this year, and it feels really good to run up front with Donnie and everyone else up there. It's good to get a second place.
To be fair, your rookie season was very strong out here for the most part. You had some struggles last year, some struggles earlier this season. Do you feel you're kind of on the cusp of turning things around?
I hope so. This is a different chassis this year, and we've been working hard every week, just trying to get it to handle. And I think we finally starting to figure something out tonight, so it's good.
You able to share with us some of the things you've figured out, or are those top secrets?
They're top secrets.
What about the learning curve through your career in a super late model? Maybe you could describe how that's gone, the ups and the downs.
Well, at first, I ran okay, and it was a big jump coming from the quarter midgets, but I feel I didn't cause too much trouble my first couple years, and this year actually running at Raceway Park a couple times has actually really helped me out as a driver. I feel like I'm starting to figure this out, and I think it's helped me come along a little bit.
Where do you expect to be for the rest of the season this year? Do you feel now that you're in contention for a couple feature wins?
I sure hope so. That was our main goal for the last 3 years, was just to win one feature. And with a run like tonight, it seems like it might be possible. I really hope that's what we can do.
And let's not forget, this is the guy who almost beat Tony Stewart a couple years ago.
Yeah, we gave him a good run. I got to thank my sponsors.
Fire away.
Yep, Lake Town Electric, J&J Enterprise Drywall, Goose Lake Auto Parts, and HI Collision, and 3G Racing, and all my crew. Without them, we wouldn't be here every week, so.
What a difference 1 week makes. You spun last week and ended near the rear, and this week up near the front.
Yeah, we don't time in good, and tonight we were able just to draw for positions and made it up front. So finally we made it up front and away from the cars in the back, and able to just keep clean is the secret, and ran a good race.
You led for a while, and the 41 and 72 got past you, but then no one really had a car for you. What was the secret tonight to having the good car and making sure it handled properly?
Just having a good spotter, cheering me on, so to speak, telling me to breathe, and just run my own line, run my own race, and don't worry. So that was the key. Just don't outdrive yourself, I guess.
Earlier in the race, you and the number 17 had some contact. Lemke went spinning. He didn't really want to talk about it. At this point, maybe in your words, you can describe what happened.
The car was really working good in the bottom groove. We come into one, and I drove in good. I thought I had the good line. I had the inside groove, and I think he must have came down. I know I didn't push up, and we both got tangled, and I was able to drive away. And I didn't mean for anything to happen. It just we touched, I guess. Sorry, John.
Were you surprised at all that you were able to keep your spot? Did that concern you at all during the caution period?
No, I thought that I was in the right. I did not drive into him. It felt like he came down, so I felt it was a good call.
Encyclopedic Knowledge has been presented by Elko Speedway, featuring the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series every Saturday night.
So another boring Saturday night?
Capture the all-new Elko Speedway for a night of supercharged family fun. The Elko Speedway, redesigned with new grandstands, better seating, and 5 big-screen TVs capturing all the big races. Every Saturday, it's the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series. 4 high-powered classes of racing thrills. For more information, click on ElkoSpeedway.com. This Saturday, get to the all-new Elko Speedway, 30 minutes south of Minneapolis, 1 mile west of I-35 on County Road 2, Elko. Saturday night will never be the same.
It is with pleasure and excitement that I tell you once again we are welcoming back Car Cup Vodka as a sponsor on the race show. And with that sponsorship comes a reminder that you should stop into your favorite liquor store, look for the Car Cup Vodka Steve Merjic Racing display, and register to win free tickets to Elko Speedway all summer long. Got that? Car Cup Vodka, racing, favorite liquor store, register to win free tickets at Elko Speedway. Very, very simple. We will announce winners' names throughout the program in the following weeks. One of the new late models at Elko Speedway this year is Benny Van Cleve. You know, Clint Black is coming for a country concert on, July 23rd. If Elton John were to come in the future, maybe he could sing a new version of Benny and the Jets. It'd be Benny and the late models. Okay. Got to get up pretty early to keep up with me. Benny Van Cleve in studio. It's good of you to be with us.
Thank you.
You're a rookie. You raced a few races last year at I-94. What made you decide to come to Elko Speedway and race full-time this year?
Close to home. Nicer facility, the best competition in the state is here, more recognition.
It's still early in the season, but you've had a pretty good start at it.
Yeah, we've been consistently finishing, which is good. We're hanging in there and hope to get better as the year goes on.
You worked with Danny Fredrickson last year, and I'm sure he's given you some tips. I don't know if you want to take all of them, but in all seriousness, I'm sure Danny, as you said off camera, has been very helpful in getting you kind of dialed in at Elko.
Yeah, pretty much to this point, he's taught me everything I know, and I definitely wouldn't be nearly as far along as I am without him.
What's it like working with someone like Dan?
It's tough at times because he's a fellow competitor, but I come in knowing absolutely nothing, so I got to take anything I can get for advice.
We mentioned that you've done very well consistently so far this season, even though it's still somewhat of a young season. Have you exceeded your expectations, or are you right where you expected to be?
I think I'm doing a little better than I expected. Some of the other guys have had problems, but I've hung in there, stayed out of the wrecks. Still trying to figure out the tire program and all that. Never done that before, and I think we're ahead of schedule.
What are some of your goals for your rookie year?
I'd like to finish in the top 10 in points and try to win the Rookie of the Year. There's a couple of good competitors I'm competing against, but you gotta have high goals.
What about a feature win? Do you think that's feasible at this point?
I think so. I won a feature last year in my first year, so I think that, you know, the cards fall right. It's definitely a possibility.
You know, we see these late models come and go on occasion. Others come and stay forever. What do you think? And again, I know it's early in the season, and as a rookie, maybe tough to answer this, but what do you think are the biggest keys to being successful in getting around the track fast?
Well, it starts off in the garage. If you don't have a good maintenance program and finish races, you're not going to get very far. And then here, the biggest thing is keeping a rhythm, because it's such a rhythm track. You're racing against guys who've been here 20 years, and they don't miss a beat. Just stay focused.
What do you enjoy most about coming out each Saturday?
You know, it's nice. The family comes and sits in the stands. Everybody's pretty nice, easy to talk to. Everyone talks after the races. It's just I came from go-karting, and that was a big family thing, and it's pretty much the same thing.
Good to come on the race show every now and then.
Yeah.
We can add that to the list now, right?
Yeah.
Looking beyond this season, have you thought much to your racing career and where you would like to be next year and beyond?
I'll probably come back here and continue on, try to win a championship. I don't have much left. I'm 30, so I don't expect to go far.
Thanks for joining us, and good luck the rest of the season. Benny Van Cleve, and the Super Late Models with us on the race show. We'll be back after this. I'm going to steal something that Dan Plan said during the Sportsman feature. He said very few drivers could come out in a different car and on their first night win the race, but you did exactly that.
It doesn't hurt when you got a front row spot, but I've seen a lot of people lose that spot, so I guess I'm glad to win.
And to be fair, there were a number of cautions, so it wasn't like you were able to just run away and stay out front. You had to earn it each time.
Yeah, it was. The car was a little loose, but as long as I was real patient with it, it was really good. So it wasn't running very good in the heat race, but we got it fixed before the feature, put a D-strip in it. So
when you unloaded it, did you think you had a car that could contend for a victory?
No, I figured if I was lucky if I had a top 5, but.
Now you seem to find a different car each year or every other year. Tell us the history behind this car.
Jerry Royal built it, and Jerry Royal builds good cars. And Danny Johnson had it, and I think he did a pretty good job putting it together. So for some crazy reason, I took it apart when I bought it. But it's a nice car. So I try to buy a good car.
It says Randy on the car right now, but if Erica, your daughter, wins another feature at Raceway Park, you promised to let her drive this here at Elko.
Yeah, she can drive it. She can't race it until I see fit. But yeah, she's doing a good job over there. So I'm going to have to slow her down a little bit, I think.
What's this year been like to see her improve so much as a driver?
Great. I think she's really smooth, but I might be a little bit biased, but I think she's doing a really good job, and if that's what she wants to do, I can help her do that. So.
Well, what are some of your plans for the rest of the season? Are you going to be out here on a weekly basis?
I don't know. They had to talk pretty hard to get me to come today. I was kind of... I just thought it was going to rain because the last time I showed up it rained, so... I'm glad it came.
Without a Yamaha ATV, you're not going very far. The Grizzly 660 Automatic from Yamaha. The only ATV with push-button front diff lock and 4-wheel independent suspension. The Grizzly 660 Automatic. Where you go now is up to you.
See Heinen's Yamaha in Osseo and Jerry's Yamaha in Lakeville. This week's Lapper feature is sponsored by Justice Brothers. Get your car running better with JB products.
She's a sportsman driver and a reporter on the race show. Here is our own Amy Woodward.
Thanks, Rob. I'm standing down here with the 69 Thunder car, Dan Weber, who's been racing 12 years and never interviewed. So let's see if we can get him a little flustered. So you moved up from the Power Stocks to the Thunder cars. Why'd you do that?
I wanted more of a challenge. I needed to change pace. In the Bombers, the only thing I really hadn't done was take the championship. Got a lot of back-to-back wins. We were consistent with one of the strongest out in the class. And I was basically kind of getting bored down there. Can't do much with the cars. And came up into here, and it's been quite a challenge all year. The last 3 years, to be honest. The car's been slowly coming together, and a lot of it's with sponsorships, stuff like that. So Actually, my old sponsor, which he's on the trunk this year, I'm carrying him over, is Meyer Trucking. My father, he's the one that wanted me to move up to begin with.
Okay.
And he wanted me to take bigger and better challenges. And we had a few late model drivers we knew that said it's time for me to move up. And I'm hoping, sooner or later be in Mid-Am and stuff like that. And got a lot of competition in this class. And it's sad to say it's a cutthroat class. I mean, either you're on or you're off, and there ain't no in between. But trying to get on this year, I've been lucky so far. We're still kind of hanging in, I think, in around the top 10. And as you could see earlier tonight, we've been working on the car, trying to make ends meet and stuff. And I'd like to thank, a few of my sponsors, which did come through, which is Meyer Trucking, TSI, Renegades, Bar and Grill, and Will's Trailer that came through for me at the end of the season.
So what's the plan in the future? Do you plan to just stay here and get comfortable with it like you did on the Power Stocks and try to do all you can do, or do you think this is just a baby step to something bigger and better?
I want to move up. I'm shooting for next year Mid-Am. I've been in the race industry for well over 12 years. I've been pitting and crewing for people and learning a lot. And I know how to set the sportsmans up. I know how to set these up. But it's a lot different when you're driving it and you got a crew that's just coming in and stuff like that. So next year my big plan is hopefully Mid-Am. I'm talking to a couple, hopefully solid sponsors to come through. And if that works out, if not, I'll stay here and do what I can in this class. Hopefully, maybe I can look as good as I did in a Bomber Street. Now it's called Power Stocks or whatever. So hopefully I can look as good as I did then. Kind of get used to being on top. No, you're not. So as a driver, you've been there. It kind of gets to be a struggle sometimes with yourself, and you want to stay on top and kind of get frustrated, but we're getting there. This year I've got a lot more patience. I'm learning a lot more this year. I learned more this year than I have in the last 2 years in this class already. I actually set the whole car up basically by myself.
So what do you think so far your favorite thing about the Thunder cars is?
The speed, the power, and the cornering. Actually, it's kind of all of it. Coming from a Power Stock to a Thunder class, there's so much on the cornering you could do, and it feels so good when you can come out of the corner so smooth and not hearing the tires screech, not battling it. It just flows right through for you. That's my most favorite part, is just coming right in the corner and you just sink in and you go. So I have to say it'd be about the cornering and the speed on it. So.
Well, of course, we all love speed. Well, thank you very much, and I hope you have an awesome racing season.
Sometimes second isn't always the first loser, especially when the winner gets DQ'd, as Chase Weber did in the Power Stock feature. That made Jeff Partington the winner again.
Yeah, it's not really like the way I like to win the features, but we'll take it. And go on to next week. Things are rolling pretty good right now for us, and we'll see what happens next week.
What might be lost in that discussion is that the 93 had you covered seemingly going into the final lap, but that final lap unfolded and you found a way to get yourself into the second spot.
Yeah, there was a couple cars out there tonight. I was kind of pushing around and roughing up. Fatty was pushing pretty hard there in the middle of corners, so I was paying attention. I'm like, I think he's going to push up, and got underneath him, and it was just a drag race to the flag stand.
And this makes it how many feature wins this year for you?
I believe this is 3 this year so far.
And how many out of the last, how many if we go back to last year?
Well, I think I won the last 7 or 8 last year.
That's not too bad. Do you have a goal now, like now that you've continued to do so well, that you want to hit X number, 10, 15 feature wins this year?
No, we'll see what happens. You just got to see what happens. Next week my car could be in the wall, junked out, so we just take it one weekend at a time. We'll go home, do a little maintenance on the car, and bring it back next week.
It is with pleasure and excitement that I tell you once again we are welcoming back Kharkov Vodka as a sponsor on the race show. And with that sponsorship comes a reminder that you should stop into your favorite liquor store, look for the Kharkov Vodka Steve Merchick Racing display, and register to win free tickets to Elko Speedway all summer long. Got that? Kharkov Vodka, racing, favorite liquor store, register to win free tickets at Elko Speedway. Very, very simple. We will announce winners' names throughout the program in the following weeks.
So another boring Saturday night.
Capturing all-new Elko Speedway for a night of supercharged family fun. The Elko Speedway, redesigned with new grandstands, better seating, and 5 big-screen TVs capturing all the big races. Every Saturday, it's the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series. 4 high-powered classes of racing thrills. For more information, click on ElkoSpeedway.com. This Saturday, get to the all-new Elko Speedway, 30 minutes south of Minneapolis, 1 mile west of I-35 on County Road 2, Elko. Saturday night will never be the same.
At Richard Childress Racing and Jack Daniels, we have a great appreciation for cars. And a greater appreciation for those who drive them. So when you're out drinking, make the right decisions. After all, when it comes to drinking responsibly, it's a black and white issue.
A little riddle for the end of this show. How is it that I'm able to film the close of this show, the close, during the Power Stock feature? You ponder that throughout the week. My thanks to Robin Harris behind the camera, the Big O in the studio. I'm Rob Hahn. We'll see you next week.
A warning for arthritis patients taking Vioxx.
You're watching KSTC TV, Minneapolis, St. Paul.
The Race Show with Rob Hahn is presented by Yamaha ATVs. The Race Show is also sponsored by Elko Speedway, Bumper to Bumper and Champion Auto Stores, Jack Daniels, Justice Brothers, and Kharkov Vodka. Now a man who gives modesty a whole new definition, your host, Rob Hahn.
Take a look at this. Just some of the names who will be on today's race show. Jam-packed, you better believe it. Welcome to the race show, incidentally, presented by Yamaha ATVs. I'm Rob Hahn, publisher of Minnesota's Racing Connection. And before long, we're going to, technology cooperating with us, check in with Dick Trickle. Dick Trickle is coming to Elko Speedway this Saturday, June 25th, to race the first 2 races of the AC Delco Super Summer Series. We'll look forward to talking with him in just a couple of minutes. Gary Petrash will talk with the Encyclopedia, Dan Plan. Amy Woodward checks in with sportsman rookie Adam Benzik. And Bob Fredrickson, Elko Speedway's race director, will stop by. In fact, he's over there right now in the studio, the booth right next to our studio. Hey, Bob. Okay. I should be nice. Time permitting, we'll also take a behind-the-scenes look at Corey Butler's team, talking to one of his crew members, Corey Butler Jr., of course, a Thundercar driver at Elko Speedway and a columnist and regular contributor to Minnesota's Racing Connection. Now, before I forget, time is running out, so do not delay. Go to nst1.com, nst1.com, where you can register for your chance to sit in the Jack Daniels Suite on Nextel Cup Night at Elko Speedway. That's coming up on July 9th, and because it's just around the corner, our deadline for registration is June 27th. Do not delay. You got it? nst1.com, nst1.com. Register for your chance to sit in the Jack Daniels Suite at Elko Speedway on July 9th, which is Nextel Cup Night at Elko Speedway. And of course, our friends at Jack Daniels want me to remind you to pace yourself and drink responsibly. If only I heeded their advice more often. Joining us now via phone from North Carolina, the legendary Dick Trickle. It's great to have you on the show. You're coming to Elko Speedway this Saturday, June 25th, for the first leg of the AC Delco Super Summer Series. What do you enjoy most about racing at Elko?
You know, we used to have Artco shows there, and I'm from central Wisconsin, so I'd come up and run in frequently, like run Artco specials, or if they had any special Super America sponsor race or something, and just had a good time. A lot of good racers from Minnesota and, of course, Wisconsin both, and it just was always a big race. Of course, Minnesota State Fair was always the biggest race, but next to Minnesota State Fair, coming up to the Elko was just a fun thing to do and good competition. And with a lot of fortune, I won my share. So a lot of great memories of some of the good racers from Minnesota, and then usually a big enough show some of the Wisconsin gang would come over too.
You're going to be racing a Country Joe racing car, and Kevin Sawinski is busy preparing it, probably as we speak. What's your take on Kevin Sawinski and the rest of the Country Joe racing team?
Sawinski and Joey will probably both run too, so they'll put 3 cars out, which takes a little effort, but Sawinski does a good job preparing cars, and you know, that's really the best team out of Minnesota, you know, so to drive for the best team is kind of a highlight, you know.
What are some of your expectations headed into the races on Saturday? Do you feel with the right car that you have a legitimate shot at running near the front, maybe even winning?
Oh, yeah, I mean, of course, I'm not there yet, and they told me they'd give me a pretty good car, and that's, you know, realizing I got 3 of them ready. I suppose they can't make all 3 of them win, but hopefully they make, you know, I always feel I got a chance of winning, realizing you're in an unfamiliar car and all that, but we're going to get a little practice time ahead and all that, so I believe we should get geared up, you know.
Are you enjoying, what shall we call it, semi-retirement?
Well, I'm semi-retired now. I mean, I'm closer to full retirement, and you know, it's fun to get with some of the promoters and some of the fans, and a lot of the guys I race against their dads or uncles or something, and it's just kind of fun to do a few of them, get out of your system, and Kevin has given me the opportunity to do it by preparing one of my old cars, put a new body up on it, and we got a fairly new engine for it, and there's a few of the promoters that like to get me in just to add some color to a particular show or something, and it works out well for us and them both.
Well, Dick, it's great to have you on the race show, and we will certainly look forward to seeing you in a car again at Elko Speedway this Saturday for the AC Delco Super Summer Series. Now, for a different perspective, let's turn to Adam Royal.
It was kind of fun to come back to Elko and race. You know, been racing over in Wisconsin all year, and it's kind of fun back to come race with the guys.
Was the car where you'd hoped it would be on the first night out?
Yeah, it's pretty close. Could have been a scotch faster, but I'm pretty happy with it. New car, new motor, new everything, so it's fun.
You mentioned you've been racing the Wisconsin Challenge Series quite a bit this season. How's that been going?
It's been going pretty good. We started off the year with a second place finish at the Dells, and we're sitting about 4th in points, so it's a lot of competition. You go to them shows and there's 50, 60 late models to start 22, so it's kind of hard to make the shows.
You've done well racing this year and last year. What do you enjoy most about the traveling and racing the different tracks?
Just the competition is just extremely hard over there. Like I say, there's 60 of the best Midwest late models, trying to make a show there, and it's just fun.
Let's fast forward now to Elko. You plan to be out here on the 23rd for the AC Delco Super Summer Series. I think I might have my dates wrong, but 25th. I'm not a mathematician. That's becoming quite obvious right now. But the 25th, the AC Delco Super Summer Series. What are your expectations for the series this year?
I'm hoping to win them. That's our plan. Just come out here and win them.
You ran it last year. I think there were some issues with weight and getting the car where you want it to be. What do you plan to do, if anything, differently this year to make sure you're even more competitive?
Just, I think you got the weights kind of where they need to be competitive, and I got an ace-headed motor now, so that helps us out a lot. I don't know, just come out here, maybe come out here next week and see if we can get our car a little bit dialed in a little bit better and give them guys a run for their money.
I'd be in big trouble because Craig Heitkamp, who owns and runs Pertec, has an office in the building next to mine on University Avenue in St. Paul. So if we didn't throw in, a mention of Pertec, he'd probably be strangling me when he saw this. So I'll let you pick up on that quickly.
Yeah, he'd probably be strangling you and me both. Yeah, I'd like to thank...
He's not that strong, not with those rippling muscles, right?
Yeah, I'd like to thank them guys at Pertex, man. They helped me out. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be out here. And Impact Printing, Simply Suspension, B&B Racing Engines, Mike Heinzling with Edina Realty, them guys are the best.
Listen, if you race as fast in the AC Delco Super Summer Series as you just read off your sponsors, you're going to be in good shape.
Yeah, I hope so.
I think that set a record for the race show this year. Good luck.
Thank you.
Zodiac 450 automatic 4x4 from Yamaha.
See St. Bonnie Motorsports in St. Bonifacius and J&J Power Sports in Faribault.
At Richard Childress Racing and Jack Daniels, we have a great appreciation for cars. And a greater appreciation for those who drive them. So when you're out drinking, make the right decisions. After all, when it comes to drinking responsibly, it's a black and white issue.
Encyclopedic Knowledge is sponsored by Elko Speedway.
If you listen closely, you'll hear what the fans think about the race show. Okay, they were supposed to cheer on command there. I think they're doing some sort of drawing right now. Anyway, I digress. Back on the race show, I'm Rob Hahn. At this point of the show, I like to throw it to the man we know as the Encyclopedia, Dan Plan.
Gary Petrash has been racing a number of years out at Elko. Gary, when I watched races on TV, there used to be the Silver Fox in NASCAR Cup Series, and now we've had the Gray Wolf for quite a while out here. How did that name come about?
Well, I think it might have something to do with this. And, that was one of the better nicknames I decided to keep.
Now, it seems like as long as I've been out here, there's been a Petrash out here. How long have you been racing out here?
Well, I raced here when the track first opened in '65 the first time. I think it was just a third mile then. And then, of course, I started out with Lynn Peterson. We started out racing together. And then I went in the service and kind of got away from it for a while. And then when I come back, I pitted for a while, and then I got back into it.
There's been some other Petrashes out here. What other family members have raced out here?
Right. Both my brothers have raced for quite a few years. In fact, they both help on the car now. So, and then my son's crew chief. He's been fighting the car, trying to make it work better and doing a good job.
We talked earlier, you got the same car you had last year. We got some new parts to make it more of a super late model. What did you add on the car over the winter?
Right. This was a new car last year, and then we went with the wide fives and stuff this year. And then this year hasn't been a real good year for us. We blew the motor up on opening, and then a couple weeks ago we got in a pretty good accident, so we really haven't got a lot of racing time on the car yet this year. So hopefully we're going to get it better, though.
And you mentioned you worked on a couple of pit crews. Who are some of the guys you pitted for in the past?
Well, I pitted for Ted Kitzman for quite a few years, and then I pitted for Lynn Peterson, and then I just kind of hung around here and there, and we helped some of the other guys out here once in a while, as much as we can.
And how much longer can we expect to see you racing out here?
Well, as long as I can still climb through the window, I guess. Sometimes that's getting tougher and tougher. So, or until I run out of money, whichever comes first.
Okay, well, thanks a lot. We hope to see you again on the race show.
Okay, thank you.
It's been so long since you've been in Victory Lane after a feature. I was worried you wouldn't know where it was.
I just was watching Schultz at the beginning of the year winning them all, so no, it ran really good for about 3/4 of the race today. Our biggest thing was we didn't unload this car until this morning from last week. Pushed it in the garage, nut and bolted it. Then we went and jumped in the swimming pool till about 4:30. I started to think that we were being a little too smart alecky about the whole thing when I was in the feature. I think there's no way I'm going to get to the front here, but it ran really well, so pretty happy.
Let's talk about the pass, getting past Brown for the eventual win. Looked like, and I'm sure we're going to show some tape here, and the tape will be the proof, but it looked like there might have been just a smidgen of contact.
Yeah, there's a little contact, but I mean, that's part of racing. I know we were, I was trying to get him down low and between 1 and 2 here, and it looked like he was kind of coming down a little bit. So, I mean, I would have done the same thing to him, and then there was a time where I just kind of went a little wide, and he had to lift. So, I mean, you got to do what you got to do. I mean, as long as we're not wrecking each other, and he's a good enough driver, and he handled it well.
And then for a brief moment, Bieber got into second place, and then he gave you a little run.
Yeah, that was when my car started. Being down low, my car just got really loose after a while, so I was kind of hanging on for dear life there. Bieber had a good car towards the end there. Usually I have a good car towards the end, but it was just the opposite tonight. So, but we still brought home the hardware.
An exciting race to watch. Not quite the outcome I'm sure you wanted.
No, I
Actually, I hate starting on the pole like that because anything less than a win, I'm really disappointed. Earlier in the season, you asked me if I miss Sky. I can officially say I don't now.
I was telling our camera person, Robin Harris, that she should focus on the two of you because every now and then in the past, you two have been known to touch a bit.
Yeah, well, I shook his hand tonight. He did a good job. He had a better car. We've had our problems in the past, but it was good tonight.
Encyclopedic Knowledge has been presented by Elko Speedway, featuring the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series every Saturday night.
So another boring Saturday night?
Get to the all-new Elko Speedway for a night of supercharged family fun. The Elko Speedway, redesigned with new grandstands, better seating, and 5 big-screen TVs capturing all the big races. Every Saturday, it's the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series. 4 high-powered classes of racing thrills. For more information, click on ElkoSpeedway.com. This Saturday, get to the all-new Elko Speedway, 30 minutes south of Minneapolis, 1 mile west of I-35 on County Road 2, Elko. Saturday night will never be the same.
This week's Lapper feature is sponsored by Justice Brothers. Get your car running better with JB products.
When I retire from this stressful job of being on television, I know I want to apply for the race director job at Elko Speedway because that is a job that is 100% stress-free. Wouldn't you agree, Bob Fredrickson?
Oh, yeah.
Because everyone loves you, everyone agrees with you all the time.
Absolutely.
Bob Fredrickson with us on the race show. He's worn so many hats during his illustrious racing career. We'll start with his most recent one, taking over for Todd Sandy, who's continuing to recover from his little accident. You're the race director at Elko. What's the toughest part of the job?
The toughest part of the job, actually, I've done this job in the past. The toughest part for me right now is just catching up on the changes at Elko with the rules, the race procedures, the new names, the people that are working here, and trying to get everybody to work as a team.
So let's talk about one of those changes. If I understand it right, you can correct me, I'm sure, if I'm wrong. The rule that if you're involved in a wreck, but it's not your fault, you can keep your spot as long as you haven't spun out. Is that correct?
The way I interpret that is that if you're involved in a wreck and you were intentionally taken out, you can get your spot back.
You can get your spot back. What happens in the case?
If it's just a racing deal, where 2 cars get together and they both spin out or one spins out, there really is no fault for anyone to that situation. In that case, they just go to the rule.
I think we saw something like that a couple weeks back with John Lemke and Darren Giles, who were both racing for the lead at the time. It looked like Lemke may have cut down on Giles a little bit. Lemke went spinning, Giles went on, and you kept Giles at the top of the field.
Yeah, yep.
Anyone disagree or voice dissatisfaction with that call?
No, actually. The car owner for the 17 was going to talk to me, but I went down to talk to him, and he never showed up, so...
What are you going to do?
What are you going to do? We can't change it after the race is done, so that's one thing that a lot of guys... They'll come and argue the call or try and get you to change your mind. Once the race is done, it's done. There's nothing we can do about it.
Let's talk a little bit, if we could, about the length of the show and the pace of the relines. If I've been critical over and over about one thing over the last 7 years, it's that the relines take too long, and the show then, because of that, seems to drag on forever. Over the last couple weeks, now that you've been in charge, you've really gotten that show moving along, and I think it's in part due to the fact that the relines are done, and then you give them the 1 to go, and it's a true 1 to go, not a 2 or 3 to go, and then they're racing again. What's the key to getting it done now?
Well, one thing that I've always believed is that people don't buy a ticket to come and watch cars go around behind the pace car or under caution.
Hear, hear.
I also got a lot of training from NASCAR when I was the race director for the AutoZone Elite Division Midwest Series, where all the laps counted. There was no, the caution laps counted. Every lap counted, so we wanted to get them racing as much as possible, so we got back to green as soon as possible. And, with practice, it can be done.
What about black flags? When do you get to the point where you give a black flag? I think you gave 3 a few weeks ago in the Super Late Model feature, 2 for cars that didn't really obey you. You got to listen to the race director, and 1 who I think was a little off the pace.
Well, I don't talk a lot on the radio. I just expect people to listen when I do talk. And if they're not relined and ready to go, and everybody else is doing what they're supposed to be doing, we're going to go racing, and then we'll black flag them, send them to the pits. Somebody down there will explain to them what happened and why they're getting black flagged. Then they can come back and join us if they'd like. That seems to cure that problem for a long time. Once somebody gets that penalty, if otherwise for a rough driving penalty, if it's a case where they're just out of control or look like they're out of control, they either got to slow down or get off the racetrack, one or the other. Because we can't put up with the cars are too expensive. There's too much time put into them for somebody just to be out there to flop around like a crappie and be in the way.
Well, Bob Fredrickson, race director at Elko Speedway, thanks for joining us. The great thing is you call the race
Rob.
from right over in the booth next to ours, so I can kind of like yell things at you during the race.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll do that later in the show, throughout the season. If I disagree with a call or want you to make a certain call, I'll just say, hey, Bob.
Sure. Yeah. And I'm going to get a special black flag in there just for you.
I like it. It was like a Sly and the Family Stone song, a family affair last Saturday at Elko. You had the Tumas in first and fourth, the Webbers in third and fifth. To my right, Chad Tuma, the winner. You held off a strong Jeff Partington. What was going through your mind down the stretch there?
Just making sure I stay in front of them.
How big is this win for you?
Very big. It's my first win, so it's pretty proud of myself.
We'll talk to the guy to my left, your brother, in just a second, but tell us about the relationship the two of you have, both on and off the track.
It's a real close one. We work together, race together, and that's all there is.
Do you look forward to the time when the two of you are battling for a win late in a race?
Not really.
We'll also talk with your dad, Mike, in just a minute, but what sort of, I'm sure it's tough to encapsulate it in a nutshell, but what sort of influence has he had on your racing career?
All of it. Everything I learned is from watching him.
I'll turn to my left now, and Dustin Tuma, you finished fourth. Let me pick up on the question that I just asked your brother. How important and how big of an influence has your dad, Mike, been on your racing career?
Same, all of it.
What are there one or two things that he's told you along the way that really stood out?
Pretty much taught everything about the cars and everything. So
you finished fourth in the feature, your brother first. That's a pretty darn good night for Tuma Racing.
Should have been second.
Musical chairs. Let's bring Mike, the father, into this. You've raced in so many different divisions, but let's talk instead about your racing career here at Elko. Let's talk about you being a dad and a proud father, I'm sure, after this feature win.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are really doing good. They're good listeners, and they've been watching me and picking up all their life, I guess.
What, I asked them, what are some of the things that you continue to pass down to them, tips, if you will, on either driving style, setup, and such?
Well, it's kind of everything, I mean, and they're good listeners. They, you kind of explain to them what they're doing wrong, and, sometimes they don't want to listen, but, when you explain it to them enough, they pick it up, and they're really getting it good. They're quick learners.
I'm shocked. With two kids of my own, I would never believe that sons don't want to listen.
Yeah, right.
Do you miss driving at all?
I miss the driving part. I don't miss the every night working on it. I guess it's kind of nice to have the week off, so to speak. But I do miss the driving.
Do you foresee a time when you'll be back out in a car?
Well, I can never say no, But, yeah, I'd love to get back in if the situation was right.
Okay, let me remind you before I forget, because I seem to get more forgetful each day. Kharkov Vodka, one of our sponsors, wants me to remind you that you should stop into your favorite liquor store, look for the Kharkov Vodka Steve Mergic Racing display, and at that display, you'll find your chance to register to win free tickets to Elko Speedway. Kharkov Vodka is going to be giving away tickets all season long to Elko Speedway, and here on your screen right now are just some of the lucky winners. They took the time to stop into their favorite store, they registered to win, and lo and behold, they won. So stop in to your favorite liquor store, look for the Kharkov Vodka Steve Mergic No. 3 Racing display, and register to win tickets. We'll announce names all throughout the summer here on The Race Show.
The question of the week is brought to you by Bumper to Bumper and Champion Auto Stores. When was the last time Dick Trickle raced at Elko?
Enough said. The YFZ 450 from Yamaha.
See Waldock Sports in Forest Lake and 61 Sport and Marine Yamaha in Hastings.
Last week, Amy Woodward talked to Mike Felixberger, who apparently angered number 21 Adam Benzik and Benzik's crew. So this week, Amy stops by Adam's pits to talk with the rookie.
Thanks, Rob. I'm standing down here with sportsman number 21, Adam Benzik, rookie this year at Elko Speedway. Adam, how did you get started with racing?
I always helped my dad out, and then my brother started racing at Raceway Park, and that's how I got into it in the bomber division over there.
So how long have you actually been in the seat?
About 3 years. I started when I was 15, but we took a few years off, and then we started up again 2 years ago. So now this is our third year.
So what is the biggest challenge moving up, obviously, to a new track and to a new class? What's your biggest struggle so far?
Biggest struggle is, I would say, getting adjusted to the new car. Before, the other car was a little bit slower because it's basically a stock car. These ones are faster, so I can't go in the corner as hard as I used to. Got to be a little bit more conservative as far as the tires go. And then just getting used to the track is everything, too.
Well, so far this year, Adam, you've been doing great. You've been charging hard. So how do you plan to keep that going on for the rest of the year and maybe get even better?
We're just trying to be consistent, just trying to get in the top 5 every night. We've been doing pretty well with that. And then just staying out of trouble. Last week got in a little wreck, but we're trying to avoid that stuff and just finish consistent.
So besides the little trouble that you got into a couple weeks ago, what else is your biggest struggle here at Elko?
Getting used to, there's a lot of competitive drivers out there, like Steve Schultz he's one heck of a driver, Paul Neitschus and the guys like that, where I'm used to beginner drivers. These guys have been racing around this track for 15, 20 years, and I'm just starting up, so it's hard to get used to that.
Okay, so is there anything that your pit crew does different now than what they did before? Do you have to have more help? Like, what was that situation when you moved up to sportsman?
Yeah, definitely. Between the bomber and this one, there's a lot more adjustments week to week. Before, we used to take a couple air pressure out of the tires, and we'd be good to go. Where, I mean, this one's a little bit more fussy, so we have to change a lot of stuff. We're trying to get more of a routine down so we know what to do every week. But, yeah, other than that, it's been going good, and we're just trying to get everything organized a little bit better.
So what's the funnest part of racing sportsman?
I would say being up in a higher class, we get a little bit more respect. I love Elko Speedway. Raceway Park's a good track, but Elko Speedway has just been a warm welcome to us, and yeah, the fans are great, and the announcers are great, and it's just everybody we've been driving with. We've had our instances, but everybody else has been pretty good.
Yeah, after 2 weeks in a row finishing second, I was getting pretty confident that a win might be coming yet this year, and we finally got one after 3 or 4 years or whatever it took, but feels awesome.
What about those restarts? I mean, you were driving away from the whole pack, and then you had the cautions. Dean gave you a good run on the initial laps after the restarts, but then you kind of pulled away a bit.
Yeah, I really didn't want to see any cautions there. I think I had a pretty sizable lead, but yeah, it seemed like I needed a few laps to get rolling. The tires must have needed to get up to temperature again before I could start really going, and Dean pressured me a few times and bumped me a little bit, but that's part of racing, and I'm just glad I hung on for the win.
Put us, the viewers, inside of your mind over those final few laps. What were you thinking?
Well, I knew I had never won one before, and was actually getting kind of nervous. Couldn't wait to see the white flag. I was getting kind of nervous, actually. I wanted that white flag and knew that I only had one more lap to go, and finally came and held on for the win.
So another boring Saturday night.
Get to the all-new Elko Speedway for a night of supercharged family fun. The Elko Speedway, redesigned with new grandstands, better seating, and 5 big-screen TVs capturing all the big races. Every Saturday, it's the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series. 4 high-powered classes of racing thrills. For more information, click on ElkoSpeedway.com. This Saturday, get to the all-new Elko Speedway, 30 minutes south of Minneapolis, 1 mile west of I-35 on County Road 2, Elko. Saturday night will never be the same.
As we wrap today, behind me, looks like the Jack Daniels crew is running around shooting T-shirts into the crowd. Do you think if I yell loud enough, "Hey, up here!" Maybe I'll just have to take one for the pit crew party pack and be happy with that. Anyway, another great episode of the Race Show in the can for this week. My thanks to Robin Harris. Behind the camera, the Big O's back in the studio. I'm Rob Hahn. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you again next week.
Forget everything you think you know about slipcovers and
Videos from the world of ballet, opera, classical music, classic film, and much more. Visit ClassicArtShowcase.org to learn how to tune into the Classic Art Showcase in your classroom.
You're watching KSTC TV, Minneapolis, St. Paul.
The Race Show with Rob Hahn is presented by Yamaha ATVs. The Race Show is also sponsored by Elko Speedway, Bumper to Bumper and Champion Auto Stores, Jack Daniels, Justice Brothers, and Kharkov Vodka. Now a man who gives modesty a whole new definition, your host, Rob Hahn.
We're back for another episode of The Race Show presented by Yamaha ATVs. I'm Rob Hahn, publisher of Minnesota's Racing Connection. And in the next half hour, we will, among other things, hear from Ricky Martin, who's back in a sportsman car at Elko Speedway. We'll also talk with Corey Butler Jr., time permitting. Last week we had to cut his crew chief's interview. This week I'm pretty certain we'll fit Corey Butler Jr. into the show. He, of course, is a Thunder car driver at Elko, also writes for Minnesota's Racing Connection. But first, let's flash back to last Saturday night at Elko Speedway for the first leg of the AC Delco Super Summer Series. Where do we start? You were simply dominant tonight, winning the first and almost winning the second race as well.
Yeah, we definitely had a really good car tonight. We came out here tested Thursday, and I thought we had something there. Maybe if I wouldn't have got put back to the back there that one time, we maybe could have got it. But second, and this year we got second to Reavers, and last year Reavers got second to us, so it's cool, you know, all together.
Let's talk about that second race. I mean, you alluded to it. You got sent to the back when you and Steve had some contact, and Steve went spinning. You started at the end of the lead line at the start of the race because you know, they inverted the field, so you came through the full field twice.
Yeah, I got into Steve a little bit there. I mean, you're racing everybody so close here. They're racing so close that you're watching the guy up here just in case they wreck or so, and then the guy in front of me, I just wasn't quite watching close enough there, and it got me. But what do? Just try to come back.
You've obviously, you know, continued to improve each time you're out here, and you noted that you practiced this past week, but were you at all surprised at how well the car was handled tonight?
A little bit, but I mean, I really like this track and try hard on this race car. I built this a year ago, and every time I have it out here is pretty good cars. So
let's talk about your ARCA schedule a little bit. You've had some good, strong races already this year, and what's next on the schedule?
Well, we go to Kansas next weekend, and then the week after that we go to Kentucky. So we got 2 mile-and-a-half tracks we're going to, and hopefully we should have some good finishes. We ran good at Kentucky before. I've never been to Kansas, so hopefully we have a good run.
It seems that you're just a tick off from getting that first win. Is that a correct assessment?
Yeah, we've definitely had the cars and the equipment every time. It's just the situations. You have to have everything go, the situations, the car, the crew, everything go perfect before you can win a race. And we ain't quite got that little extra done yet, but hopefully we'll break through. But I mean, top 3 every week, and you can't turn that down either.
We just missed a couple things in the first one, and wish we would have had the car that we had in the second race for the first one, but that's how it goes. We'll take it. Everything's in one piece, and that was something to say tonight. There's a lot of wrecked cars out there.
Yeah, let's talk about that. I mean, you did a good job being in the right place in the right time, if you had much control over that, and then avoiding a few wrecks when they may have occurred in front of you in that first race.
Yeah, you know, I'm real lucky. I got a real good spotter. He's been working with me now for 10 years or something like that. And that's a good combination to have, you know. It's real important, and we got lucky on some of them, and I don't know, there was some of them that probably didn't need to happen, but that's just how racing goes some nights.
Let's talk about the win in the second race. You had a couple good battles. One was you getting past Dean Cornelius for the lead in the eventual win. And then the other was Joey Miller coming back up through the field to challenge you on those final few laps. Why don't you talk about both those battles?
Yeah, it was just a lot of fun. It's so much fun when you can pass guys and just have fun racing out there. And I saw in my mirror all night Joey was coming and coming and coming, and I just hoped I could hold him off.
A sixth in the first race, a fourth in the second race. Pretty good overall night, and the car's in one piece.
Yeah, that's the biggest part of this whole thing there, is keeping it together long enough so we can make some improvements. It's been kind of a rough 6 weeks here, crashing and fixing and crashing, and we're real happy the car's starting to come around. I think we're going to have a lot of fun.
Something, apparently interesting happened before the start of the first race. You had a little trouble, I think went to the pits and then were able to get back out. What exactly happened?
Well, we put a little more gas in it than I wanted for the weight, and I had them drain a little out, and they shut the valve off. So when I went out there, I was just running on the gas that was in the carburetor. Luckily, we figured it out on the radio, and it got pushed down, and they got the valve turned on. So it was just almost a major screw-up.
Let's talk about that second race. There were some great battles going on, and maybe you can take me through some of the racing for position.
Well, boy, there's a lot of good cars, and I actually got a great break in traffic, and it worked out, and I got up quite a ways, up to fifth, I think, real early. And then there's a big crash right behind me, and all the cars that I worked hard to pass, were eliminated, so Donnie was right there, and that gave him a little advantage. He saved his tires, but he's got a great car, and I probably didn't have anything for him anyway. And we were just a tick loose at the end of that last one there. I'd kind of hoped to get up to second or third, but it was a good night overall.
Trent Snyder ran a clean race. Everyone really ran a clean race up front. 41 car is just on a rail. I couldn't believe it, how he came up and just passed everyone, past me. I mean, he definitely earned it, but my car ran great, no complaints. Motor ran just awesome, really like it. We had a good night.
What are your plans for the rest of the summer, and when can we expect to see you out at Elko again?
We'll most likely be at all three of the AC Delco races, and then probably in and out here and there, but just kind of going to travel around Minnesota, Wisconsin, wherever we can get in.
We've been talking so much over the last couple weeks about Nextel Cup Night. Sing it loud, baby, sing it loud. Nextel Cup Night coming up. We got the whole studio laughing now. Incidentally, Bob Fredrickson is still mad because we made him last week's lapper. Isn't that right, Bob? He's on the phone. He's probably calling my mom to get me in trouble now. All right, as I was attempting to say, we've been talking a lot about Nextel Cup Night, July 9th at Elko Speedway over the last couple weeks on the show. We've also given viewers and readers of Minnesota's Racing Connection the chance to go to our website and register, a chance to win, and a chance to sit, can I say chance a few more times, to sit in the Jack Daniels Suite on Nextel Cup Night. Well, okay, without further ado, thanks to everyone who registered, and here is our winner.
Kodiak 450 automatic 4x4 from Yamaha.
See Beeline Yamaha Sports Store in St. Cloud and XL Motorsports in Coon Rapids.
At Richard Childress Racing and Jack Daniels, we have a great appreciation for cars and a greater appreciation for those who drive them. So when you're out drinking, make the right decisions. After all, when it comes to drinking responsibly, it's a black and white issue.
Encyclopedic Knowledge is sponsored by Elko Speedway.
It is the time in the show when I like to throw it to the encyclopedia, Dan Plant. So take it away, Danny boy.
Jason Takahani runs the Mid-Am Sports Division. This is your second trip out here to Elko?
Second trip out here, and we qualified a little better than we did last time, so we're pretty happy tonight.
Are you planning on running the whole Mid-Am series this year?
We're running for Rookie of the Year this season for Mid-Am, so we're going to run the whole series. Yeah.
You'll be back here for the third race in the series out here then later on this year?
Yeah, there's two more, I believe. We'll be back for both of them. So.
Notice you have Marquette University as a sponsor on the car. How'd you get that?
I'm a fourth-year student at Marquette, engineering student, and two of my crew guys are also students that just graduated from Marquette, and we met with the dean, and they loved the idea and jumped right on board. So.
They let you work on the car at the school then?
No, they're not that friendly.
What do you like about coming up here to Elko?
I love the track and I love the people here. It makes it worth the drive. When I'm driving up here, it's tough, but then once I'm here, it reminds me why I came here. It's a great time every time. So.
You're from Franklin, Wisconsin. About how long of a drive is it up here to Elko?
If there's no traffic, just under 6 hours. So it's a haul.
Thanks for a long day.
Yeah.
What do you hope to accomplish running at Elko here?
Trying to get a top 5. We need a top 5. I think there's one rookie beating us in the points now, and we got to beat him tonight. So this is the track to do it at. So.
In addition to the guys from Marquette on your crew, I noticed you also had your dad out here helping you. How's that work out, having your dad with you?
Great. My dad kind of oversees everything and make sure we're doing everything right. He's also an engineer, and so it's all engineers at our team. So.
All right, well, thanks again. We hope to see you here again.
Sure, thank you. Thanks.
Well, guess what? Jeff Partington won yet another Power Stock feature. Adam Simon was second, but he left early, so we couldn't interview him. Joe Fierce joins us. He was the third-place finisher. A nice run.
Oh, it was great. The car was hooking up really good. We couldn't ask for a better car tonight. I mean, in the heat race, we had it started to be a little loose for us, and then my brother Chuck, he's crew chief, and did a little adjustments, and she just ran really good for us. And what can I say? It ran good.
With a third-place finish, it's your best feature finish of the season. Take us through the season so far. How would you assess it?
As far as the season so far, we're doing all right. This is our backup motor that we had from last year. We blew up our first motor on the first night of the feature, and then last week we burned up a motor, so it's just like starting all over again. So this motor's doing really good for us. So we're doing good.
Obviously had a strong car. I mean, we've talked so much about Jeff Partington and his success, but you and Simon were right up there giving him a good battle. Do you feel that you can compete in the weeks to come?
Oh, yeah. We're going to compete big time. Towards the end there, the car was starting to get a little loose on us, and we'll get her back. We'll be back here next week, and we're going to give it a run for our money again.
Encyclopedic Knowledge has been presented by Elko Speedway, featuring the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series every Saturday night.
So another boring Saturday night.
Get to the all-new Elko Speedway for a night of supercharged family fun. The Elko Speedway, redesigned with new grandstands, better seating, and 5 big-screen TVs capturing all of the big races. Every Saturday, it's the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series. 4 high-powered classes of racing thrills. For more information, click on ElkoSpeedway.com. This Saturday, get to the all-new Elko Speedway, 30 minutes south of Minneapolis, 1 mile west of I-35 on County Road 2, Elko. Saturday night will never be the same.
Just take me to the beach in your mind. You really wanna come to the beach in my mind? Well, the sun is always shining and the weather's always fine. Well, then come on in, we're gonna have some fun. In the beach in my mind, just lying in the sun. Come on, let's go for a splash. Come on, baby, you know I'm ready to laugh. So baby, won't you take me?
When he's not living La Vida Loca, he's racing a sportsman at Elko Speedway. Ricky Martin with us on the race show. You're back.
I'm back. It's good to be back.
It's good to have you back. Tell us kind of a fortuitous circumstance. Felix Berger, I think, was suspended for a few weeks, needed someone to hop in his car, and now you're driving Mike Felix Berger's sportsman.
Yeah, I'm not actually real sure if he got suspended or if he just decided he didn't want to race it anymore. But he gave me a call up, asked me if I was interested in running his car for the rest of the year, and here I am, back out at Elko.
What were your impressions in the car? You looked fairly competitive first night out.
Yeah, it's not bad. We're getting it better each time out. You know, a lot of it could be me, a lot of it could be the car. Who knows? I haven't been here for 2-3 years.
What's it like taking the time off and then coming back in the same division? Do you feel like it's going to take some adjusting to get back to form, or are you pretty much right where you wanted to be from the gun?
Yeah, you know, it's somewhat like a bike. You never forget how to ride it, but it's taken a little bit of time for me to get used to it. Like I say, each time on the track, we're getting a little bit better every time out, so we'll be there.
What was it like away from racing? Were you thinking a lot about racing when you weren't out here?
Yeah, a lot. Every night, every Saturday night would come around, and you know, I knew I should be at the track. Nothing I could do about that, but we're back. So.
Before I forget, as we shoot this, it's right before the evening begins at Elko Speedway, and there's still a long line of cars coming from 35 to get in, and you remarked right before we started shooting it that they must know you're back, and that's why they're here. I'm sure it has nothing to do with the fact that Dick Trickle's here.
I think it does have an effect with Dick Trickle being here and Joey Miller, and a real nice night. And everybody likes to be out here at Elko. Great place to race.
Yeah, back to sportsmen. I mean, we've seen, at least initially, we saw Steve Schultz really dominate. You and he have raced against one another for a number of years. Who are some of the other, in your estimation, the strongest competition out there?
There's a lot of people that I never really raced with in the division. There's a lot of really good drivers. You got Steve Schultz, he's really good, always competitive. You got Paul Neisches, Greg Bieber, Doug Brown. Everybody, there's a handful of people that are really good in the division.
Even Mike Skya shows up occasionally and puts something together.
Yep.
What are your expectations for the rest of the season? Do you expect to be in victory lane before long? Nothing like putting you right on the spot.
Well, you always hope to be in victory lane. We'll see what we can do here.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
Good to see you again. Good to have you on the race show. Ricky Martin with us. It was quite a finish, and this week we can say you ended up where you wanted to be.
Yeah, finally won one. It's been a long time. Car was pretty good tonight, and a little bit of carnage there at the end, but squeaked one out.
Yeah, let's talk about that final lap. What did you see unfold in front and maybe even behind you?
Well, it seemed like for a couple laps there, I was trying to get underneath Lutz. He was kind of, using the whole track like you should if you're leading, I guess, and felt like I got underneath of him coming down the straightaway, and he just kind of chopped me off, and all chaos broke loose. And after that, I have no idea what happened. It all happened behind me. So.
What about these helpers? Are these your pit crew members that get to eat this week because you won?
Yeah, they're going to get actually meat this week. It's been like a one-year macaroni and cheese diet. Grant, Kendall, and Kelsey here probably get some hamburger.
Well, congratulations on a well-earned victory.
Thanks.
It's your best ever finish in a feature in a sportsman car, third. Give us your thoughts.
Well, we did win the war by attrition, though. I mean, the car's just wrecked in front of us, but still, the car was good enough, though. I mean, we still had a top 5, top 6 car, and just we kept the Magnum Technology Chevrolet out of all the trouble, and we were able to bring the number 80 to the front.
Not bad, 80 and 80, right?
That's right.
What about that final lap, some of the carnage in front of you? Tell me what you saw through your windshield.
Well, all I saw was a couple of cars that were getting together. They started to go high coming out of turn 4, and so I just got on the throttle a little bit later so I could get off the corner really, really low, because I knew that they were up high and possibly going to come down towards me, but I was able to stick the Kirk's Gems Chevrolet down on the bottom and just got nicked by the 24 car as he was on his way back down. But, just saw I needed to go low because everything was happening up high, and I was able to get by it.
What about the transition, going from a power stock to a sportsman? What's the jump been like?
The biggest jump is the toll it takes on the body. Like, the G-forces going through the corners, all the pressure on my right side. I had the same seat from the power stock to the sportsman, but we had to put a lot more padding in it this year so I could handle it. And the speed difference too, because I won a heat race earlier on in the year, and I took the lead with 4 to go. And that 4 to go went by a whole lot faster than 1 to go in the power stock did when I was leading. So and also just the speed and the aggressiveness you can do with this car, because it can take a lot.
Last year when our own Amy Woodward talked to you on the show, you brought up your Chicktionary, where you keep your chicks' phone numbers, I guess. How's that? Is that ever expanding?
It's always expanding, week by week. That Chicktionary it keeps. I've actually grown it to 2 books now. So I got the Chicktionaries right now, so we're doing good on that.
I want to remind you that you should stop into your favorite liquor store and look for the Kharkov Vodka Steve Mergic Racing Display. At that display, among other things, you will find your chance to register to win free tickets to Elko Speedway. Kharkov Vodka is going to be drawing winners, and we see some of the names on our screen right now. All summer long, for free tickets, go into your favorite liquor store, look for the Kharkov Vodka display, and register to win.
Enough said. The YFZ 450 from Yamaha.
See Cannon Falls Yamaha in Cannon Falls and the Hitching Post in St. Anthony. This week's Lapper feature is sponsored by Justice Brothers. Get your car running better with JB products.
We're back on the race show and time for our lapper segment. And who better to represent a lapper than the number 04 in the Thunder Car division, Corey Butler Jr., who also doubles as a columnist and writer for our own publication, Minnesota's Racing Connection. It's with great pleasure that I welcome you, the man I affectionately refer to as Mr. Negative, to the race show studio.
Well, I'm not really a lapper. The only time I get lapped is when I don't finish a race, which happens to be just about every week, one way or another. Yeah, I finished 2 races in a row this past 2 weeks, so I even hit the wall last week and finished on the lead lap, so
congratulations.
We're making huge strides this year.
Let's talk about the season so far. You're out there and you've had some good weeks or some, decent weeks, and then you've struggled a little bit.
Well, it's a new car, obviously. It's like half the size of the car last year. An 81 Catalina compared to a metric Malibu, so it's a really good car. It was never been raced. It's a brand new car. And we felt really good with the car. We thought it was going to be a pretty promising season, but we've had our struggles. I've had good runs. I've been in the top 5, but one week Matt Carlander got into Jerry Thompson, spun him into me, and basically ripped my rear end out of my car. And then a few weeks ago, I was running in top 5, and my battery.
Are they cheering for you in the background? Is that what it is?
It tends to happen.
Shooting this interview?
They must think I'm at the wrong place. But
you are something around here, right?
Kind of a big deal.
You're kind of a big deal.
Here and there in the Midwest.
Yeah.
But no, I was running top 5 a few weeks ago, probably 3-4 weeks ago, and my battery, I just started losing power and just started falling back. So I had a lot of stupid things happen this year. My master cylinder cover came off.
Bummer, dude.
My motor mount broke. My exhaust manifold snapped in half. Just unbelievable things have been happening.
But you keep coming back week after week. You took 1 week off.
1 week off. Just had to collect myself and prepare myself and just kind of clear my head.
Yeah.
I've been basically at the racetrack every weekend of my life since I was born. My mom went into labor with me here at Elko Speedway and was rushed to the hospital, and I was born on Sunday, so every weekend of my life I've been here every
year. In your blood. What about the nickname, the Taxi Bandit? Did you give that to yourself?
It was kind of created by me and some other people.
I like that.
It started back when I raced go-karts in Wisconsin, and I've always been sponsored by Discount Taxis for as long as I can remember, since I was 10. He's sponsored my father, he sponsored my mother, so he's kind of been with our family for a long time, and he was my first real sponsor when I raced go-karts in Wisconsin. He really got nothing out of that since he's based out of the cities. So I just wanted kind of a name. Over there they got a lot of nicknames for those guys. They got something to keep those Wisconsin people busy. They're not too creative, so they got to find a little outlet somewhere.
Oh, there goes our Western Wisconsin viewership right down the drain.
That's right. They don't like me in lacrosse either. So
you attend college during the school year at Mankato, and we had your roommate on earlier in the season, Greg Gernitz. Josh Gernitz. Thank you. I'll get it right. Greg's his dad.
Oh, they look kind of alike.
Yeah, they really do, but not really.
No.
He didn't really have any dirt, or wasn't willing to share any dirt on you.
Oh, we're good
friends.
Stories
about him?
No, he's a good kid.
All day?
He's a good guy.
Yeah.
Sit around. No, we talk about racing here and there. We like to play racing online. We both got the new NASCAR game at the same time. I'm not really into computer games, but it's the first game I bought, and I like to beat him up on there too. It seems to be a trend for the last 4 years that we've raced, so me always beating him.
Keep it up.
Yeah. Well, this year he's finished races and I haven't, so I got to give him kudos for that. But we'll see how the rest of the season goes.
I've been pretty gentle on you today. You were all worried that I was going to throw some curveballs, with the exception of the Lapper Award. Now get some of those Justice Brothers products. They sponsor the award.
I bet I'll be a lot faster.
Yeah, we'll get you a lot faster.
Some things that we need to.
Corey Butler Jr., thanks for joining us. We'll be right back after this. Let's talk first about the race. What a way to get your first ever feature win in a Thunder car, holding off the defending series champion, Matt Carlander.
Yeah, it felt good. Tonight was probably the best the car's been all night. We've really been struggling with it, but we're getting it dialed in now, and really feels good to beat Matt for the win.
Looked like you got a little lead on him midway through the race, and maybe we're going to pull away, and then he got next to you again for those final few laps.
Yeah, he wouldn't give up. He gave me one hell of a race, that was for sure. And
we talked just a week ago after another strong finish that you felt that you had made some good progress over the past couple weeks. Did you expect to be in victory lane this soon?
Well, like I said last week, hopefully you'll see me here next week. So, and it happened, and we just worked hard on the car and keep fine-tuning, and now we got here tonight.
What's been the biggest adjustment moving from the Power Stock division, where we should note you were the champion last year, to the Thunder Car division this year?
It's just a lot more power, a lot more chassis adjustment, things like that, and it just takes a little more work to get the car dialed in as to wear a bomber, it's a little easier.
Well, it was a great victory, and we'll make sure, per your request, that we get you a Jack Daniels Pit Crew Party Pack.
Yes, thanks.
The question of the week is brought to you by Bumper to Bumper and Champion Auto Stores.
So another boring Saturday night.
Get to the all-new Elko Speedway for a night of supercharged family fun. The Elko Speedway, redesigned with new grandstands, better seating, and 5 big-screen TVs capturing all the big races. Every Saturday, it's the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series. 4 high-powered classes of racing thrills. For more information, click on ElkoSpeedway.com. This Saturday, get to the all-new Elko Speedway, 30 minutes south of Minneapolis, 1 mile west of I-35 on County Road 2, Elko. Saturday night will never be the same.
At Richard Childress Racing and Jack Daniels, we have a great appreciation for cars. And a greater appreciation for those who drive them. So when you're out drinking, make the right decisions. After all, when it comes to drinking responsibly, it's a black and white issue.
These drivers were great. Take a look at some of the highlights real quickly from last Saturday at Elko.
Now, I've really enjoyed it. I think I've prepared myself real well for the change, and I've been able to run some cup races this year, and I've enjoyed that side of it. Been able to do a lot of these deals, and that's really been a lot of enjoyment for me. It's kind of giving back to the fans. It's given to me for a lot of years, and I think that's a special part of what this sport's all about. To come here and run against these guys on the local shows, part of it. To be able to come here and sign autographs and do that sort of thing's another part of it. But really just to get back and enjoy the fans, and that's what I've been trying to do.
Well, I'd like to thank everybody for coming. Good seeing Black again. Hadn't seen him probably in, what, 15 years? 20? Okay. We used to be parked beside him in the garage area a lot. And Black would come in for practice and never would get out of his car. He'd go to sleep, sit in the car while the crew worked on it. They'd shake him. All right, go again.
Seeing one of 3 men in the history of NASCAR to win back-to-back Daytona 500s. Let's hear it for Sterling Moyer.
In 6th grade, I was always squeaking my chair, messing with the teachers, just anything on the school bus. And finally, they got mad at me, the teachers did, and sent me off to a therapist, and I was diagnosed hyperactive.
So next year, you'll be in that top 10.
I hope
in
so.
those final 10
Sure.
races. Okay, point number 2. True or false or why? Getting out and fixing your car under a red flag is a good idea.
Well, we thought it was at the time, but you had to go to the rear anyway.
Do you get tired having people ask you about that?
No, we're just trying to win the race. That's all we're trying to do.
And you really probably
What was
didn't have...
What was he going to do, put you in jail?
Yeah, and you probably didn't have an alternative, did you? There you have it, yet another episode, oh so stellar, of The Race Show. In the can for this week. My thanks to Robin Harris behind the camera, the Big O back in the studio. I'm Rob Hahn, and we'll see you next week.
Reborn. Every weekend, a chance to relive it from the beginning.
Do you believe in the existence of extraterrestrials?
Every weekend, another classic X-Files.
Sunday at 8 on 45. KSTC45.com, helping to make Channel 45 one of your favorite things. The following is a paid presentation. The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management or ownership of KSTC.
The Race Show with Rob Hahn is presented by Yamaha ATVs. The Race Show is also sponsored by Elko Speedway, Bumper to Bumper and Champion Auto Stores, Jack Daniels, Justice Brothers, and Kharkov Vodka. Now a man who gives modesty a whole new definition, your host, Rob Hahn.
Here we are, back for another episode of The Race Show presented by Yamaha ATVs. Thanks for joining us. I'm Rob Hahn, publisher of Minnesota's Racing Connection. Finally, it's here. Nextel Cup Night, Saturday, July 9th. This week, are we excited or what? Jamie McMurray, Casey Kane, Jason Leffler, and one surprise guest who I suspect, I can't officially say right now, but I suspect we'll be doing backflips over him. We'll talk more about Nextel Cup Night later with Jim Burns from Elko Speedway. But flashing back quickly to last week, the Mid-Am Sportsmen were again in town, and let's take a look at some of the action. Quite a week for you. You go from wrecking bad one week and to the victory circle the next.
Yeah, it felt good. Gotta thank everybody that helped us get this thing back together. Lutz crew, my family, and Brother Jorgensen Racing for hanging a body for us at the last minute. But she's just as good as she was before we wrecked. So,
how many hours did you put into getting the car ready throughout the week?
Well, the car was down at Brother Jorgensen's till Thursday night, and then we got it back. We still had front suspension work to finish up. We actually just finished this morning on it. So
you brought it out here. Did you have to make many adjustments before the heat and then after the heat before the feature?
The first practice we were on the old tires and couldn't get a good reading, so we stuck on a new set for the second practice, and I knew it was good. And then in the heat race, I got a chance to run by myself, so I got to try both lanes, and then I knew I was good for the feature.
Let's talk about that feature race. A lot of good battles throughout the field. You were in a good position when Island and Skya tangled. What exactly did you see with those two?
Oh, Jonathan tried to get on the outside, and both of them were struggling a little bit. They were both a little wiggly coming out of the corner, and I don't know who got into who. At that point, I was just trying to move up higher, and then next thing I saw was Island backing towards the wall and didn't know if I'd get through it. So,
after wrecking last week, how big a win is this for you and your team?
Oh, it's huge. Even if we wouldn't have wrecked, it's huge just because everything we've gone through this year with all the wrecks and my dad having a stroke and everything else. So, no.
And speaking of your dad, who was with us last year on the race show during one of our segments, I saw him earlier tonight, so hopefully he got to see your victory.
Yeah, he walked down to victory lane tonight, so it was a good feeling.
It's been a good season so far, but especially with a second place finish, your best ever on the year.
Yeah, we worked hard, and thank God I was on the Mid-Am show. The other two Mid-Am shows, we had electronic failures, so we didn't even get to finish, and I'm glad I came out and got a second place tonight.
It was an interesting race. You had some carnage in front of you, particularly with the leaders, Island and Skya at one point. What did you see from your vantage point?
I just saw kind of Skya push up a little bit into Island. They both kind of, went spinning, and I just hooked her on the low line and got through it.
What were some of your keys to running so strongly?
Well, I'd make hard run, for a while, then I'd lay back, kind of let my tires cool down a little bit, and then, just stay in the front and maintain and hold my line,
We mentioned at the start of the interview that, it's been a very good season for you, particularly the last couple of weeks. How has this season differed from last year?
Last year, we know these cars better. I've been working on a crew before I even drove, and we had just known these cars a lot better in the way they work, and the Thunder cars were a little more difficult for us, because they got different tires, different components and everything, but this here is awesome. It's a great car to work with, and we built this one from 2 frame rails all the way up, so we know everything of the car.
With a good string of races behind you, what are some of your expectations over the next month or two?
Well, we got to try to knock off a couple feature wins here now and climb up and get Rookie of the Year for points.
Andy Jurek was running very well and made some contact and went for a wild ride.
Yeah, 66 car got into the side of me, and there was nowhere for me to go. Rode the wall, and upside down we went.
Is this one of the hardest wrecks that you've ever had?
Yeah, I've had a few good licks, but this is definitely probably the hardest one, I would say.
What goes through your mind at a time like that? It all happens so quickly.
Well, I was upside down. The biggest thing is I saw the fire. Car obviously was on fire. And I was still skidding sideways. My window net was already down. I took that down. And then I kind of made a wrong move there. I pulled my belts, and I should have taken my wheel off first. And so I kind of screwed myself. But I ended up able to get the wheel off and crawl out of the car. But nothing but getting out of that car. There's nothing else that goes through your mind.
You said that you have kind of a sore neck. Other than that, are you feeling okay? And what about the car?
The car is completely junk. Their motor's junk. Everything's junk. We're not going to be able to fix nothing on it. Frame's bent in the middle. So it's pretty much start over deal there. I'm fine. My neck's a little sore. my helmet was actually the fiberglass wore through on the roof, and my helmet was actually skidding on the asphalt. So it was a little scary, but I'm glad to get out of there. I'm not hurt, nothing's wrong. That's the main deal.
The following is a presentation of Racing Public Television. The Royal Fireworks. Music by Handel. Narration by Skaya and Island.
I was leading the race. Jonathan had a faster car. Guaranteed, no argument about that whatsoever. Going into turn one, he goes on the outside of me, clean as can be. Middle of the turn, he comes down. He spins. I get sent to the back, and he gets sent to the back.
I don't know what the problem is, but coming into one, I always had him cleared and drove into me. And
So, restart comes out. Again, Jonathan's at the second groove. This is after we passed some cars. He come down into my lane, blew a tire. Went around to this pits after to talk to him like we're not supposed to, but I did. Their crews started throwing punches and stuff like that. Now, supposedly, I got to get out of here.
I don't know. Could have saved 2 cars. Instead, he had to give us both to the back. He could have settled for second, but he didn't want to, so.
The new Kodiak 450 automatic 4x4 from Yamaha.
See Heinen's Yamaha in Osseo and Jerry's Yamaha in Lakeville.
At Richard Childress Racing and Jack Daniels, we have a great appreciation for cars. And a greater appreciation for those who drive them. So when you're out drinking, make the right decisions. After all, when it comes to drinking responsibly, it's a black and white issue.
Encyclopedic Knowledge is sponsored by Elko Speedway.
Amy Woodward did not have to travel far to do this interview. She simply walked across the pit road and into the pit stall of...
All right, so I'm standing in the pits with the number 98, Steve Closey, power stock driver. Now, Steve, this is your second year, so how do you feel after coming off your rookie season?
I feel really good. I got to thank Jeff Partington for helping me out. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be racing, so he showed me a few things, and me and my crew, we got her tuned in pretty good, so feeling pretty good about it.
So far, how has your season been going then?
Pretty good. I think this is my 4th heat win this year. I think my best finish this year is 3rd, so worst I think is 20th, so been doing pretty good, pretty consistent, so.
What's it going to take to get you in that number 1 spot then?
I might have to push my teammate out of the way, Jeff, so I hope if we're racing for the lead that he'll just let me have it, but I know he'll let me, or make me fight for it, so it'll be fun.
So how does that work? You know, you guys are in the same class. You pit right next to each other. I always see you bickering. How does that work, having your teammate and your best friend be in the same class?
It's actually pretty good because we can relate on certain things, and he helps me out, I help him out, so I mean, it's a good teammate. Dick's joined us this year, the number 88 power stock, and he's been racing for quite a while, so it's a good group of guys to work with, so doing good.
So what's going through your head when you're on the track and he's right in front of you then?
I just hope he clears a path for me so I can get through, but no, it's just trying to stay out of everybody's way and not crash it up, so, but yeah, it's going good.
So what are you looking at doing for next year? Are you going to stay here or maybe bump up?
I'll probably stay in the power stocks. I got no future plans yet to go to a Thunder car or anything, but I'd like to win a championship if that's all possible, but I'll probably just stay in the power stocks next year, so get the hang of it.
All right, one more question.
All right.
What about this weather? I mean, it's gorgeous out today. How does that affect you out on the track? I mean, some people just can't handle it. How about you?
Oh, it's pretty hot in the cars, you know, but towards the night it gets cool, and I love this kind of weather, so it could be a little cooler out, but no, with all the rain and stuff we've had, but no, it's going good. So.
All right, Steve, well, we wish you the best of luck.
All right, thank you.
Encyclopedic Knowledge has been presented by Elko Speedway, featuring the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series every Saturday night.
So another boring Saturday night?
Get to the all-new Elko Speedway for a night of supercharged family fun. The Elko Speedway, redesigned with new grandstands, better seating, and 5 big-screen TVs capturing all the big races. Every Saturday, it's the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series. 4 high-powered classes of racing thrills. For more information, click on ElkoSpeedway.com. This Saturday, get to the all-new Elko Speedway, 30 minutes south of Minneapolis, 1 mile west of I-35 on County Road 2, Elko. Saturday night will never be the same.
Just take me to the beach in your mind. You really wanna come to the beach in my mind? Well, it's always shining and the weather's always fine. Then come on in, we're gonna have some fun. In the beach in my mind, just lying in the sun. Come on, let's go for a splash. Come on, baby, you know I'll make it last. So baby, won't take me.
This week's Lapper feature is sponsored by Justice Brothers. Get your car running better with JB products.
Back on the race show, I'm Rob Hahn, joined now by one of Elko's newer super late model drivers, Gary Mueller. First full season here at Elko in a late model. You were telling me off camera and refreshing my memory that in fact you did race here in a Legends car in 1997.
Yes, we did. Yep.
And how'd you do?
We finished third in the points overall.
Okay.
Yep.
Did you enjoy racing those Legends? You did it for a few years.
Yep, that was a blast. It was a blast. We had a championship in 96 at Sauk Center, and then we came here in 97, Raceway Park in 97, and then finished second at Raceway and third here, and then we went back in 98 to Sauk Center and finished second in points there again.
It's a pretty good series. You know, I've been criticized by some of the Legends officials in the past because we haven't given them enough coverage.
Sure.
But the more I watch them, the more I like them.
Oh, they're a blast. They're open wheel. They got tons of power for the weight that they are, and they're a good stepping stone to step up into a class to get started in from go-karts and to step up.
We mentioned you're a rookie here at Elko.
Yep.
What's it been like so far?
It's tough. This is a tough crowd to run with. We started out, in the beginning of the season, making advances. We'd start like 17th, 18th, get up into that top 10. I think we finished 8th and 9th. And we had one night that I thought for sure we were going to have a top 5 and our motor let go on lap 19. And then the next week we got caught up in that big, huge wreck that took out, I think, 13 cars.
Oh, yeah.
And it ripped the A-arm mounts right out of the frame, and we've been chasing it ever since then. But I think tonight we got a pretty good car. We qualified, I think, 7th tonight, and so hopefully we'll do a little better tonight.
Every team seems to have a slightly different routine. Why don't you give me a nutshell version of what you and your crew go through on a weekly basis? How much time do you spend on the car? And go ahead.
For late models, I wish we could spend more time than we do. I run my own business, so it's basically we either get out there on a Thursday night or a Friday night, go through the whole car, nut and bolt, make sure everything's tight. Like last night, it was time for oil change, so we had to change oil, set the lash, and then just go through scaling it and make sure everything, nothing got bent. When we got in that wreck a few weeks ago, we've been chasing it ever since then. So that was kind of our fault, where we've been struggling the last few weeks, as we haven't had the time to go back and do the bump steer and do all that stuff. Our front end was way out of square and our bump steer was way off. So
sure. We're getting close to the midpoint of the season. Realistically, what are some of your goals for the second half of the season?
Top 10s, and maybe sneak in a couple of top 5s. These guys are fast, and I guess mainly get respect from these guys out here. There's a group of guys here that have been here for a long time, and to be able to run with them and get their respect would be my main goal, and then get some top 10s and top 5s, hopefully.
Before I forget, I want to mention, as you did off the air, that you said you actually spotted for Paul Menard a few years ago. He had a good run last week at Daytona in the Busch Series. Did the two of you chat every now and then, and what did you learn from him?
From Paul, we used to race Legends here, actually, me and Charlie and Paul Menard. And then when I got out of Legends to start my business, they called me and asked if I wanted to be Paul's spotter, and I'm like, cool, we got to fly around in their company jet, and it was awesome.
Glad you're roughing it.
Yeah, exactly. It was pretty sweet. And then when I got the opportunity to drive a late model, I approached them for a sponsorship deal, and that's what they do, my motors. But right now he's so busy with his stuff. I talk with Charlie a lot more than I do Paul at this point in time. So.
Okay, real good. Oh, mention your crew. As I was leaving your pit area, they said, make sure he mentions the crew.
Yeah, well, we
Give him
got
credit.
Paul Milford. He was a late model driver up at I-94. He decided to take a year off to help out. I got my Uncle Dewey. We got Groucho. We got Bill Hoyt, kind of helps us with tires. And that's pretty much the main core guys that run with us every week. Or, you know, they trade off and on, but great group of guys.
Now, you told me before you went on the show that you would come on, but you didn't want to be a lapper. And I said, yeah, that's okay. I might have been fibbing because Bud Kane was supposed to be our lapper today, but I found out after we did an entire interview with him that the audio had some glitches, so we're probably not airing that on this week's show, which means we have to turn to you and make you the lapper.
That's
but
okay.
that's okay.
I think Justice Brothers sponsors that, doesn't
They
they?
do,
No,
yeah.
well, then that's good because I'm sponsored by the Justice Brothers.
So use even more of their products. That'll get you up to the top 5. Everyone will be happy.
Right.
And lapper as a compliment, being the lapper of the week. Gary Mueller.
Right, thank you.
Rookie late model driver at Elko Speedway. We're back right after this. Let's talk about your victory. An incredible race. You were aided a little bit down the stretch by a caution. What went through your mind over those final few laps?
I was just trying to keep those 4 tires out underneath me. You know, Friday night they had one of those eve of destruction nights, and unfortunately for us, it kind of takes its toll on the track. It gets a little slick out there, and I was just trying to grab onto it, and it was real tough on the outside there going, and just trying to keep her off the wall and trying to keep her from running into Roger Meyer, and it was a handful. I felt like I was ice racing out there for a little while, and I had that last caution with 4 laps to go, and my car was pretty good for about 5 laps, so it kind of played right into my hands, and as soon as that happened, I had a good feeling I could win this one. I think this was going to be it.
Before that caution, we're looking at some video right now. You and Roger seemed to trade the lead on each lap.
Yeah, it was tough going. You know, the inside was just as greasy as the outside, so, you know, I do pretty good on a corner. I get up on him a little bit, and then, you know, he'd do good on a corner, and then I'd overdrive a corner. It was tough going. It was really good racing, but I really think me and him never touched once.
You mentioned at the start of the interview that this was a long time coming, but in reality, it's only been about a season and a half. Are you where you had hoped to be at this point, or did you really think that the first feature win would come earlier?
Well, you always hope for the feature win to come earlier, but I'm right on course. Last year, I knew coming into it, I mean, this is the most difficult division, I think, out here as far as, you know, you got a lot of good drivers and the cars are all really close. And last year was more of a learning year and more of a growing year. And this year I was coming out here to go for it, and I got her.
Where do you go from here?
I'll finish the year off with the Thunder car. Then we'll see during the off season. I'll, you know, either maybe move up to a sportsman division or, you know, possibly a late model out at Raceway or do another year out here in the Thunder cars.
A great victory for you and your crew, particularly your dad, who's one of your most ardent supporters, and a victory for me because last year, as you might recall, I bet our own Dan Plan, the encyclopedia, that you would win a feature in your rookie season. That did not happen, so I said, let's go double or nothing. I don't know if he knows we went double or nothing, but now to quote a line from that great movie, Better Off Dead, I want my $2. Way to go.
Thanks, Rob. Thank you.
I want to remind you that you should stop into your favorite liquor store and look for the Kharkov Vodka Steve Mergic Racing Display. At that display, among other things, you will find your chance to register to win free tickets to Elko Speedway. Kharkov Vodka is going to be drawing winners, and we see some of the names on our screen right now, all summer long. For free tickets, go into your favorite liquor store, look for the Kharkov Vodka display, and register to win.
The question of the week is brought to you by Bumper to Bumper and Champion Auto Stores.
Enough said. The YFZ 450 from Yamaha.
See Larson Cycle in Cambridge and the Hitching Post in South St. Paul.
We're back on the race show. I'm Rob Hahn, joined now by Elko's PA announcer, Jim Burns, the inimitable Jim Burns. And you know, the only reason we're having you on is because we want to make sure we cut down on the audio in the background while we're filming, and now we got Clark babbling on the mic.
The one thing about it, you know, you got to remember, I always have the control switch, but in this case, I have to trust that Chris is doing a nice job entertaining our crowd. And great 4th of July, Rob. It's really been off to a good start so far.
Yeah, it really has. We're looking forward already to Nextel Cup night, July 9th, this Saturday at Elko Speedway. We've got a handful of drivers, Casey Kane, Jamie McMurray among them. What do you look forward most to when you think of the Cup nights, looking back at the last couple of years?
The last couple of years, I guess we've seen kind of a combination of comings and goings. Last year, drivers like Bill Elliott coming here, and, you know, he was on his kind of swan song with the folks at Evernham Motorsports, but you see what a continuous draw and the reason why he's been NASCAR's most popular driver for just about the last 2 decades. Opportunities that we have this year is an opportunity to see some of NASCAR's young stars. Casey Kane, Jamie McMurray. McMurray especially is turning into a real, what we'd call a media darling. And also coming up, you've got to, excuse me for a second, a lot of things going on in this old mind, but, I can't even remember right now where, Jason Leffler.
Jason Leffler,
whoops,
yes.
In the Joe Gibbs Racing FedEx car. But all in all, the things that I hear from the fans is how excited they are. And you know, the one thing I can't stress enough to all of our fans that not only watch the show but attend at Elko Speedway, this is the one time I'm going to suggest you do get advanced seats because tickets are going extremely fast. One little update, I do have to kind of touch on Martin Truex Jr., the current point leader in the Busch Series, who is scheduled to be here, has got a scheduling conflict, will not be able to be here, should be able to come back in September.
In terms of a 4th driver, we can't, I don't think, announce officially, but we could say that if this person who I think will be here shows up, we might do flips and maybe even backflips over him.
I was going to say it's probably the most athletic driver that we've ever had in the history at Elko Speedway. One thing about it, I know that if you look at it in who we had recently and who we have potentially coming.
Mary Lou Retton.
Well, to a certain extent, just put it this way, Dick Trickle supports the caffeinated beverage and nicotine industry quite heavily. This young man, with the exploits that he has shown so far, I don't think has the opportunity to do that.
Now, it should be a fun night, this Saturday at Elko Speedway. Let's talk quickly about some racers here at the track.
I'll tell you what, we've had a lot of success so far, and I didn't mean to cut you, Rob, but one story that you and I talked on, and we've talked on many times, is Donnie Reavers.
Wow. What a year so far.
Donnie Reavers, to me, right now, is becoming a consummate racer. It does not matter where he starts in the field. It does not matter how his car's set up at the beginning of the night. That team works and works and works and works, and that's a sign of a championship organization. Donnie is self-professed a full-time racer. He's racing for a living, but he is just right now dominant here at Elko Speedway. He's dominant at Raceway Park, and he is one of 4 NASCAR point leaders in the divisional rankings that they have.
That's right. As we tape this segment, he's leading division number 4. Big bucks go along with winning that division and possibly even a national championship.
You know, the biggest competition that Donnie's receiving now is from Ted Christopher, and true NASCAR fans will recognize a name like Ted Christopher. The average weekly fan might not, but Teddy has been around the NASCAR Busch Series North Tour, the Wayland Modified ranks for many, many years, so he's got a lot of talent. He, like Donnie, also a full-time racer, and, you know, it's going to come down to the end of the year. What Donnie needs right now are consistent finishes. He does not need that one kind of off week that would really set him back.
Great to have you on the show.
Rob, always appreciate it. Keep up the good work.
Jim Burns with us. We're back right after this.
Yeah, I was pretty worried with Brian back there. I mean, he's been doing this quite a while, and he's good, one of the best out here, and didn't want to see the restarts when I was out in front, especially with him back there, but I knew he'd race me clean, so I was just glad I hung on for the win.
A second-place finish. You haven't had as strong a race since opening night when you really clocked the field.
Yeah, it hasn't been a season that we've normally had, but you know, nothing we can do but just keep trying.
You had the good car that won on opening night, and then that was really totaled pretty much in the wreck that you were involved in, a couple weeks later, and then it's been, I would gather, kind of a struggle to get the car back working to where it was tonight.
Yeah, it's been kind of an uphill battle. We've been spending lots of time putting fenders and quarter panels and lots of body panels on, but guys had her tuned up pretty good tonight. We just need to get one spot better here.
What about the final few laps of the race? Would you have preferred to go for an extended period without cautions, or did the cautions actually help you?
No, actually I would have preferred to not create the one caution that I did going over the curb, because I think it did a little damage to the car. So I don't know what I could have done with Jacob prior to, you know, hitting the curb, but it didn't help. So.
With a strong second-place finish, do you feel this car is closing in on where you were with the original car this year?
Well, yeah, it's back competitive again, so we're kind of running where we're supposed to be running. So, you know, we got a little tuning yet to do on it, and gear change, and you know, hopefully we'll get a little better yet.
Now, you never know what might happen when you walk through the pits at the end of a racing night. I meant to talk to you, then forgotten about it, and then as I walked past, your fan club started yelling that I should come over and interview you. So an interesting night. You led for a good part of the race. You had some contact at one point with Donnie Reavers, another point with Brian Johnson. Subsequently, you were sent to the rear of the field. Yep. Why don't you talk about those two incidents?
Well, the incident with Donnie was just hard racing. He kind of slid up into me, and we kind of locked fenders, and it took till the end of the straightaway to get unlocked. And unfortunately, Donnie probably got more of the bad end of the deal. And then everything was fine after that. And then the incident with Brian kind of started the lap before that. There was a lap car, and that's basically what it was a lap car in the way. And Brian kind of pushed me up in the fence, and then we got down to the next turn, and I got in a little hot and kind of tapped Brian a little too hard. So I didn't mean to. I mean, not hard, you know, but I didn't appreciate the room that it took to get by the lap car. But that's racing, and Brian and I are okay with that. We already talked and everything, so everything's cool.
Now, you thought I was going to be rough on you, and I think I just asked one question. Now I'm pretty much done.
All right, good.
So another boring Saturday night.
Get to the all-new Elko Speedway for a night of supercharged family fun. The Elko Speedway, redesigned with new grandstands, better seating, and 5 big screen TVs capturing all the big races. Every Saturday, it's the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series. 4 high-powered classes of racing thrills. For more information, click on ElkoSpeedway.com. This Saturday, get to the all-new Elko Speedway, 30 minutes south of Minneapolis, 1 mile west of I-35 on County Road 2, Elko. Saturday night will never be the same.
There you have it, another episode of the race show done for this week. We'll see you at Nextel Cup Night this Saturday, July 9th at Elko Speedway, and then next week on the race show. My thanks to Robin Harris behind the camera. The Big O is back in the studio, and I'm Rob Hahn. Thanks to you for joining us. We'll see you next week.
It blows my mind. I never forget my first cup race, listening to guys like Kenny and Murray and Jason Leffler, and it's just crazy. I don't think that much to get racing every week, just doing what I'm doing is amazing. I think that's every day. I love that watch team out. They've got a good team going to team out. He's wild, man. He's spent about 3 hours before they out. He's completely insane. Yeah, all right. So they're still in the market, and moving around racing, and very excited. That's probably the coolest guys I've like all NASCAR. Mark's been around a long time, and they know we're going to get that car that is the coolest thing. It's got to be yes, because it's going to be Viagra on the car. I'm not there yet. Ladies and gentlemen, Jamie McMurray! On the stores, and everything's going really well right now. Tomorrow, we're having a nap and a great day. Start deep in the field, but it's really good. Glad to be here. Glad to see such an enthusiastic group of people. And that FedEx team has made a lot of progress since the beginning of the year. Yeah, I was telling them earlier, we got my core
new Kodiak 450 automatic 4x4 from Yamaha.
See RJ Sport and Cycle in Duluth and the Hitching Post in Hopkins.
At Richard Childress Racing and Jack Daniels, we have a great appreciation for cars. And a greater appreciation for those who drive them. So when you're out drinking, make the right decisions. After all, when it comes to drinking responsibly, it's a black and white issue.
Encyclopedic Knowledge is sponsored by Elko Speedway.
Time now for us to throw it to the Encyclopedia Dan Plan.
Farmington's Dan White has been racing in the sportsman division for a few years now. Dan, how'd you get your start?
I used to crew for Jake Ryan and Dan Ryan, and it looked like so much fun. I had Jerry Royal build me a car and came out here and started right off in the sportsman division.
When you started, the Sportsman's had the steel body on them. Is this the same car that you started out with?
I'd say the same chassis, just had a bunch of updates. Royco chassis, Jerry Royal updated it for me to the mid-am stuff, and it's been working pretty good.
Do you plan on traveling with the car at all since the rules are common?
Well, the only thing is the financial and the time. It's tough to travel. I'd like to, but I just haven't gotten to it yet.
Do you have some people that help you out locally with sponsorship?
Well, we've got Network Title and Cash Systems Inc. They've helped me out a bunch this year. Wouldn't be able to do it without them.
What do you find most challenging about running the sportsman car?
Just the small tires and the lot of power. Really hard to get off the corner, but that's a good challenge.
Do you find yourself driving with your foot as much as your hands as you do with the power and the skinny tires?
Yeah, you definitely have to finesse them getting off the corner. You could spin the tires anywhere in the corner if you wanted to, even on the straightaway sometimes.
Had you run any other cars before you hopped right into a sportsman?
Oh, I started right out in these and had a lot of help from Jerry Royal and Dan Ryan setting them up, and started right out with this car right here.
Well, good luck, and we hope to see you again on the race show.
Okay, thanks.
You told us just last week that that feature win was getting even closer, and you lived up to it.
Yep. It was great tonight. I didn't think it was going to come this soon, but the heat run played out all right, and I started on the pole, and I was able to stay in the lead for a while there, and I was glad to race Jeff there at the end. You know, he says he didn't give it to me. He was racing me for it, so it feels really good.
What went through your mind during those final few laps? Coming up behind you, you know that you're obviously leading, and it's your race to win or lose at that point. Maybe you can take us through those final few laps.
Oh, it just seemed like it took forever. The last 5 laps after the caution, just seemed like forever, and then I didn't know if Jeff could get around me or not, but he said something happened in his motor or something, so he raced me hard for it, and it was just a thrill, excitement, so no, it's good.
Each driver seems to have a different perspective, you know, with a feature win. What does this mean to you and your team?
Oh, it means a lot. This year I was just hoping for a heat win, and I got 4 of them so far, and this feature is just, it's just great. It just feels great. The guy's been working hard on the car, and we finally got it tuned in good, so it's just good.
You touched on a lot of it last week when Amy Woodward talked to you on the race show, but what do you feel that you've really hit on over the last couple of weeks that's made you so strong?
Being consistent, that and trying to stay out of everybody's way. You just gotta have a good car and just try to stay out of everybody's way. So it was good.
I suppose we knew the streak had to stop at some point. Kind of an interesting way to have it happen, have your teammate beat you to the finish line.
Yeah, that was good for Steve. He's been trying here for about 1.5 years now, and it felt good, you know. Watching him win is just like me winning, so we'll go from there, and maybe next week the roles will be reversed.
How about the final few laps? You gained a little bit, but he indicated during his interview with us that something was amiss with your motor.
Yeah, I think I got some valve springs going soft on me, and it's about mid-year. I think it's about time for some new tires. But, Steve needed a little boost. I just need to stay ahead of the 5 car and increase the point lead heading into next weekend and go from there. And it's good to see him pull one off finally.
Encyclopedic Knowledge has been presented by Elko Speedway, featuring the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series every Saturday night.
So another boring Saturday night.
all-new Elko Speedway for a night of supercharged family fun. The Elko Speedway, redesigned with new grandstands, better seating, and 5 big screen TVs capturing all the big races. Every Saturday, it's the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series. 4 high-powered classes of racing thrills. For more information, click on ElkoSpeedway.com. This Saturday, get to the all-new Elko Speedway, 30 minutes south of Minneapolis, 1 mile west of I-35 on County Road 2, Elko. Saturday night will never be the same.
This week's Lapper feature is sponsored by Justice Brothers. Get your car running better with JB products.
We are back on the race show, and begging will get you everywhere. Begging and pleading to be on the race show. And so Bud Kane joins us now in studio. Haven't you been begging and pleading all year to join us?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I've been waiting for the quality of the show to go up before I wanted to be on it.
You're going to have to wait a long time for that. See, you're laughing at my bad jokes, all right? And you were told not to.
I was told not to laugh at your jokes.
Bud Kane, you can either call him a power stock driver or on certain nights a powerless stock driver. It's been kind of an up and down season for you. Why are you shaking your head? You think we're too critical of you, but you're a former divisional champion, and we expect a lot of things out of you. You did put the car, I think you put the car in victory lane after a heat race already this year, but...
I've got 3 heat wins, actually, in a second. But the features of... Put it this way, I've got a good 10-lap car, and I haven't figured out how to go 20 laps with it yet.
What's been the struggle?
I've been trying to find the car, and it's been slow. I didn't want to make a whole lot of changes all at once, or I wouldn't know what was good and what was bad. So the last couple weeks, I've finally been hitting on something. The car is coming around. It's not a matter of not having power. It's a matter of not being able to go through the corners, and I've just spent the first half of the season playing with the new spring rule and trying to find the handle in the corners.
You feel you're getting closer?
Like I say, the last 2 weeks the car has finally started coming around. It didn't show last week. I was kind of meat in a sandwich in a spin out, and I couldn't do anything about that. But the car is doing a whole lot better than it was the beginning of the year. And some guys can hit on it right away. It's a new car, and I got to find it, and it's close, but it's not there. I'm not beating the '99 car yet.
I was going to say, what do you think? You must have been reading my mind, which is a difficult thing to do because it's usually blank. But what do you think of the '99? Jeff Partington has been on an incredible tear this year.
Everyone wonders, there must be something with him or something with the car, and he's
How about the fact that he's good?
Exactly. He's been through that barn a dozen times in the last 2 years, and if they haven't found it, it's not there. I think I know his dad's a genius, and he's a late model driver that came. He wanted to come down and have some fun with us, and he's come down and he's showing us what our cars should be doing. And so right now it's a matter of playing catch up with Partington simply because he knows what to do with his car. He's showing us how far off we are. So I don't begrudge him any of his wins.
No, it's kind of fun to watch, though. Watch someone not only have so much success, but you can see it in his face. And you saw it last year as well, that he's really enjoying the class.
Right.
He got tired of wrecking and spending a lot of money in the super late model class, and he said that he can actually make some money in the power stock class.
I've been around here for a long time. I've been to a lot of races, and I've seen guys move up in the classes, and they're having fun, and then they move up into the late models, and all of a sudden it's no fun anymore now. They take it real seriously, and that's all well and good, but if you want to come out and race and have fun and not spend I'm spending a lot of money, but not nearly what those guys are, and we're still having fun. Regardless of the fact I haven't been in the feature victory lane for a while. That's coming.
We'll keep waiting patiently. Before we go, we were talking off the air, and you said you do not eat much, if anything, the day of the race, that you're so wound up inside.
I get up in the morning, have a cup of coffee, maybe a donut or something.
Watch the race show?
Watch the race show, take some vitamins and some Gatorade, and come out here and race. And I just don't want I just don't want to be unsettled when I get in the car. I'll eat after the race.
Well, good luck the rest of the season. Good to have you on the show. He doesn't know it, but those of you who are watching right now know that he is our lapper of the week. He said he wasn't going to do the interview if I said that.
That's it. I'm out of here.
Bud Kane, the powerless stock car driver at Elko Speedway, our lapper of the week. We're back right after this.
All right, another trip to victory lane. A hard-earned win tonight against Don Whitebear.
He gave me a run for my money, I can tell you that. I gave him everything I had and fortunately was able to come out on top.
Looked down the stretch like you had pulled away a bit, and then over those final, let's say, 4 or 5 laps, that he closed the gap again. What was the difference?
I think the tires were getting hot and the car seemed to be tightening up as the fuel burned off. So that's a little something we've been trying to iron out over these last few weeks. And I don't know, you just hang on as long as you can, and if you get challenged, give him a lane, and if he beats you, he beats you.
When we last talked, I think you'd mentioned that you were working out some of the glitches or challenges in the car this year, some weight issues. You seem to have corrected most, if not all those, and seen the results follow. Are you where you want to be at this point of the season?
I mean, we're happy with the way the car's running, but this is like any place else. You stand still too long and they're going to catch you.
Car was handling pretty good most of the race. Towards the end there, she started getting a little loose going in. So I had to let up a little bit going in, but he's a heck of a racer. He's established out here. I scheduled 6 races out here. My home track is Raceway Park. I wanted to get more seat time. This is my 2nd year in the hobby stock division after driving 5 years in the bomber division at Raceway. A lot of good racers out here. Competition's great. Facility's great.
Were you surprised at all the way you ran tonight, or is this where you expected to be, or hope to be at least at this point of the season?
Well, I raced out here twice before, and I ran Hoosier tires. That's what they run out here. It was my understanding that I could bring my car from Raceway out here and drive it the way I do out there. So I didn't have the Hoosiers on tonight. Some controversy around that. Some of the drivers were upset about it. But I heard, from the tech people that Mr. Ryan himself said that was okay to do. So he owns the place. I guess it was a good race.
You guess it was a real good race down the stretch. What have you learned here at Elko so far this year?
I guess what I've learned is it's a lot of fun to go to other tracks. I think if you race with good drivers, clean drivers, it's a good experience.
I want to remind you that you should stop into your favorite liquor store and look for the Kharkov Vodka Steve Mergic Racing Display. At that display, among other things, you will find your chance to register to win free tickets to Elko Speedway. Kharkov Vodka is going to be drawing winners, and we see some of the names on our screen right now, all summer long. For free tickets, go into your favorite liquor store, look for the Kharkov Vodka display, and register to win.
The question of the week is brought to you by Bumper to Bumper and Champion Auto Stores.
Enough said. The YFZ 450 from Yamaha.
See St. Bonnie Motorsports in St. Bonifacius and J&J Power Sports in Faribault.
Oh, man.
It's hot. It's sexy. Sexy hair.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a very sad moment on our show right now. Not because you're messing with my hair, but because this is your last time you'll be on the show. You're headed to Seattle.
Yes.
I thought instead of you interviewing someone for this final week, I would get the pleasure.
I don't know if I can handle this.
I know. You know, it's tough. It's tough. I've saved up my hardest questions for you. Well, let's reflect on what it's been like racing over the last couple of years here at Elko. What are some of your best memories?
Obviously, winning the heat last year, that was awesome. Just being able to run up in front and be competitive and yet still meeting a lot of new friends. I mean, I think I have more friends here at this track than, anywhere else. So it's great, leaving with a good note, I guess.
Mm-hmm. It's been, arguably, you've had a learning curve and some challenges along the way. How have you worked through those, and what role has your dad, because I know he's very involved with the team, what role has he had?
My dad's the biggest pain in my butt ever, but he works on the car a lot, so I guess I gotta give him credit. No, it was hard coming off from dirt and then doing this. I think my driving style obviously was a little more for this than dirt, but just understanding to run one line and not try to go all over the track and trying to set things up. I have no clue still what we're doing, and some days my dad doesn't either, so we're still learning, and it's my last night.
What are your thoughts, again, as you look back on the sportsman class on the whole?
I think the sportsman class is great. Obviously, it's a very competitive class, and there's some great drivers to learn from. I mean, I know the lower classes, you pick up some bad habits on bashing and banging, and yeah, we have that too in the sportsman every once in a while, but I think overall it's a great class, and I'm really, really glad I started here.
Now you're headed out to Seattle, Washington.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit more about why you're headed there.
My husband's out there in the Navy, so I'm going to go join him since I did just graduate at MSU with my BA. Hopefully get a job. If anybody has any connections, get a hold of me because I need help getting a job bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's been great working with you. We're going to miss you.
Of course.
And hopefully you can come back and visit on occasion, maybe even get in that seat. How are you going to get your need for speed out in Seattle?
Speed a lot on the interstate. I really
Maybe
don't
go
know.
up and down the Space Needle a couple times a day or something?
Yeah, something like that. There might be stairs or something. I don't know. I've never been in the Space Needle yet, so we'll see.
It's been great having you on the show over the last couple of years, and we'll miss you.
Thank you.
All right. Now, we got to go to break. I'm verklempt.
We just got lucky and got a good starting spot is what that was.
But you had some strong cars behind you that didn't really close the gap too much.
No, you know, it does. It helps when you can start out in front, though, and you can go into kind of a tire management program, and, you know, you can run your car hard, but you don't have to run it as hard as trying to catch somebody.
What about that lap traffic down the stretch when in a race that goes, you know, green so long, the entire race? I mean, you obviously have to navigate through lap traffic, and it looked like you did a very good job of it. Some others behind you, I think, struggled a little bit.
You know, a little bit, but I think the guys did a really good job tonight with the lap traffic stuff. You know, there's been a few times you'd catch them and they'd be racing side by side for 5 laps, and tonight we didn't have any of that, so.
Quickly, you got to work with one of the Cup drivers who drove your car. What was that like?
That was really neat. You know, he said he had a lot of fun. He came in and had a big smile on his face, you know, so you could tell he was having fun. And, you know, I talked to him when I was with Joey at one of the Busch races we went to, and talked to him, and he's just such a nice guy. He came over and helped Joey with some of the stuff maybe he thought he needed to do better, and, you know, just said he was having a lot of fun out here and stuff tonight, so that's kind of neat.
In such a short period of time, I'm sure it's tough to get the car exactly to these drivers' likings, but what sort of conversations did you have right before the practice laps and then after the practice laps?
A lot of it was, this thing doesn't have power steering in it. And
wow.
Yeah, the other one, well, I think it was just a surprise for him. You know, it probably been a long time since he's driven a car without power steering. And then he was having a little problem reaching the pedals on the car, so that was a little struggle for him. But, you know, it's pretty, shows you how good them guys are when they can jump in the cars, though, and, you know, go out and run pretty good lap times, and never been here before, never driven the car before, not even comfortable sitting in it, so.
One driver we haven't talked to much this year because it's been an up and down season is Jake Ryan with a strong 4th place finish. Let's talk first about the race. Some good races down the stretch with you and Brian Johnson.
Yeah, that was probably one of the first races all year that's gone green flag laps all the way through. And got stretched out a little bit there at the beginning, never really closed the gap. You know, the 6 car was leaking some stuff. We got black flag out of the way and started running, and we ended up catching him through lap traffic and stuff. And Brian was outside of, I think it was a 31. And I was able to catch him, get underneath him a little bit, and Gady backed up to Brian. And, you know, lap traffic's always part of racing and everything, but sometimes you like to just put a bumper on him and throw him in the infield because, you know, you're trying to pass guys and whatever. But me and Brian traded some paint, and the 52 is dead up on the top of the track, and we raced hard to the finish line, and he ended up beating me. But it was a pretty good run. We got pretty old tires on the car. A bunch of the guys, the top 3, I think, pretty much had like 2 weeks on their tires. So we'll have hopefully new rubber next week and go get them. So.
Yeah, nonetheless, though, as I alluded to earlier, a strong finish. Talk about the season so far. It's certainly had its ups, maybe a few ups and many downs.
Man, it really has been up and down. I mean, I compare myself a lot to Dale Earnhardt Jr. You know, he's last year's kicking butt. I was a rookie last year. We were top 3 in points. Actually led for a couple weeks. And this year, if we're not top 5, we're not top 5, we're DNFing. We got way too many DNFs. We're lucky to be in the points where we are right now. But all we're going to do is come out every week and try to win. You know, that's all you can do. So,
how have you and the team gone about it when you have to deal with the frustrations, not to mention fixing the car on an almost weekly basis?
Well, it's real frustrating going and, having a strong car at the beginning of a race and knocking a corner off it, or, having brake problems or setup problems or stuff coming apart on the track or hitting the wall, stuff like that. And it gets frustrating. Instead of working on the car and making it faster, we've just been fixing stuff, and finally we're starting to finish races strong, trying to improve performance on the car and stuff, and hopefully we can get up there and win a couple more races this year.
I've always thought the greatest thing about your feature wins are the fact that your kids can upgrade from macaroni and cheese to a full beef diet.
Oh, that is great. They love it. That's why they're so excited. They love that meat factor.
Let's talk about the race. A good hard-fought battle with Steve Schultz.
Yeah, I didn't think I had a chance to do that well in the feature just because I started a little further back, and there's some good cars up there. But 80, he kind of checked up on the first lap, and I got up there right away, and me and Schultz battled for a long time, and I squeaked it off. I was happy with that.
How about your car? Did you find that it handled pretty much the same throughout the race, or did it seem to get better?
Yeah, I think it stayed real consistent throughout the race. I think Schultz faded a little bit. I was pretty loose off the corner, but other than that, it was a pretty good car. Can't complain.
Shaping up to be a pretty good season, not just for you, but really for the whole division. Some good points races, especially now that, Schultz back in second tonight, but he had a few weeks where he struggled a bit.
Yeah, I preferred it when he struggled myself. But, yeah, it's the top 3 or 4 are pretty tight in points. Schultz still has a pretty decent lead, but it's not insurmountable, I wouldn't say.
Before we started, you were wondering why I wanted to interview you since you didn't win, and I said, only half jokingly, it's been so long since you've been up near the front. Second place finish, so maybe you're turning some things around. Let's talk about the race itself.
Yeah, the race was pretty good. Got a decent starting spot and took off, and the car worked a lot better tonight in the feature than it has since I can remember. I thought we were going to be okay, and Brown came up to challenge and raced with him for a while, and he was a little bit better, so he wound up winning the race, and that's fine.
Was it a case where his car was just stronger down the stretch, or did yours fade a little bit?
We were pretty decent. The thing finally responded to some changes that we made and actually turned in pretty decent, but couldn't pick up the throttle where I wanted to and drive off good, so just got to salvage what we can.
For you, it's almost been a tale of 2 different seasons already in the first half with such a strong start and then some struggles. Why don't you talk about those a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, the first few weeks, you win 3 consecutive weeks, and you're living light, you're living large, and all of a sudden reality sets in, and you just realize that you are just like everybody else out here, and there's a lot of good cars to race with, and those guys they're on their A program too, and we struggled for a long time, but I think it's coming around.
So another boring Saturday night.
Get to the all-new Elko Speedway for a night of supercharged family fun. The Elko Speedway, redesigned with new grandstands, better seating, and 5 big screen TVs capturing all the big races. Every Saturday, it's the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series. 4 high-powered classes of racing thrills. For more information, click on ElkoSpeedway.com. This Saturday, get to the all-new Elko Speedway, 30 minutes south of Minneapolis, 1 mile west of I-35 on County Road 2, Elko. Saturday night will never be the same.
Guess what, folks? That's it. Another show in the can for this week. My thanks to Robin Harris behind the camera, the Big O back in the studio. I'm Rob Hahn. Thanks to you for watching, and we'll see you again next week.
Favorite friends and one of TV's best shows.
It's just such a magical time.
The friends that are always here.
It's kind of a package deal.
All week long.
Ooh, that's a great plan.
Weeknights at 10 on 45.
They longed for a better way of life, a home built on love and courage.
come home to Little House.
Weekdays at 4 on 45. You're watching KSTC TV, Minneapolis, St. Paul.
The Race Show with Rob Hahn is presented by Yamaha ATVs. The Race Show is also sponsored by Elko Speedway, Bumper to Bumper and Champion Auto Stores, Jack Daniels, Justice Brothers, and Kharkov Vodka. Now a man who gives modesty a whole new definition, your host, Rob Hahn.
It might be hot, really hot outside, but we're so cool on the Race Show that we've got you covered this week. Welcome to another episode of the Race Show. I'm Rob Hahn, publisher of Minnesota's Racing Connection. In addition to it being hot, at least when we're shooting this segment, it's Country Week on the Race Show. Country Music Week. That's because Clint Black and Lone Star are coming to Elko Speedway for the first ever country concert, at least first in recent history, this Saturday, July 23rd. And just because of that, I brought along some props. Okay? Now don't say we don't have it going on the Race Show. Woo! Get down, and if we can pass the censor test later in the show, I've written a new country song specifically for the Race Show. You like this? Looks pretty good, doesn't it? All right, among others, we'll hear from drivers Jason Schneider. I think he's on this week. He's either this week or next week. You know, I can't keep it all straight. We'll hopefully catch up with PA announcer Jim Burns. You like that? Hey, well, they like it over there, too, in race control. You know, you put on a hat, you look more stupid than normal, and people just come out of the woodwork waving and smiling and laughing. With us, of course, not just at us. Where did I leave off? We've got a lot of great racing coming up, in addition to maybe a little conversation about Clint Black. Oh, I was saying that if we get past the censors at Channel 45, we might be able to air our brand new country song that I wrote just for the Country Week, Country Music Week on the Race Show. A great night of racing for Team Bieber and Lutz. Greg Bieber winning the race in the sportsman division. Kevin Lutz third. We'll get to Kevin in just a second. But Greg, you, well, to be fair, you ran away with the field, or from the field, and made it a real boring race. Thanks a lot.
Well, I'm sorry, but after my wonderful heat race spin, I had to come back and prove to myself and everybody else here that I do have a good car. So I didn't hesitate, and I got the lead, and I just kept on going with it.
I was watching the race, most of the race at the time, with former late model driver Troy Wangeren, who's done some laps out here, and we were talking kind of what goes through a driver's mind when you're so far out in front. He had his own theories. He said he likes it and tries to drive kind of a similar race. Come to think of it, I'm not sure the last time he was so far out in front, but what went through your mind when you knew that you had built up such a big lead?
Just try to hit your spots and don't disrupt the car in any way to make it loose or out of control. You just stay smooth and stay focused on what's ahead of you.
Now, naturally, you're happy with a victory, but you have to be almost as happy, if not just as happy, with your teammate coming in third place. Why don't you tell me what it means to you to have a 1-3 finish?
Well, I didn't even know he finished third until after we got back, and Kevin has had a really good season in his first year in the Sportsman, and I told him when we got in the car tonight, I said, we're going to be down in Tech tonight, top 5. And he helped me out tonight with his inversion. He pulled a big number to get me back up front. So I kind of owe him a little thanks for that.
Absolutely. Kevin, it's almost like a backhanded compliment when he said he didn't know you were, he was so far out in front of everyone. Well, but let's talk about the third place finish. You and Adam Benzik had quite a battle for that position, second and third.
Yeah, I'll take third place any day. I mean, I used up my car getting to the front, so you got to protect your tires, and I didn't do too good of a job tonight, but we made it to third, and to me it's like a win because, I won the heat race, and now I got a third, and that's the best I've done so far. So
it's been an interesting season for you. I'm sure there's been, a lot of learning involved. You had a race, 3-4 weeks ago when you were leading at the time, and Doug Brown and you made some contact. I think your tire was cut in the process. How are you able to take a third place finish after that frustrating race and then apply that to the second half of the season?
Well, it's kind of not that we're at mid-season. It's like we're starting over again. It's kind of like the Winston Cup points, where you make the top 300 or whatever it is in points, and we start all over, and whoever comes out on top is on top. So.
How do you feel when it comes to the possibility of a feature win? I mean, you've obviously, as we alluded to, you've run up front. So do you feel that it's right there for your taking?
It's coming. I'm yet to get a feature out here. Even in my Thunder car, I led the field a lot, and I finished second a lot. The feature's due. One day it's due. So.
I haven't watched closely this year, but are you still driving one-handed like you did in the Thunder car division?
Yep. Me and Sky were the one-handed guys.
I'm not sure you want to lump yourself into the same category with Skya. Sorry, Mikey. But he certainly has a good track record to back it up.
Yep. So he's a good driver, too. So.
Well, a great finish, a second-place finish in the feature. And as you were mentioning off camera, you and Kevin Lutz had a great battle for that spot.
Yeah, definitely. Kevin's been great all year. We've been racing side by side quite a bit, and it's always been clean. We've touched a few times, but it's been good racing.
What, you have a battle like that on the track. What kind of goes through your mind with the season the way it's been? I mean, you're a rookie out here, and here you're battling up front.
Yeah, for me, I just want to race clean. I want to give everybody enough room when we're challenged. When we see a faster car, I race them for a few laps, and if I'm holding them up, I'm going to let them go by. But with Kevin, our cars are so close. It's been good racing with him.
You had a little chance to see Bieber pull away from you, and then he just really pulled away from the two of you. I mean, what's your take on his run?
He's been strong the last 3 or 4 weeks, and it's just been, when I got around Brown for second, and then the 32 car was running up there too. Once we got into second place, by the time we were coming out of turn 2, Bieber was going to turn 3, so I knew that he just had a fast car, and I just wanted to stay in the 2 spot because I didn't think we were ever going to be able to catch him unless the caution came out, and none of them did. And I was just watching my mirror, making sure we were giving each other enough room out there, and it was a good run, though.
I know you addressed some of the challenges of being a rookie when Amy Woodward interviewed you a few weeks back, but what does a finish like tonight's second-place finish do to you and the team, and what sort of momentum does it give you headed into the second half of the season?
It definitely motivates us. We've had just kind of an up and down season. The last couple weeks we've been finishing the back, running 10th, 11th place, and now it's good to have a good, strong finish. We want to get that first win out of the way because it seems like that one's the hardest one to get. But yeah, we're happy with second place, and any top 5 is always a good run.
Kodiak 450 automatic 4x4 from Yamaha.
See Waldock Sports in Forest Lake and 61 Sport and Marine Yamaha in Hastings.
At Richard Childress Racing and Jack Daniels, we have a great appreciation for cars. And a greater appreciation for those who drive them. So when you're out drinking, make the right decisions. After all, when it comes to drinking responsibly, it's a black and white issue.
Encyclopedic Knowledge is sponsored by Elko Speedway.
Matt Ryan's in his first full year racing the Power Stocks at Elko. How's the year going so far for you?
This year's been unbelievable so far. Come out of the box, the car was fast, and out there running with the guys who've been running this series for quite a few years, and I'm really happy with the success I've had this year so far.
Earlier, a couple weeks ago, we watched you go 3 wide on the outside in a heat race. That was pretty exciting to watch. What made you think of doing that?
Well, there's 2 cars on the front row, and the 23 car, I figured if I didn't go outside, he was going to go to the inside, and I'd get stuck back there in third, but put it out there to see if it would stick. It worked, and pretty happy about it. I might have to try that a little more.
You got a Brothers Jorgens shirt on. Does Conrad make you pay for those, or he give them to you?
No, Conrad helps me out tremendously. I mean, I work on my stuff at his shops, and helps me out with the parts and knowledge. I can't thank that guy enough for where I got so far this year.
And we saw you at the Elite Series race last night helping out. Who are you crewing for there?
Spotting for Dan Fredrickson. Worked with him for 5-6 years now. Got band back together and went out and did one last race here.
What are you hoping to accomplish the rest of the year here at Elko?
My goals this season are Rookie of the Year. That's about the only thing that I'm concentrated on this year. Learn a lot, get some good notes, and go back out and maybe go for a championship next year.
Did you build the car at Conrad's? Was it a brand new car or somebody else raced it in the past?
We actually bought this car from Dustin Mann, so it's last year's championship car.
Who else helps you out on the car when you're out here at Elko?
Conrad Jorgensen, Cletus, he gives me quite a bit of help out Saturdays and on Thursdays. Heath Herman and his whole crew, just pretty much anyone who's around.
Does Herman's do your landscaping for you too then?
No, my landscaping is pretty poor. Pretty much we mow the grass and that's about it.
Well, good luck and we hope to see you again on the race show.
Thanks a lot.
Making our way back through the power stock field, a sixth-place finish. He gave us such a good interview a couple weeks ago, we figured we had to come back for more. Joe Fierce, sixth-place finisher. You kind of got shuffled back, ran up near the front most of the race, and then tell us what happened.
Well, what happened is Nick Crawford kind of got a little bit high and got into me, and then Matt Ryan come under Nick and kind of pushed us up 3 wide. And I kind of back and forth, but we came back in 6th place, so we were pretty happy with that. Last week we had a 5th-place finish, and we're very happy with the car so far.
I've long maintained that that's one of the joys of watching a power stock race is seeing the 3 wide. You might disagree with the outcome tonight, but talk about it from a driver's standpoint. What's your mindset as you end up in a 3 wide situation?
When you're in a 3 wide situation, the problem is when you're up high, you see that wall too close to the car, and it's just like, oh, you don't want this car going into the wall, having to go home and fixing a car. So I just backed off of it, and I figured let him go ahead of me, and then I'll go from there, and that's what I did. It worked out really good for me.
When we talked with you a couple weeks ago, you said you were starting to get the car dialed in. I know you made some changes with some wheels and indicated that they seemed, at least earlier in the evening, to be the right changes. Having said all that, what are some of your expectations for the second half of the season?
My expectations is finish in the top 10 if I can. If I can't, there's always next year. That's the way I look at it.
Encyclopedic Knowledge has been presented by Elko Speedway, featuring the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series every Saturday night.
So another boring Saturday night.
Get to the all-new Elko Speedway for a night of supercharged family fun. The Elko Speedway, redesigned with new grandstands, better seating, and 5 big-screen TVs capturing all the big races. Every Saturday, it's the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series. 4 high-powered classes of racing thrills. For more information, click on ElkoSpeedway.com. This Saturday, get to the all-new Elko Speedway, 30 minutes south of Minneapolis, 1 mile west of I-35 on County Road 2, Elko. Saturday night will never be the same.
This week's Lapper feature is sponsored by Justice Brothers. Get your car running better with JB products.
We're back on the race show. I'm Rob Hahn, joined now by Elko Thundercar driver John Norris. It's been about a year since we had you on the show, so I figured it was high time we got you back on. And let's talk about the season so far. Better than last year.
Yeah, it's better than last year. Should be better than last year. I built a brand new car this winter and haven't been spinning out as much, but you know, it's tough. I thought I built a brand new car. I got a great motor. I got a good chassis, nice just built. I've had good people helping me, and I thought it's going to be a piece of cake this year. And
got fans cheering behind you? I think they're cheering
fans,
for you, right?
They're cheering for somebody. We'll say it's me.
We'll say it's you,
yeah. We're getting there, though. I had a good week a couple of weeks ago. And
Absolutely. What I find interesting is, I think it was after the first night or maybe the second night, I'm walking through the pits after the races, and you said, I suppose I'm going to make the usual suspect list. Well, we've kind of done away, or at least put it on hold. We might bring it back in a couple of weeks. Hint, hint. But we do have our Lapper segment, so we'll give you our Lapper award this week. Let's get that out of the way. Sponsored by Justice Brothers. Get some of those JB products. Get your car running faster.
Okay, we can
But
use
to the
that.
racing, what's been the biggest transition for you going from one year to the next, outside the new car? I mean, you came in with higher expectations, as you intoned, but I mean, where have the challenges come that you didn't expect this year?
The time. You know, I have limited time to work on the car, and thinking, my thoughts were, if I've got all the best stuff, hey, I'm not going to have to work as hard, right? It's just going to be a good car, and that's not the case. I mean, 3 weeks ago, I was second in the heat, finished the top 10 in the feature, and was running right with the fast guys. And the next week, I started 15th and finished 18th. So I think that just the expectations, thinking it was going to be easier, and it's not, and that's probably the biggest. the challenge that these guys, it's a good class, man. There's a bunch of good cars. And I think that, too, from last year, there was 5 or 6 guys that could win every week. There's 10 guys that can win out there any night, you know.
Yeah. What about the high you experienced? Do you play golf, incidentally?
I did before I started racing. I just don't have time for both.
Yeah.
But
because there's a reason I don't play golf anymore. It's because, number one, I really stunk. But the couple of years I did, I'd get such a great rush off of one good round out of maybe 60. You know, the other 59 would be horrible. That it would keep me coming back. Did you find, you know, as you alluded to, whatever it was 3 weeks ago when you had that second place heat finish and a top 10 feature finish, that was enough to just say, yeah, this is all worth it?
Oh, definitely. I thought, we're here, man. We're top 10. That's it. Rest of the year, there's no excuse. And I was ready to go racing 40 more laps that night. And then the next week, you know, halfway through the feature, I'm all, is this race over yet, you know?
The rest of the season, we're at about the midway point right now. Do you think a heat victory is well within your reach, and maybe even a feature win?
Definitely a heat. You know, I will be disappointed if I don't get at least one heat this year. And the car's got a feature win. I know it. I mean, it's a good car. I got Paul Neisches that built the chassis. Conrad Jorgens helped me with the setup. Joe Benzik Racing Engines built the motor, and it's plenty fast. So yeah, I wouldn't rule out a feature this year, not at all.
Plus, now you're a lapper of the week, so
exactly.
What could be better?
Now I got encouragement. So
all right, good luck the rest of
Thanks
the way.
A lot, Rob.
Incidentally, Craig at Pertec will be very happy we've had you on, right?
Okay, yeah.
I hope so.
Thanks.
You know, the pressure's on.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Pertec, Pell Riders, John Schwab Company, SM Henches, all of them. Thank you for the help. I couldn't do it. And thanks to my wife and my kids, because without their support, we wouldn't be doing none of this.
I agree. John Norris, Thundercar driver at Elko, with us on the race show, and we'll be back right after this. Matt Carlander took another feature win in the Thundercar division, but right behind him was Kevin Turek, a strong second-place finish. Tell us about the race.
We had a good run tonight. It was pretty tight for the first couple laps or so. Morlene was coming on the inside. He had a good car. We got around him. Had a little help from the lap car.
He was mentioning that in his words, I think, I'm paraphrasing now, he was a little frustrated with the lap car, but it obviously worked out to your advantage.
Well, see, I don't like to race like that, but it happens. You know, it gets used against you. You gotta take whatever advantage you can get. But
let's talk about the class itself. Once again, here we are at the midpoint of the season. Matt Carlander is not only the midseason champion, but seems to have found some of the glitches and worked through them that he experienced earlier in the season. What are your thoughts on him and the rest of the class?
Matt's a good wheel. He drives pretty good. He actually did give me a lane tonight. I was impressed. He even told me that after. He's like, I gave you some room. We had a little controversy a couple weeks ago. Got together, and it was a pretty good run. Matt's good. He's always there, always consistent. He's willing to help a guy out. He helps me out quite a bit. We come from around the same area, so he's always been good.
As you look ahead to the second half of the season and coming off such a strong second-place finish, what do you plan to do? What sort of changes might you make to the car to put yourself in contention to win a race?
The car has been really good. The past couple of weeks, it's been good. Last week, we got stuck in traffic. The week before, got in a wreck. And the car has been pretty consistent. The past 5 weeks, it's been a really nice car. It need a little bit of work. Thank you. That's my little nephew.
You're kind of like a NASCAR star. You know how the stars get interviewed and someone's handing them a Coca-Cola or a Pepsi or something? So this is pretty good. I'm impressed. And you said this was your first time. Obviously, he's done this before.
Well, he was on TV last week.
Excellent. I'm not even sure where we were with the changes to the car. You said the car it has been very strong so far.
Yeah, I think we'll leave the car alone for that part, just to fine-tune a little bit here and there. It was loosened up a little bit through the night, but it was pretty good. Otherwise, the temperature change, it'll get cold.
So now it was pretty easy on you. You're worried the first time we've ever done a TV interview. I think the next time we do it, it'll probably be after a feature win.
Yeah, hopefully.
Chris Moreland turned in a good third-place finish. Tell us about the race.
Well, you know, we just started towards the front, which was nice for once to actually get started up in the front, and started behind Carlander, and things were going good, and thought we'd give him a run, but didn't happen. I kind of got in a little deal with the lap car that got in front of me, and that was about the end of that. You know, I couldn't go nowhere, and I had to back off and fell to third, so.
How frustrating is it, and what goes through your mind when you have a lap car that you just can't negotiate well enough?
Well, you just wonder why these guys, you know, I mean, everybody gets a chance to race, but you just wonder why these guys come out and just try to run with the leaders when they can't do it. It's frustrating.
We're at the midpoint of the season. How would you assess the first point?
I'd say it's a great start to the year. I mean, we haven't had any crashes, knock on wood, but haven't had any crashes, and I think we probably moved up in the second in points now with Ted's bad night, so we'll just keep it going.
Let's talk about Ted. You two obviously pit next to each other. I presume you work very closely with one another. He ran into some bad circumstances tonight. It appeared that Jonathan Island may have gotten into him. What do you make of the whole situation?
Well, you know, I was up there, didn't see it all, but from what I've heard, you know, Island comes out here and dumps Ted. I mean, he's nowhere to run the points, and it's just ridiculous how he can take Ted out like that.
You mentioned that, you know, if your calculations are correct, not that I doubt your math ability, that you'd be second in points right now. What's it going to take in the second half of the season to give Carlander a good run?
Well, we're just going to have to keep running good ourselves, and, I mean, you don't want to wish nothing bad on the guy, but hopefully he has a bad night here or there, and we can just keep going what we got going.
I want to remind you that you should stop into your favorite liquor store and look for the Kharkov Vodka Steve Mergic Racing display. At that display, among other things, you will find your chance to register to win free tickets to Elko Speedway. Kharkov Vodka is going to be drawing winners, and we see some of the names on our screen right now, all summer long. For free tickets, go into your favorite liquor store, look for the Kharkov Vodka display, and register to win.
The question of the week is brought to you by O'Reilly Bumper to Bumper Auto Parts and Champion Auto Stores.
Enough said. The YFZ 450 from Yamaha.
See Beeline Yamaha Sports Store in St. Cloud and XL Motorsports in Coon Rapids.
You were in the right spot at the right time, avoided a wreck in front of you early on, and then just kind of drove away far enough from the rest of the field, particularly Mergic and Reavers.
Yeah, that wreck was way too close. I was pretty lucky to get through it. Little mark on the right side. If it would have been another couple inches, I would have got turned straight into the wall. So really lucky. Jake kind of got bad in the deal the way it looked. He rear-ended me pretty hard, but yeah, I made it through the wreck, and with Donnie and Steve racing kind of let me get out front, and I just got to drive around out there.
I was talking with one of your competitors earlier in the evening, Jason Schneider, and I asked him if he was at all surprised with the success you've had this year. He said absolutely not, that he could see it coming. Are you surprised with 3 feature wins thus far?
Yeah, kind of. After last year, I mean, we struggled last year, and our goal was just to win one, and we were kind of down after last year, but we put this different car together, and I was hoping to get one, and we got the one, and now they've came a lot easier. It's still surprising to me, I guess, but it feels pretty good.
It was quite a race. Let's talk first about your battle with Donnie. Some of the best side-by-side racing we've seen all season.
Yeah, I finally started having some fun here, getting up front, race with the good guys, and me and Donnie race a lot side-by-side and have a lot of fun. I really wish I could have beat him, but he gave me a good run.
And if I'm not mistaken, 3 Mergic motors in the top 3 tonight. You got to be pretty proud of that as well.
Well, very proud. All my guys are doing good. Actually, Darren got 4th too, so it was 4 for 4. So we're having fun.
You were talking off the air with your brother. First, he said you're back to where you should be, and the old man can drive again. You know, what about the crew? Don't they have to take some of the onus once in a while?
No, they always blame me. I'm an old guy. I got Alzheimer's. Can't remember how to drive. I get no respect.
Then you said you're ready to have some fun in the second half of the season. I mean, what will it take? I mean, the obvious answer is finishing races competitively, but beyond that, what will it take to have some fun in the second half?
Oh, just racing with guys like Donnie and the guys up front will be fun. I mean, I'd like to win a couple here before this is over. Now I think we might have the car to do it.
So another boring Saturday night.
Get to the all-new Elko Speedway for a night of supercharged family fun. The Elko Speedway, redesigned with new grandstands, better seating, and 5 big screen TVs capturing all the big races. Every Saturday, it's the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series. 4 high-powered classes of racing thrills. For more information, click on ElkoSpeedway.com. This Saturday, get to the all-new Elko Speedway, 30 minutes south of Minneapolis, 1 mile west of I-35 on County Road 2, Elko. Saturday night will never be the same.
Welcome back to the Race Show. I'm the artist formerly known as Rob Hahn. You can call me Rob Bob. And I thought since it's Country Music Week on the Race Show with Clint Black and Lone Star coming to Elko this Saturday, July 23rd, that I would write a country music song just for the Race Show. So here it goes. I don't want to wreck my car when I'm driving only 25. People would call me a usual suspect, claim I don't know how to drive. I just want to work in my car, playing with my balls as in bearings. Then I'd go out to the track, bounce off every wall. I want to drive a race car, woohoo, and play with Jeff Gordon all day. I want to drive a race car, woohoo. I don't know why some people think he is gay. I want to drive a race car, woohoo. Make a couple hundred of mil. I want to drive a race car, woohoo. And get more chicks than former President Bill. I don't want to wreck my car on national TV and have my older brother shilling for me, yelling boogity, boogity, boogity. I just want to work on my car all day and all of the night like the Kings. Whoever said racers love their cousins, well, I must admit they were right. I want to drive a race car, woohoo, and play with Jeff Gordon all day. I want to drive a race car, woohoo. I don't know why some people think he is gay. I want to drive a race car, woohoo, and make a couple hundred of mil. I want to drive a race car, woohoo, and get more chicks than former President Bill. That's it for this week on The Race Show. Be sure to check out Clint Black and Lone Star this Saturday, July 23rd at Elko, and we'll see you again next week. I want to drive a race car, woohoo, and play with Jeff Gordon all day. I want to drive a race car, woohoo. I don't know why some people think he is gay. I want to drive a race car, woohoo, make a couple hundred of mil. I want to drive a race car, woohoo, and get more chicks than former President Bill.
Frustrated with high-priced internet providers?
Cosby presents the formula for fun. Step 1, watch The Cosby Show. Step 2, laugh. Step 3, repeat. The Cosby Show.
Weekdays at 3 on 45. Don't miss out on your chance at one of Channel 45's favorite things of summer. All summer long and only from Channel 45. You're watching KSTC TV, Minneapolis, St. Paul.
The Race Show with Rob Hahn is presented by Yamaha ATVs. The Race Show is also sponsored by Elko Speedway, Bumper to Bumper, and Champion Auto Stores. Jack Daniels, Justice Brothers, and Kharkov Vodka. Now a man who gives modesty a whole new definition, your host, Rob Hahn.
And we're back for another episode of The Race Show presented by Yamaha ATVs. I'm Rob Hahn, publisher of Minnesota's Racing Connection. More on our sponsor, Yamaha, and a big contest that they're putting together. We'll talk about that in just a couple of seconds. We're coming off Country Music Week at Elko Speedway last Saturday with Clint Black and Lone Star. So that means we're going to take a slightly different approach to racing this week. Among other things, we'll talk with Jimmy Bedford, the master distiller at Jack Daniels. But that doesn't mean we're just going to talk about Jack Daniels and the products that he makes. We're going to talk about NASCAR racing because of their involvement not only on the race show and at Elko Speedway, but also with the 07 of Dave Blaney in the Nextel Cup Series. We'll catch up with Tim Johnson, a crew member for Donnie Reavers. We talked with him on show number 1 this year. He has loads of opinions and information to share with us. We'll catch up with him before long. We may, time permitting, talk about some of the mid-season champions at Elko Speedway and so much more. But first, Don Pardo, if you'll take it away. What do you mean? Don Pardo's not here? All right. Rob Hahn, if you'll take it away. What could these lucky viewers win if they go to their favorite Yamaha participating dealer? They could register to win, yes, just by going to one of these participating dealers, the dealers that sponsor the race show on a regular basis. They could register to win an all-inclusive 2-night stay, an ATV weekend at the Villas at Giants Ridge in Waback, Minnesota. But the only way you can register to win is to stop into one of the participating Yamaha dealers, many of which, all of which, at some point or another, you see on your screen either now or during the course of the race show throughout the season. Stop into one of those dealers. We'll have a full listing in Minnesota's Racing Connection as well, and register to win your chance at an all-inclusive weekend. 2-night stay and so much more, an all-inclusive ATV weekend at the Villas at Giants Ridge in Waback, Minnesota. Now, having said all that, let's go to some racing. The great thing about doing these segments during the middle of the summer on the race show is that once in a while it gets a little hot in our studio. So if we're both sweating profusely like pigs right now or at the end of the segment, you'll know why. Jason Schneider joins us now, super late model driver at Elko. Been kind of a challenging year. Some ups and downs. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, we got a new car. It's Brian Johnson's car from last year, and I pretty much tried to leave everything the way he had it, but it just didn't adhere to my driving style. So we've been working really hard and trying to find something that's comfortable for me, and we keep plugging away. And you know, I really feel like tonight's the night. You know, we qualified pretty well. It's hot, but heat race, it was good. I had nowhere to go, and for the feature, outside pole. So I really feel strong about tonight. Anything past 8th or 7th would be a good night for me tonight. So, you know, we're 9th in points, and we're only, somebody told me, like 17 out from 4th.
Right.
You know, how bad of a year is it? I mean, I finished every lap. You know, I've just got tire marks up and down on both sides. I mean, we've been battling. It's just not a top 5 car. I'm right behind the leaders, but it doesn't have that little extra giddy up to get where I need to be. And tonight it's got that feel. We found some things during the week, so I'm excited.
You're a 2-time champion in the late model division. I know you're pretty much a perfectionist. So how challenging mentally is it when you're not running up with the top runners?
It's been really challenging. It's actually been over a year and a half of challenging for me. I've even hinted a couple times that this might be the last year.
I thought I heard that 3 years ago, and then again last year, and then even this year.
The older I get, the older my 2 girls get, the more time I want to spend with my family. And
I know what you're saying.
And you know, I love racing. I love it with a passion. I think about it a lot, but I think I want to kind of help my kids grow up a little bit and, you know, maybe come back and when they're 16, 17 and when they don't want to spend time with me.
Yeah. What about the rest of the season? I mean, you've alluded to the fact that here we are in the midway point and you're back where you think you want to be. Do you feel you can kind of hit that stride and pull off a number of top 5 or top 3 finishes?
Yeah, I mean, my goal realistic right now is, and you can ask the crew guys, it was if I get to 5th in points, I will be excited. And it kind of sounds pointless. I mean, I'm a 2-time champion. I guess I should be reaching for the stars, but, you know, I missed my point. I mean, we're 111 out. It would take a lot of bad luck on the part of Donnie and Jacob Gady, who are running just exceptionally well. I don't want that for them. They're doing good. If there is a next year, we'll plan a next year. But right now, my goal is to get the 5th in points, have my name in the race paper, and I'll be happy.
Yeah, I'm not sure we've even mentioned your name once this year, have we?
No, but that's okay. I don't.
We'll get it in there.
I don't mind being the silent person out there, and maybe at the end of the year, everybody will just kind of go, "Whoa, where did he come from?"
You mentioned Donnie and Jacob Gady. We've talked so much about Donnie on this show, but let's talk about Jacob. Are you surprised at all that he's turned it around?
Jacob's growing a lot.
Had a great first year and then struggled for a couple years, and now he seems to be back at it.
I don't think he struggled. I just think that they were trying to find their niche, I mean, to get faster, you have to find something. And honestly, the smartest thing that I think they did, and I told his dad that years ago, to get better, when I won my first championship, it was because I did go to places like Raceway Park, and I did go to La Crosse Fairgrounds at the end of the year and get on a 5/8 mile and go really fast. That's going to make him better by getting to these other tracks. Now, next weekend, we got the Minnesota Challenge, and he's going to Sauk Center. Jacob grew leaps and bounds in them short weeks he ran at Raceway Park. I saw it instantly. He ran very well at Raceway Park. Them are the things that make you better. That's why Donnie, I believe, whoops up on us out here, because it's 2 nights of trying things. And I've been out there twice this year, and I've got 2 different cars we've been playing with, and I've struggled on some things that have actually helped me too, just in them 2 nights at Raceway. And if I had more help, I don't want to beat my guys into the ground. Right. They got lives too, and so I want to run Raceway more. I just can't do it by myself.
It's kind of a catch-22. As long as you're keeping the car or cars in one piece both nights, it's good. If you start struggling and wrecking both nights, then I think it becomes almost a downer for you and the crew.
That's one thing that I did change from the years past. I quit putting in 7 days a week on my cars. Leon Doherty came aboard a couple weeks ago or a month ago, and he's been helping me, and he's helped me keep in check without going crazy and changing stuff. So that's the important thing for me.
Well, good luck the rest of the season. We'll get you. We've had you on the show now, obviously, so we'll get you in the paper before long.
All right, thank you.
Jason Schneider with us on the Race Show. We're back right after this.
The new Kodiak 450 automatic 4x4 from Yamaha.
See Cannon Falls Yamaha in Cannon Falls and the Hitching Post in St. Anthony.
At Richard Childress Racing and Jack Daniels, we have a great appreciation for cars. And a greater appreciation for those who drive them. So when you're out drinking, make the right decisions. After all, when it comes to drinking responsibly, it's a black and white issue.
Encyclopedic Knowledge is sponsored by Elko Speedway.
Now let's turn it over to Dan Plan, and if you look closely, you may see him, or at least hear him, laughing a little bit more than he normally would. Could it be that a certain host of this show was messing with him during the interview? You decide for yourselves.
Dwayne Halverson's in his first year racing late models Elko. How's the year going so far for you, Dwayne?
Well, it's been a learning experience. We're kind of running, well, I think we're doing okay. I mean, for my first year, we're not up front yet, but hopefully we'll get there.
And you ran Thunder Cars before, ran Sportsman, and you ran up front there. Did you expect to run right up front right away in the late models, or do you think you'd have a bit of a learning curve?
Well, I hoped we'd be right up front, but no, I've learned in the past that you got to pay your dues and do the learning thing, and that's where we're at.
The car you're driving, where'd that come from, and is it a brand new car?
No, this one was out here. It had a good year about 3-4 years ago. Steve Schultz used to drive it. It's decent. It's a good starting, learning car, but I don't know that it's the best of, it's not as good as it could be, I think.
What's been the biggest difference going from the Sportsman car, which has a lot of power, to the late model car?
Well, the tires, they're 2 inches wider, so that's the biggest thing that I found. And but the driving's a lot cleaner. It's a good good group of drivers, and it's just it's the top class. I'm just really happy to be here.
And I think the late models basically have like 3 types of motors that you can run. Which type of motor are you running in your car?
We're running the Elko concept engine. It's got a 4-barrel on it. It's a good motor, but I think there's better choices out there. But this is what we've been given to use, and I'm just real happy and fortunate to be in it.
Is the concept motor similar to what's run in the Sportsman type car?
As far as I know, they're fairly similar, right?
So that would be able to help somebody. Rob's rubbing my leg. If you had a Sportsman, you could potentially move up to late models and take your motor with you if you wanted to do that?
As far as I know, you'd have to do a few changes, but yeah, it shouldn't cost you too much to change it over and update it.
What are you hoping to gain as it's mid-season and you're going towards the last half of the season? What do you hope to accomplish in the last half?
Well, I'd like to start qualifying a little better, start running in the top 10. That'd be our basic goal. Rookie of the Year would be nice, although the guy that's leading it, I believe, is doing a real fine job. So we're just out here having a good time.
Does your mom help you out on the team quite a bit then, being out here?
Oh yeah, she does a lot of the behind-the-scenes work, gets lineup. She helps on the car. She's helpful in how the car looks, all the paperwork, bookkeeping, keeping the crew happy with food and beverages, and just notes, ordering parts, keeping track of the business, earnings, everything.
I'm kind of hungry. Is there any extra food right now?
You bet. There's a lot.
Who are some of the sponsors that you got that are helping you out this year?
Well, I need to thank Joe Miller and that gang personally at Country Joe Homes, but LaFavor Miller Homes on the hood and Gopher State Mortgage are our 2 main sponsors, and we're just really, really happy to have them.
And who are some of the other people on the crew that help you out each week?
Yeah, my brother-in-law, Kevin Volk, he's my new crew chief. My father had taken a new position driving for Joe Miller, or Joey Miller's motorhome, so we had a little change in the order of command around here, and it's a nice change. Donnie, one of my crew guys, he's just been a blessing to have. Herb Fetter, my spotter, my girlfriend Mona, she's been real helpful and supportive, and of course my mom.
I see you got a WSA Snowcross hat too. Do you race snowmobiles in the winter?
I used to, but not anymore. I've had a few comments about this hat. A lot of people don't like it, but it's comfortable.
Well, good luck, and we hope to see you again on the race show.
All right, thanks, Dan.
All right, mid-season questions. We're posing 3 questions to each of the champions. What, in your estimation, were the biggest keys to the first half of the season to getting the mid-season championship?
Lots of hard work and getting lucky a lot of times, I think.
What do you think might be some of the biggest challenges in the second half of the season?
Just keeping up with the car and, trying to stay out of trouble. That's the biggest thing out here.
Which 2 or 3 drivers do you think will be your closest competitors down the stretch?
Obviously Jacob Gady, he's been doing pretty good lately. Steve Mergic, Brian Johnson, Jake Ryan, all them guys.
Question number 1, what was the biggest key to a mid-season title?
No, just run well every time, every chance to get. That's our goal, is come out here and win races, and by winning races, you're going to win a championship.
What do you think might be the biggest challenges in the second half of the season?
Don't break parts, don't crash.
Who are your biggest competitors as you look over the field?
Bieber, he's got a lot of confidence right now. He's been running pretty good. Doug's always strong. There's a bunch of guys that can win any night.
What were the biggest keys to getting the mid-season title?
Just to be consistent and keep your nose to the grindstone and spend a lot of time in the shop and make sure your car is right before you come to the track.
What do you think might be the biggest challenges in the second half of the season?
Just consistency and keeping her in one piece and staying out of trouble.
Who do you think will be your biggest competitors?
The 2 guys right behind me. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens. There's a lot of races left, and this thing's far from over. So,
what were the keys to a mid-season championship?
Just coming out every week, running hard, and staying in the top 5. I don't think 4th is the worst we've finished all year so far, so I'd say that's keys to it.
What do you think might be the biggest challenges in the second half of the season?
Keeping her going, staying out of trouble with everybody else, and getting through this tech shed.
Who are your, in your opinion, your closest competitors for the point championship?
Well, obviously, Tumas have got their car figured out pretty good. And, of course, the rest of the team, Partington here, is getting around good. My dad finally managed to make it through the night. And Steve's getting around good, so we'll see what happens at the end of the year.
Encyclopedic Knowledge has been presented by Elko Speedway, featuring the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series every Saturday night.
So another boring Saturday night.
Come to the all-new Elko Speedway for a night of supercharged family fun. The Elko Speedway, redesigned with new grandstands, better seating, and 5 big screen TVs capturing all the big races. Every Saturday, it's the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series. 4 high-powered classes of racing thrills. For more information, click on ElkoSpeedway.com. This Saturday, get to the all-new Elko Speedway, 30 minutes south of Minneapolis, 1 mile west of I-35 on County Road 2, Elko. Saturday night will never be the same.
This week's Lapper feature is sponsored by Justice Brothers. Get your car running better with JB products.
We're back on the race show. You know, the disappointing thing, one of the disappointing things is that we don't have a split screen where we have Jim Burns on one screen doing his commentary on us shooting the show here in our studio. I digress. Regardless, Tim Johnson joins us, crew member for Donnie Reavers. We had him on first week of the race show this year. I thought it'd be a good time mid-season. Bring you back and get your thoughts on some of the things we discussed and some other things that are going on. First, Donnie Reavers. You work with him on the crew. What a season so far.
Oh, man, it's just been unbelievable. And Donnie works super hard on his stuff, you know, so it isn't like it's luck. You know, Donnie works really hard at it, and he's excellent behind the wheel. He brings a superly good prepared car every Saturday and Sunday night. He's ultra committed and does it for a living, so he really has to do well, and it's been fun to be a part of it.
Yeah, from a crew standpoint, do you feel any additional pressure knowing, number one, that he's doing it full time, and number two, that you're doing so well?
Some of the guys might feel pressure. You know, I'm sure his family does. For me personally, I just hope he does good. Just for him and his family, just so they do well. There might be a little extra sensitivity when things don't go quite right with other drivers, just because of the pressure. And the closer that we get to the end of the year, it's a possibility to actually win the region, not just track championships, but the region. So things have been getting a little bit more on edge, maybe on some nights when they don't go just right. But overall, everyone's pretty relaxed and just having fun.
Good. Is that bothering you, hearing Jim Burns in the background? Hey, Burns! Cut it!
I'll never miss the golden voice of Jim Burns.
No, he knows. I figure if he's going to rip on us once in a while, we might as well have some fun with him. One of the issues we talked about first night out here, first night on the show this year, was the return to single-file restarts in the late model division. I said that I'm vehemently opposed to it. I've kind of reassessed my opinion. I still would like to see double-wide restarts because I think it adds to more excitement, but I don't think the single-file have gone that badly.
No, the racing's been good. The racing's been good. The word excitement makes drivers and crew members nervous. Excitement is usually meaning crashing. If you want to have better races, this is my idea. Some nights, all the fast cars start in the front, which they've earned that right by being fast, absolutely. But the way that that the inversion is done, it's 1 to 12. I think 6 plus the roll of 1 die would be a better inversion. Yeah. Get some faster cars back just a few rows. I don't like seeing them all clogged up, double fly. We got to see that at the AutoZone race this past week, you know, and that didn't make for great racing, I thought.
Right.
But I like the single file restarts that gets the cars out and able to pass. I think they should invert more for the feature so we can watch the fast cars come from more than just the second or third row.
Well, I think you said it best, going again back to our first show of the year. He said you wanted to see guys race,
Absolutely.
not just drive a car and win. One of those guys who we thought was going to run away with things was John Lemke. He's fallen on some hard times. What do you make of that?
Oh, that's just racing. Wow. It's he's sort of had the Dale Earnhardt Jr. season here at Elko. You know, phenomenal driver, great crew. The guys that own his car have been around here forever. They know how to get it done. Something has just happened. They've just missed it. You know, John drives super hard. Right. Maybe he's burned his tires off.
I wonder that.
With our tire rotation and only being allowed to have 1 tire a night here, maybe you sort of run out of tires. But they're smart enough to go down and we get 8 free cards. You know, our free tires a year. They're called a wild card tire. Go put on 4 new ones and see what he can do. He was able to do that for the AC Delco race. Right. He was good at first, but the car fell off 10 laps into that race too, you know. So they're missing it somewhere. I'm sure they're frustrated, but they're good. They'll figure it out.
Let's jump ahead. It's not too early, I don't think, to start thinking about Labor Day weekend, a 3-day show at Elko. From a member of a crew's perspective as well as a fan's perspective, what do you look forward to most when you look at that 3 days of racing capped off with a $10,000 to win show on Labor Day?
Well, as a crew member of a team that's really doing good. Donnie's doing great. Yeah.
Cash.
Donnie's had a great year.
Owe him the money.
We finally get an opportunity to race for some real money. We get paid great here on a Saturday night in comparison to other short tracks around the country, so we're not complaining about that, but we get a chance to race for some real money this weekend, or that particular weekend. And as a race fan, I'm excited to see hopefully cars here, like the old Arco shows used to be.
These drivers regionally would be stupid, mark my words, stupid, if they didn't come and partake in that weekend.
Absolutely, and another thing too that I get a little concerned about, like as the summer's gone on, our car count's great here at Elko Speedway.
Yeah, it is
but
really good.
it has been down a little bit lately, and I'm a little confused. There's 10 to 15 good late models within 50 miles of Elko, and choose to tow 400 or 500 miles away to race every weekend at $2.50 a gallon for gas. I don't quite understand why they aren't just coming here.
It doesn't make a lot of sense, but let's hope they'll be here for that weekend. Anything else on your mind before we let you run?
Just excited about being part of Donnie Reavers' year and fun having a good time here at Elko.
Tim Johnson, crew member for Donnie Reavers, on the race show with us again. Great job.
Thank you.
We're back right after this. I want to remind you that you should stop into your favorite liquor store and look for the Kharkov Vodka Steve Mergic Racing display. At that display, among other things, you will find your chance to register to win free tickets to Elko Speedway. Kharkov Vodka is going to be drawing winners, and we see some of the names on our screen right now, all summer long. For free tickets, go into your favorite liquor store, look for the Kharkov Vodka display, and register to win.
The question of the week is brought to you by O'Reilly Bumper to Bumper Auto Parts and Champion Auto Stores.
Enough said. The YFZ 450 from Yamaha.
See Heinen's Yamaha in Osseo and Jerry's Yamaha in Lakeville.
One of the many, and there are many great things about the race shows that we can talk about racing and so much more. Jimmy Bedford, the master distiller from Jack Daniels, all the way from Tennessee, joins us in the studio. It's great to have you here.
Rob, how are you? Great to be out here.
Let's talk. Here, I lead in saying we're talking about something other than racing, but really we're going to start by talking about racing. Jack Daniels is very heavily involved at the national level with NASCAR racing and Richard Childress Racing, and you've had the great pleasure of working with them and driver Dave Blaney. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
You know, we've only been in about 90 days, and we're just allowed to come in this year, but it's been very, very fascinating for us, the contacts that we're making across the country. And for us to be part of NASCAR has really been a big thing, because there is racing from one side of our country to the other,
Right.
and everybody's into it. So for us to be part of it, again, is very, 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 very nice for us.
I'm sure, as we alluded to, you've obviously been very closely involved with the relationship with Childress Racing and Jack Daniels. What surprised you the most?
Well, I guess I don't know if I've had any surprises or not, but the quality of people that's involved with it, being Richard Childress, he's a guy that grew up in the industry, worked hard all his life, and then when Jack Daniels selected him as the team owner, person he drew in as his driver, Dave Blaney. It's been an outstanding. I tell people, we could not have taken a pencil and a color and drew a better person for our car than Dave Blaney. I know we haven't won the race yet, but we'll hang in there, and we will before it's over with.
And one of the great attributes about Dave Blaney is the fact that he not only has fans he's developed on the NASCAR circuit, but because of his dirt track racing career, he has tons of fans, including many in our parts of the country, who know him as a sprint car driver.
And that was this afternoon when we were downstairs signing things this afternoon. Several people came up and said how much they knew of Dave Blaney and what a nice guy he was. So again, I think our company should be very, very pleased to have it. But by the same time, Rob, to be out here in Minnesota and be part of this race. This is an outstanding thing for us as well, you know, to be here in Minnesota and be part of this race this afternoon. Jack Daniels is happy with that. I know this is about our second year, but I would hope that we would continue on with this, and Joe Main, I understand, is very receptive to it. So, you know, this is great for us to be out here on a Saturday afternoon in the heartland of America doing these time of things. How can you beat it?
It doesn't get more American, does it?
You can't beat it.
Joe Main has been a great supporter, and many of our regular viewers of the race show know that Jack Daniels has been a sponsor of the race show the past 2 years. We're very happy to be involved with the company. Let's talk about your role real quickly as master distiller. What all does that encompass?
Well, Rob, my job as master distiller is to make Jack Daniels. And that's to make the product that we've made for 100 and something years. And you can't think of very many companies that's been around like 130 or 40 years, but Jack Daniels has been around for like 140 years, and we're very proud of that. We make decisions, or our company and management makes decisions that's kept us up at the head of the pack, so to speak, and we're proud of that. And even in getting in the NASCAR racing, and I know there's a lot of people concerned with us in the beginning, being with that. But you know, what's our motto? Pace yourself, drink responsibly.
Which, of course, I follow to the T all the time.
How much more responsible could you be? And we're just glad to be part of that. But myself, making the product, you know, and I take great pride in knowing that I make a product that's shipped around the world. 130 or 40 countries that people can sit down with friends and enjoy, and on a social thing. I enjoy that and glad to be part of it.
And I know many of the crews in the pits here at Elko enjoy your products because we award them pit crew party packs on a regular basis.
And I would hope that they would enjoy it, yes, on a proper way and a proper time. There's a proper time for everything.
Absolutely. Great to have you on the show. Jimmy Bedford, master distiller at Jack Daniels, with us on the race show. We are back right after this.
So another boring Saturday night.
Capturing all-new Elko Speedway for a night of supercharged family fun. The Elko Speedway, redesigned with new grandstands, better seating, and 5 big screen TVs capturing all the big races. Every Saturday, it's the NASCAR Dodge Weekly Series. 4 high-powered classes of racing thrills. For more information, click on ElkoSpeedway.com. This Saturday, get to the all-new Elko Speedway, 30 minutes south of Minneapolis, 1 mile west of I-35 on County Road 2, Elko. Saturday night will never be the same.
There you have it, another episode of the race show in the can for this week. My thanks to the sweating Robin Harris behind the camera. The big O, he's probably cool back in the production studio. I'm Rob Hahn. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next week.
With Rob Hahn is presented by Yamaha ATVs. The race show is also sponsored by Elko Speedway, Bumper to Bumper, and Champion Auto Stores, Jack Daniels, Justice Brothers, and Kharkov Vodka. Now a man who gives modesty a whole new definition, your host, Rob Hahn.
All right, here we are, back in our studio, high above the main grandstand at Elko Speedway. I'm Rob Hahn, publisher of Minnesota's Racing Connection, and welcome to the race show, presented by Yamaha ATVs. I hope, speaking of Yamaha ATVs, that you've taken some time to stop into the 14 participating Yamaha dealers scattered throughout the metro area and beyond to register for your chance to win an all-inclusive ATV weekend getaway at the Villas at Giants Ridge in Bowabec. The only way you can win those is to stop into one of those dealers, look for the registration form, probably on the main counter, and fill out the form. You'll have a chance to win. They appreciate your support, and so do we. Speaking of contests, real quickly, you can also, en route to one of those Yamaha dealers, find your favorite liquor store and stop in to win, or register to win, tickets to Elko Speedway. They just have a few left to give away as part of the Kharkov Vodka Steve Mergic Racing Display and the giveaway tickets to Elko, like these people who've taken the time to register to win. Woohoo! Hats off to them. So stop in, look for the Kharkov Vodka Racing display, and register to win. You, too, could be a winner. Now, the countdown is on. I alluded to it about a week ago. I'm going to talk about it a little bit on today's show, and then you'll see next week the return. The countdown is on for the return of the old me. Yeah, arrogant, brazen, immodest as they come, you name it. It'll all be part of next week's show, and we'll try to get as much as we can past the censors at Channel 45 to spice it up a little bit. We'll also probably give you your chance to vote on whether you like the old me or the new me, and that will then, among other things, dictate what we do the rest of the season. Having said all that, what a week last week at Elko Speedway with the AC Delco Super Summer Series, round 2, including 2 50-lap features. Let's take a look at some of the action. Well, we were just joking off camera that I was wondering if your dad ever smiled, you know, during the races, after the races. I think he's got a little grin. I suppose 2 feature wins doesn't hurt that, huh?
Yeah, it never hurt. Normally he wears a rut in the blacktop up by the track in turn 1 there, pacing back and forth during the races. And most of the time he doesn't really have a smile on his face till the races are over and he's got a Bud Light in his hand and a trophy in the other. So really good night for us. We're really happy. Couldn't ask for better. Another clean sweep. 2 weekends in a row. Things are really going for us. And